destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
People make fun every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my
God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has the call. Stop it.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Welcome back to another day of VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. This is day 2. My name is Viper. Join with me here. It's going to be Choo Choo Gaming.
Yeah, but it's going to be day 2 of a new team coming in for day number 2, definitely. You guys can follow us on, or even trash us on our socials if you want to. I welcome everything. Okay. I'm the open-minded person. But back to it, the games, right? So yesterday we ended up with a couple of aces, very strong. Day 1. Now, the standards are up high when it comes to day 2 here.
Correct. Not just that, because we don't see one of the big players, basically Paper Rex, that's busy in lock-in, and that also enables a lot of our future Tier 2, Tier 1 teams to kind of step up. Where yesterday we already witnessed a bunch of 2-0s, right? There was no game 3s, it's mostly dominating, and the funny thing is that a lot of these underdogs that we almost consider actually stood up pretty well with their counterparts.
Which one is your underdog?
My underdogs, I would say,
honestly
Hey
speaking.
Yakiniku. That was one of those. If you follow their video and their journey, they said that there were just a bunch of teams. Musi just flew back yesterday and they didn't have time for practice, right?
They're too busy eating yakiniku.
Correct. So that aside, it's actually a statement that like a bunch of players that just came together, not even have enough practice, can actually put up a good run for X10. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, it wasn't really a good round for the first round because they were being crushed.
That's right.
Crushed so hard in the first round. But when it comes to the second series or
Which was
second
Pearl,
matchup, they were kind of matched things up neck to neck till the last minute till it goes overtime. They just, experience-wise, they're a bit lacking when it comes to that. But you know what? We still have a lot looking forward for day number 2. Here comes something that we haven't seen before.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Todak, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
Now, basically, there's a lot of puzzle that
Yeah.
we're trying to solve things out with the format. There's definitely very new if you compare with the last few seasons. And I have to say, a lot of chances been given for the players that didn't make it. When it comes to the first split and the second split, you still have another go when it comes to the bottom two later on.
Yep, and you have relegation. That means second chance for second chances most of the
I
time,
feel like
right?
it's going to be 3 or 4 chances.
No, but that just shows that I think Riot has done a good job to try to nurture and upbring a lot more of these talents around the world. After seeing most of the success from the VALORANT champions towards stage 1, stage 2, all the way to stage 3. We had this since 2021, 2022. Now we've rebranded to the VCLs, which is gonna take some time for me to get used to. I'm so used to seeing VCTs.
I'm just going to say VALORANT Challenges, that's it. Whatever at the back.
Champions
is it
Tour,
going to be
though.
L? Is it going to be T? Is it going to be another letter? I have no clue in the future. But so far, based on yesterday's performance, 2 teams have wins and another 2 teams will have their first loss, including Heya Kaneko and Kizuna Esports. But it's not done and dusted as we're going for round robin. Bleed Esports is one of the most strongest in this entire lineup. But we're looking at over today, Todak, Enigma, Louvre and Team Path. Where will they stand by the end of today?
Yeah, because considering we're starting off with arguably the only 2 real Malaysian teams, right? And as Malaysians ourselves, we have the absolute honor to be casting them too. So that's going to come up next. So as you know, this is already round robins, right? So no teams will be eliminated. In case you guys don't know how round robin works, we're just going to rack up the points as much as possible to find out the top 6, right? And then of course, bottom 2 have to battle out for relegation. So the sweet chunk of prize pool, like what the video said, $25,000 is no small sum, but honestly, most of the time it's not even about the money. Like, it's your brand, your name that you bring up there, and
Your
the future
ego.
ego is one thing for sure, but the future opportunities that comes up after that. So honestly, even if you made it to this top 8 right now, it's already massive.
Yeah, you can brag about it. That's a right to brag, guys. Just because if you're getting yourself in the top 8, it's not easy task. And I'm looking for more Malaysians actually joining in the future. Maybe we don't have any restaurant to actually give the sponsorship, so maybe we need that.
This is the bumper for future restaurants for a sponsorship.
I mean, you don't have to think about what you have to,
Yeah.
feed yourself for a living. You can get that every single day, you're gonna go. Not everybody's envious for them, definitely. But speaking of today's performance, it's gonna be Todak versus Team Path at first. Now, these 2 teams is very contradicting towards each other. Why? The most experienced versus the fresh blood into the scene.
Correct. As what Tash Bunny yesterday said, they are going to represent the Cinderella story in this entire bracket to see how far they can go, as well as what they can prove themselves against their veterans, which is Todak. Now, the interesting part about Todak is that I think, now, I won't say so recently, but they acquired the coach Dan and also gone through a couple of roster shuffles. So the most recent shuffle, of course, when they lost Kale, back then when Doctor and Click also left. Now they've got Frosties, and I don't think we talk about him enough. He's having a lot of experience in the VALORANT challenges in the past. So I think he's actually a good solid lineup for Todak. As you can see, soon, I guess, they're beautiful faces. But yes,
yeah, if
here
you
we
guys
are.
don't get about what he talked just now you can see the players' faces and names. Aduka, Frosties, Jeet, Kyle, and Subay. So a lot of very experienced players, especially Aduka, going out, coming back so many times. He got himself coaching experience. Even though they got Dan as their new coach, I think in terms of in-play game during that very minute of time that he actually has, he can make such a good judgment call for the team.
That's the thing. When Aduka left Todak, and then maybe I think the most prominent one was recently joined Team Circus for the local Liga IMAS, and he performed very well. Was the MVP even. So when he
It's
made his
Aduka.
Yeah, exactly. So he's one duelist to be feared about, okay? But that's Aduka we're done talking about. And now we got Path. The first time that you may see their faces, and they are not afraid to bring the heat.
Yeah, Boogie, Wrath, Iman, Sage. Now, if only he picks Sage in the game. That's really confusing. Sage is playing Sage. But we also have Kai in the lineup. This is the new team into this tournament and the first ever official VALORANT tournament they're showing themselves on. So I do know that Iman do play a bit of duelist, maybe Boogie playing a bit of Sentinel like KJ, Kai more towards, Kai is actually the IGL and also plays as controller, and Sage more towards Sage is a sentinel, so
But the thing is, he doesn't play Sage.
he plays initiator or
Alright.
maybe supportive initiator in this case. But,
Okay,
yeah.
shout out by the way for Kai, because I actually mispronounced his name in another local tournament. So it is Kai. This is my official apology. You hear it here first. But for Sage, I want to touch base a little bit on him.
Yeah.
He actually played in under rank, which you might have heard in a previous Valorant Challenges team,
I
right?
think it was 2021.
I believe it's 2021, 100%. So with him being here, maybe imparting some of his VCT experience to his team and kind of just prepping them for what's to come. And trust me, I'm sure they performed their warm-up routine.
But I don't know about them missing out 2022 because that's going to be a huge bummer for them since they're missing out the entire tournament experience. When you talked about competitive or rank in the game, it's totally different with tournament itself because of how the pressure mounts up. At the same time, the tactical, the strategy is going to be totally different with the approach towards the side if you're attacking or defending. So it's going to be very different. I'm not sure if he can cope up with the latest patch as well. You know, it's a bummer for Chamber players, but you know what? Live with it.
That's the thing about, I'm not Cinderella players, but Sunrise teams is that most of them, they're here for experience. It's invaluable, of
They
course.
are underdogs.
But if they even like proceed further in the brackets, that's where we get hyped. That's where we don't go crazy.
Go underdogs.
And we have so many Team Pass supporters in the chat already. I'm going to see some like Todak supporters as well. Hashtag Todak Langar if you guys know what I'm talking about. Know what I'm saying?
How do you say Langar? Todak Crash?
It's just Langar, I guess.
A crash sounds so... Damn.
If you translate it, then it loses its power. You know what I'm saying? You have to say Langar, otherwise it doesn't count.
But speaking of, you know what, you mentioned about Cinderella story, but for me, Team Path is not a Cinderella in this stage because I feel like Enigma is the Cinderella in this sort of competition right now. Because why? Enigma feels like for the next series, Enigma feels like there are a lot of reject players from different teams. We're going to cover that later on. But so far for me, Team Path more towards, the underdogs right now. But speaking of the patch and also the maps. So definitely we'll not be looking at Lotus and also Split. I love the new Split. I was hoping it's going to be in this tournament, but meh.
No, I'm just going to touch base on the Lotus part. I'm just glad it's not here.
I want Lotus to be here. I mean, like, everybody hates Lotus because it's a new map. Everybody hates a new map. You need to adjust. You need time for it.
No, I mean, that's fair. Just bear in mind also we are playing on patch 6.01. But it's just that we don't have Lotus in. So Bind and Breeze still going to be in. Yeah, that's right. So we're going to see Bind.
But I don't know. So far, I don't think that it's kind of a bold move if they want to pick Bind and Breeze since, a lot of players trying to stream it through or trying to train themselves in the rank or the competitive in the game. So if you don't have those two maps available in the current rank, so it's going to be a huge fallout if you try to force it in this tournament.
I don't know. So when you start to pick unorthodox maps, it kind of just showcases the enemy team that, hey, maybe we've actually practiced this, and it forces them to actually ban those unorthodox maps, So it's like this big brain thing going on back and forth. You want to have like those comfort map picks like Ascend, maybe Haven sometimes, and then maybe one wild card one like a Pearl or Fracture,
It's always a Pearl these days. But speaking of map vetoes, here we're going to go head into straight who will ban which first. Breeze is out. Well, I'm not surprised. We mentioned about Breeze and Bind will not be in the game. Pearl, wow, I love this map. I'm a bit sad it's going to go out and we don't have Split. Ascend as the first map to go out. That's pretty standard. The OG map is here.
Oh no, I'm just glad to see Pearl and Breeze off. That's just my both least favorite maps. But path picking Ascend just knows that like they want to get that out of the way. Like I said, start with normalcy, okay? And then we're gonna turn things up to 11 with Fracture, where that's Todak's map pick. Hopefully they practice that. I haven't seen Todak play a lot per se, much less in Fracture. So maybe that will add to their statistics.
There's actually path picking attack for this one. So we're going to have to wait and see if they can actually go all out for Fracture, because we do know Fracture is a huge map, by the way. It's so hard to actually trying to retake if the attackers already get in there in the first place. So we're going to have to wait and see how the bounce ball and the ping pong goes on. But next one, we don't have Bind. So don't say to tell you so. Nobody wants to play Breeze and Bind now.
Decider's going to be Haven. I'm just going to call it here first. There's no way you ban Haven. Straight up. You already banned out two of the worst maps, in my opinion, and then you're just going to have here. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what?
What? You're banning it.
It's Icebox. Okay, you know what? I forgot Icebox existed for like 2 seconds. I'm okay with this.
I mean, Icebox is a good map to decide whether who's winning or who's losing, because it's quite balancing out if you ask me on the other maps. It's kind of more attacker side.
it's funny also. I want to point out they say Fracture was actually a huge map. I agree to a point, but for defenders,
But
they
this
actually
is-
rotate pretty fast. But we are not seeing like
But
the new
this
map
is the
Lotus.
biggest map we have of all three, by the way.
For attackers, arguably, yes, I'd say. Not Breeze though, I'm just saying. So yeah, we've got it laid out. I like those map picks. Don't have enough statistics for now to say to have actually proper predictions on which team's gonna take what. But just to lay it down generally, who are you gonna take? 2-1, 2-0's favor?
I mean, like, we're talking about Todak, right? And these are very experienced players. They got quite an achievement. But at the same time, I do want to see Team Path actually carve their path towards their greatness, if you ask me, for their journey. So I'm looking for what they have to offer.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually an advantage for Team Path because nobody knows what kind of strat they can pull.
That's right.
Now.
Well, these boys better be up and pumping because I'm sure Todak is going to show them and welcome them to the big leagues, okay? But considering we're all starting off with normalcy, Ascent, I guess strats will be pretty simple. It all comes down to the execution, and I'm here to watch big brain strats. I'm here to watch them move as a unit. I've seen Todak play multiple times, I just haven't seen Path on the big screen.
Hopefully they actually step up from the last match or the previous seasons where they kind of turned down quite early on, where they're being defeated earlier, and I was hoping for them to actually have a bit of revamp even though they get back a kind of lineup.
Correct.
But at the same time I want to see if they have, like you mentioned before, something extraordinary or something very out of the box that we've never seen before. So, but it's very limited. We definitely will. I don't think we're going to see any Chamber now. Chamber just really trash.
If someone picks Chamber, I am very sorry.
If they can prove us wrong, I mean, like, why not?
I don't know where Chamber specifically falls in terms of like the roles, because there's a lot of other agents that can do better.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we see the rise of Cypher once again. Cypher mains can just rejoice. Killjoy, little buff to her as well. We see her being picked up even more often. So it's amazing to see how one agent goes almost obsolete and two agents takes its place, because half the time it's 1-for-1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
1-for-1 for smokes. So now in this case, I don't think we see a lot of Harbor enough as well. I don't know if Harbor is going to be in this patch.
I mean, like, the best map for Harbor is going to be Pearl.
It's
Get
actually
it?
Pearl
You get
and
it?
Lotus though, to be fair.
Pearl Harbor, get it?
No, I pulled way too many jokes this time, and it's way too soon. Okay, and it's not Pearl this time, so I don't think we'll see any Harbor. Viper's got a huge nerf as well, which actually amazed me to see that Viper was still being picked for Pearl yesterday, which is X10.
I think Viper is still usable and quite playable these days still.
It has to be, because there's no other agents that can do what Viper does, which is the blanket, like the wall.
Yeah, that's true.
Harbor, yes, he does what a
Blanket
Viper
the
does,
wall.
but it can't.
Hey, you forgot
it's a
about
blanket
Phoenix
wall.
now, huh? I mean, Phoenix is still better than Chamber,
Is
guys.
Phoenix still an agent after these buffs? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, like, we're gonna have to wait and see if somebody wants to give something out of the box. But back to it.
All right.
Our agents. Now, they're gonna pick their own agents right now. When it comes to Fracture, we definitely feels like KJ is a safe pick as well, to just to guard, especially if you're defenders. You want to make sure that you can have enough time to venture out from A to B. And also, when we talked about maybe who else, a Viper would be actually not a bad pick here.
Well, at one point, Ascent, Viper was actually considered meta.
Oh, sorry, it's
Was
Ascent
enough.
first, right?
So that's why. But Fracture, I'd say 100%. You would see these three basic picks. So you got Neons, you got Viper, and you got Breach. Back then, I would say Chamber was almost a staple. But since he moved out of that, maybe we'll see more Cyphers coming in. And it's almost rudimentary to have one because of these mad angles. And if ever Lotus gets in this in the meta game, you're gonna see Cyphers non-stop. You have to.
I have a feeling we're going to see an entire day of Cypher. Cypher being used everywhere these days. And don't forget about, we did mention ND yesterday, Tash, and also, who was it again?
Tash is Contra,
I did mention about Fade, and I can see that Tash is just fangirling over Fade these days. But about Fade, though, if you compare it with Sova, I don't think she actually replaced Sova entirely, because Sova has the range when it comes to the recons.
That's the thing about the utility in terms of, well, Fade is more aggressive because those Prowlers clear corners, whereas Sova gives more reliable intel. The word is reliable intel. But for the longest time, I've actually complained about Fade's Prowlers being way too high health, and finally they've addressed it. I believe it's like, what is it, 400 to 150, but I don't know what the bullet damage is now for
I don't know, I
utilities.
just spray and shoot.
It's
If it
actually
dies, it dies.
it's easier to kill a Prowler right now as
Yes,
it
if you
should
compare.
be, as it should be to a Sky's Trailblazer, basically,
True.
right? So in terms of what Fade does, I still think she has a good place in the meta game, because if you don't remember, Sova also received significant nerfs. Like I think The drone only has 2 tags right now, and it lasts significantly shorter. And shock darts, they got their damage nerfs. So
yeah, the shot that really hurt when it comes to when it comes to nerfing Sova, it just didn't play as much as it's supposed to be for clearing corners these days.
I think in terms of if we come to Fracture, that's game number 2, you see that the Killjoy coming in rather than Breach, because remember back then, one Aftershocks able to take out the lockdown, but now you actually can't do that. One's not enough, so you can probably safely do a Killjoy lockdown, and even in Ascent too, might see those Killjoys. So while we're just waiting for these games to begin, apologies for taking some time, we're just kind of brainstorming a little bit on how these potential agents may pan out. Yesterday we see a kind of like a significant mix of double Initiator and double Sentinels, I believe.
Yesterday we do have double Duelists as well.
That's rare, we haven't seen that for a while.
I think it depends on the first match, or the first matchup between Todak and Team Path. They want to test the water first for Todak, definitely, so they have to maybe draft it a bit safe when it comes to the agents, with the usual a bit default when it comes to 1 Duelist or 2 Initiators, 1 Sentinel, and maybe 1 Controller, maybe even 2 Controllers in this state, maybe not going all out double Duelists as a start, because you don't know what Team Path can put on the table here, because we have no clue what they are planning. We haven't seen a lot of their games.
Well, it does come down to see whether they also start to pick unorthodox picks, because let's be real. The reason why they are staple map picks is because agents work in their specific roles. But if someone pulls out a wild card, like for example, I was talking about like Ascent, right? So let's say someone randomly picks a Phoenix, which is actually really insane for certain tight corners that may come about that you don't see those flashes. Phoenix Flash is one of the fastest wind-ups in the game, the fastest being Breach right now. And you talked about the wall. The wall is actually still pretty good if you ask me. It's extra cover.
Still better than everything.
He has his own heal, and his ult charges, I still think it's only 6 orbs. It's actually pretty fast. So
yeah,
still
if
good.
you compare Phoenix with Chamber, even though it's different role entirely, but still going to choose Phoenix over Chamber. Phoenix used to be one of the agents that people forgot entirely about.
Yeah.
Now people bring it back because they can't play Chamber anymore. That's one of the many reasons. But if we spoke about the team of Team Path, right? They do love playing. Now, I did notice, well, Astra is one of the best smokers out there. You can't deny that. She got the longest when it comes to the smokes. One of the longest smokes there is. It's really obliterating if you want to get into the site or you want to try to retake whatsoever. If they got themselves an Astra. But the downside of Astra is always about, being in the cosmic, the cosmic galaxy to actually put things up, might actually get caught up by the attack, or by whoever that is your opponents that, you're trying to...
They will, I think you will see play. When you talk about Ascent, you will never see Breach.
Right?
You almost, we're starting with Ascent.
Oh, okay.
Ascent map 1. So the thing is that you will never see Brimstones being picked in Ascent anymore, because the utility that an Omen and a Astra that can provide outweighs the Brimstone, because Omen has rechargeable smokes, and then Astra has potentially 4 smokes if she doesn't use any gravity wells and stuff. So I love to see people picking Astra just because the synergy in which the setup time requires will kind of showcase whether the team's communications abilities allows for those plays to happen. Now, to see here in the past, I see Kai from Team Path plays a lot of Omen and Astra himself. So that could be something that we could be looking for here for this game. But other than that, I think like we will see basic stuff like Amon, playing his
He's
signature
going to play
duelist.
Jet. I think it's going to be Jet. Usually it's best bet for Jet. You can dash away, you can updraft all the way, trying to find your opponents, but at the same time it's easier, that mobility to actually just move away if you're being targeted. But if you compare it with Reyna, now we don't... what do you think? Okay, I'm not going to put Reyna in the pool right now. Between Neon and also Jet, who do you prefer most? It's always going to be Jet.
Kind of depends on whether ground's lateral or there's a lot of like high angles about. So for a map like Ascent, as balanced as it is, both Raze and Jet is pretty even. But for some reason, at one point, the metagame was actually centered around Reyna. Yes, believe it or not.
I love Reyna.
Because Reyna's blind, Reyna's leader to say, they got unlimited. So basically, as far as you are, as long as this eye's in place, you get blinded, you get short-sighted. So, and players are trying to capitalize on that, but slowly they just figured out that it's not good enough because the rest of her kit doesn't really allow a lot of team play. So when it comes down maybe 1 versus 1, then it's just pure mechanical. It's a bit weird. So I like to see agents that pick for synergy. I like to see agents that pick for information. That's why it amuses me that Cypher is coming back, because a lot of people really sleep on his camera. His camera is really so good. One camera can potentially cover 3-4 angles, which no other agent can do.
That's true. And the Cypher, yesterday we saw how annoying it can get, especially you hear the cam sound, but you couldn't find it anywhere. And especially when you're playing the new map Lotus, where you can actually put up in the tree. So that's more a hustle to actually find it. Now finally we get into the game here. We're looking at agent picks for each of the team.
Yeah, we brainstormed way too much and finally he has to show up here. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally in. Oh, you talked about potentially of that Neon slash Jet maybe on Ascent. We may see that here. Hey, good call. I forgot to touch base on KO. Probably still a staple in Ascent, and we just might see it again.
Oh man, I don't know, for KO it's really annoying. Like Yoru is one of the most forgotten as well. I mean, like
I haven't seen that too much in Ascent though, but I can see merit it being played in Fracture.
I don't know.
Though. I won't sleep on that.
I still prefer KO over Yoru in its whatever situation is. But back towards KO now, this is one of the best agent can be played these days. I can give it an S tier because of how it's just easily utilizes flashes, how annoying it can give infos as well when it comes to getting the scout with his blades just to get himself, just to get the opening suppressed. But at the same time, they will reply with a breach on the side of Todak with the half. You did mention breach, one of the shortest.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to cut you real quick there.
No, yeah, okay.
I was just looking at the lineup, since there is a KO that will potentially suppress a Hunter's Fury and a was it Overdrive?
And
I forgot a bit. Yeah, exactly.
Not just the Overdrive, it might be the Killjoy. It's kind of counted 100%, but
correct. We don't talk about the ult, but her entire like setup on site could be disabled.
Sure.
And this is just like a triangular setting. Like you say, you got a breach, you got the Killjoy that's got better, and then suddenly just KO can come in and just suppress it all. So yeah. The execution can happen. I'm just really glad that it is not a complete mirror, so that we have different sort of variations to talk about.
From my perspective, I do prefer Team Power with that KO. It adds so much value because of its suppression. Even in the first few for the 0 point,
correct,
it's enough to actually stop. I mean, like Aduka playing the KJ to actually stop him to plant the droids or even the nano swarm, and that's going to be a bit of a problem here.
All right, well, that's it. Ladies and gents, we finally commence, and we appreciate you guys for sticking with us this time round as we witness 2 Malaysians team duke it out. A veteran and, of course, an underdog. But guess what? This is about it. And this is no one going to be eliminated. We're just here for points. Best of 3, and we are commencing map number 1. I'm so excited right now.
I'm super excited to see how Path can actually have their calm nerves going on, because right now it's really a huge amount of pressure mounting them up. Fighting against Todak, one of the most experienced team, but going into, wow, they're pushing all the way for the side of Path.
Absolutely.
Coming from mid and to his B, and it's going to be a bit of a problem for the side of Todak to see this one coming.
That's a fast B take almost. And we got like 3 players left alive for Path to try to try to just hold this down. Considering Aduka is pretty low but still alive, is pretty crucial to hold this post. Doesn't matter though. Sube comes in, aiming out the brawls. It's gonna be a 4 versus 2, and it is over for this round 1. Pretty quick Todak retake.
I'm surprised. Team Path got it at first, and you know what? Todak just adapts well, better than that. That is a very swift retake if you ask me. They were a bit late when it comes to coming up from mid, that far off.
That doesn't matter. Like, I think the number of players left or right definitely contributed to the fact. Well, the matter is sometimes can those teams get a plant down in the first place? So if let's just say Team Path is always able to get his plant down, then it doesn't matter the economy gets shattered most of the time, they will still be able to afford guns. In this case though, we are seeing 4 spies of Stingers, 5 in a row. That's
I don't
rare.
know what happened in this patch, but Stingers really does a lot of work if you ask me. There's one time I played till the end, it's only with Stingers for this one player. It still owned the game, but back to the side of Todak, they're going to half buy some of them they're going to full buy as well. Here comes the short dart, recon ball just to scout things out, but Frosty making sure he got a lot of intel, a lot of them actually in the B main. Now, how can they enter for the side of Path?
Oh, that scan definitely gives a lot of useful information that it almost is a full send up B. No one's flanking, no one's taking mid control, although they just might be relegating there, as we can see. Kai, he has the spike though, and he's up on mid lane. He's got to be careful. He just might be okay because no one is peeking out, as the rest of Path is still chilling at B main.
Yeah, we've got that one alarm bot to make sure nobody actually breached towards the side of the market of mid. But here comes Omen, just going to put a bit of a smoke there. They're still deciding, take it a bit slow for the side of Todak, Path. Unsure about which side they want to go in here. 0 point, Wrath try to detect if there's anybody in the B side. So taking things very slow. Iman's pretty low. Aduka spot out one in. Kabi got one shot head with Sheriff. That's one perfect shot. That's going to down to 4 for the side of Path. 30 seconds.
That's the info that they need. This one thing catches onto Frosty, but he's still alive, and he is not punished. Dear Lord, this is a flawless one, considering that Kai gave his life up at A short, but the rest, they just trickle in B.
I mean, like, why would they stay at B? They should have actually just rotated to its mid. There was too much to gamble for the sort of Team Puff. They know definitely so many people in B. And they're being scattered out quite early on, and they didn't try to bluff anybody in mid as well. They should have done that, but now we have one lurker coming up from Kai, going to Isaiah's side at the back line. We'll have the rest of the team trying to actually venture out into the mid. Now, if they can conquer mid in Ascent, this is definitely going to be a win for Team Puff. But so far, Todak hitting it strong with 2-0. There comes Fast Lane going in the back line, trying to just get on one. But Kai can actually just teleport himself in the last minute, but...
That's movements we're talking about. He's still alive though, with a lot of people on his tail. That's so much information, and Kai once again will be the sacrificial lamb for his team. But how would the team capitalize on his death? That's Eamon taking down Jeet. They've got mid control, and it might be a mid to B action here, but guess what? Who's lying in wait? It's Aduka. He's on the killjoy. And he's going to take a little bit. He's not going to take the lane part. They're going to go for stairs. But once again, Todak is lying in wait. And right into the arms of that is where Path is going. Only Sage is alive.
Now still at the spawn on the side of Todak. They're trying to pull back as much as they can just to find that one last person. Sage being spotted out in mid, and that's it. Todak wins again with a 3-0. They're really loving B. Now I have a feeling Todak definitely know how to take this game, as they can read exactly what Path actually strategize for themselves. They have to change up the notch here.
I was just slightly concerned at the hesitance when they broke into B side. Yes, there was a Aduka on side. They took the stair route, and of course I understand that you got to check your corners real quick, but you got 4. You could just rush on side if, you know, get first contact and then get the trade. So something stopped them, which kind of just puzzles me.
I don't blame them at this point. They're fighting against Todak, one of the most experienced players. They're quite new right now. They have a mountain of pressure just backing them up. They need to have a bit of a calm before the storm hits on here, where we're looking over. Now, it's going to be B again so far, but I have a feeling they might just going to bluff with Boogie Killjoy. Now, Killjoy or Boogie will try to attract as much attention, but I have a feeling Todak can smell this strategy on Wine, hitting on one. Kyle gets one. The Todak, they're trying to push. Are they pushing? They don't even need to.
Well, that's ending a little bit too fast, as Sage finds himself once again as the sole survivor of Team Path. These were all full buys for Todak. And remember, Path never once had a real eco round. They've always been sort of like, you know, going those rounds with eco weapons. And I believe they should know where Sage was.
There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Now, Sage, if we want to get into B main, almost impossible. Frosty's not missing his headshot with the Darius. Definitely another flawless round for the side of Todak. 4-0. They're not even showing any sort of mercy here. Zeno.
No, they're barely breaking a sweat, I think is what you're saying. Whereas on Team Path, they're gonna start to have a hill to climb if they start to hit that 5-0 mark.
I mean, Aduka with the Sentinel 6-0-1. That's not even the duelist we're talking about. The duelist is just chilling at the back line at 3-1-1 there, played by Frosties. And look at the difference.
But let's be real. Okay, a lot of times the real round starts when both teams has rifles, right? So this is the first round we see Team Path having rifles. Let's see if this changes anything.
Still a bonus round for Todak, if you ask me. Back to the side of Todak. They are pushing all the way into B main and into the spawn. But the one that actually moving is going to be Path. They're entering A side right now. They haven't closed the doors yet, but Lambot giving away the position at the same time. They have to make sure they secure the heaven. There goes. They already got 2 people on top. Haven't spotted out straight, taking another one out maybe. The Omen's down. Back to the side of Killjoy. Open up That lockdown is still taking on Neumann. Almost an ace. Can he finish things off with a bang?
Oh my god, but it does not do it. Sube comes in hot, not only denies the ace, but will steal the round away from Path, just as you thought that Eamon was gonna go ham.
Oh, Sube. He just shut down the people's dream right in their faces. That was a nice transfer by Sube just now. What a fast reaction. That swing was just perfect. Back to the side of Path. This will demoralize them so hard, if you ask me. They're forced to be in the equal round. Only 1.5 by make it 2. But on the side of Todak, that was a bonus round. We saw Naris that kind of won them in the second round till the end. And now only they actually bought everybody with the rifles.
No, the thing to note is also that, was it Aduka? Yeah, Aduka used the lockdown and now he's 2 charges up. That is massive,
That's true.
by the way.
They're just having it a go. I mean, look, it's non-stop for the side of Todak. They don't even have to think about this game. That's not even any brain strategy you have to be used there.
Oh, we try to do things quiet again. Of course, Path is always switching up their strategies, but it seems like Todak is always lying in wait. Look at that. Those nano swarms, they're up in 3. And 1 is actually triggered, even though alarm ball is not up just yet. This is enough to, well, kind of push them back a little bit. But it's everyone there. Like the moment Todak decides to push out a B, they could be in a lot of trouble. They could be pincered.
Just beyond Pinsett, they've been crushed, if you ask me. Iman and also Biggie try to push on mid, but at the same time, they have to secure the backline, the spawn of attackers. They have to make sure things are clear, and they even close the doors, not making things easy for the side of Team Path. Now they start to know, they know exactly where it's going to be market. They're not even looking over here.
Sube, my man, clutched out last round, opens up hot with a double, and is already a 5 versus 3 situation before the round takes even begin. As now, even though they're kind of sort of split here to take down some furthermore information, Aduka was lying in wait. Pulls out shot, he doesn't get anyone, he's just trying to B-hop. He's at 37 HP. Kai, my man, he gotta do it, and he does. That's one down.
Lucky was swapping over his weapons just now. Back to Sage, still in the pit side, being knocked out entirely. Back towards Kai, tried to take things up a notch, but not gonna happen again. Now, this is really disappointing for me. They're not utilizing Wrath for his KO. He can actually just suppress, get a bit of an intel with that 0 point, but he's not using it at all.
See, the thing, the difference about veteran pro players and amateurs is that sometimes it's also not just utility use. If we talk a lot about aim, yes, there's mechanical, but there's a lot about timing. And there's something about Path that needs to understand about this timing that they just fall short like, 0.5 milliseconds to make it a perfect entry.
Speaking of timing just now, I think it's Todak tried to swap over the weapons. That's off timing as well. You know what? You're going to give it a bit to the side of Todak. They still have a bit of a slacks they need to improvise on. But the fact that Path couldn't even score one, that speaks a lot. When it comes to their killjoy, yeah, they are attacking. Yeah, you can give it that. Because KJ, no matter what, is always best in defending side. But it's just not gaining anything. They don't have any value when it comes to, they're not utilized all their lineups here. I think the most value they add is actually that KO. I want to see it's working.
The thing about KO is that, the timing of the flash, it's just reminiscent of like
a separate... He didn't even use it.
Yeah, so I mean, to be fair, yeah, I agree. I haven't actually seen a perfect flash for a perfect entry. So that kind of puzzles me a little bit.
Like they got Fate. That's double scout. We can actually put up on the side of Team Path. All they need to do is just know how many people on the side and just taking a rotation. Slow rotation, play default. It's okay. But as long as they can actually score one, that's a start, right?
Well, we see if another of this push, another of this strat can enable them. They've tried B, they've tried mid, and now it's full on A, where the Hunter's Fury greets them. Only tags 2 so far, so they'll kind of be alive. But that is ample information for Todak, and they're still maintaining this composure. Sube opens it up again. This one-way smoke is gonna do so much for this shock dart. It is nuts, but finally Sage makes him pay.
I mean, like that breach coming up from the back, and there's also the Sova coming out from the front. There's the Hunter's Fury being locked and nowhere to go. They're kind of stuck for the side of Team Path, right in the A main just now. They don't want to do that again. They might just put one lurker just to make sure he can just go for the flank and just create a bit of space for the team. Nobody's doing that right now.
I just like how Todak is giving Path this
Because
amount of
they are
respect.
winning,
no,
right?
no, I'm just saying like they could just overrun them by getting every flank done, and
Yeah.
it becomes like an unranked
Yeah,
game.
they're being very respectful, if you ask me. Yes.
Yeah, look at that. It's Frosties and Aduka just holding out B. They could just easily push out B, but you're just like, you know what? You're being chilling.
But they did it
30
before.
seconds left.
In the first few
You know
rounds.
what? Yeah, I agree.
So Kai, he can push out with a paranoia, didn't do it. He give himself a smoke. But at the same time, this smoke really not coming out from their team. It's going to be Kyle, and it's going to be Kyle taking it out from Heaven. And there's going to be one more. They didn't check every corner, and it's going to be an easy win again for Todak. And Team Path is just, they couldn't even breathe here, Zeno. They don't have any leeway. They can't do anything. I have a feeling they need to force meat first. That's the easiest solution right now.
It's so tough, especially once you get first contact. There is always another member of Todak right behind if you're not ready to
Todak's
trade,
everywhere.
right?
But it's 5v5.
Yeah,
Feels like they're
correct.
fighting more than 5 person
Okay,
here.
so the thing about objective taking is that you sometimes you kind of think yourself, should we expend a utility to take this corner, you know? And once that's done, do we, you know, further proceed? Because utilities are not just there for throwing, like they have to be used for a specific reason. And in this case, it's a very good blind, and they will clear out this main, which actually forces Frosty's back. This is the first time, once again, might be a bump rush in, and I love it. Baduka, like wait, Eamon down already as Boogie. Comes in from behind for some reason, sneaks in behind Frosty and Duka also down to 3 versus 1 situation again. Always Todak with that man advantage. Team Puff in a lot of trouble.
Jade, he got himself that rolling thunder. All he needs to do is just push one. The only one player have, Boogie. Just gonna, whoa, he actually got one at the workshop. Boogie actually got a Sube there. Back to the side of Boogie. Can he clutch 2v1 there? It's quite hard, but Boogie in the workshop, he can just wall bang. But they want to try and do that, giving away his position. Need to take the spike first. But the Omen smoke is really making it such a hinder for him to actually move forward. Have to make sure, check all the corners. Spot out maybe Kyle first, but Kyle's reacts fast. So it's just...
Oh, that's just Pico's advantage because he was on that wall closer to him. But what a rough start it is for Path. I have to talk about these
What
boys here.
means start? It's 8-0. It's not even start over.
It's a rough start, yeah. Okay, so we gotta break that egg, right? So we gotta get to stage 1, which is we gotta break that egg before we can even talk about trying to equalize it.
Come on, Path. I mean, like, come on. You
You
guys
were
got
on
this.
the right path.
Right now, not so right.
No, not so right. They're getting completely languarded by the Todak, if you ask me.
Being crushed, slammed down, run down, whatever you call it, throwing under the bus. But at the same time, still waiting for them to utilize whatever chemistry they have between the agents for Team Path, which is not being utilized fully. On the side of Aduka, he's make sure that nobody gonna breach into as a mid. Well, there's only one killjoy here. Why not trying to fake it for a bit? But they try to fake it with 2 A's, but never mind, they're going back towards the side of B side. They're really loving B. If you ask me, B is harder than A at this point.
Considering the amount of like utilities that Todak can provide for the defense, I kind of agree. But when we flip back to Path, I won't say Boogie is underperforming, but as an agent pick, you usually, as a killjoy attack, you use your utilities to watch flanks, in which where Todak is not even doing that most of the time. So that leaves her kind of only essential for post-plant if they can even get to that point now, because half the time the round even ends before they can get the spike down.
That's true. Now back towards the spike, still in the spawn, because they still can't figure out for Path which way to go. Every entry feels impossible for them. Paranoia hits in. They're definitely being discovered here. The location being revealed with a recon ball as well. Or maybe that's actually coming up from Fade, but they're trying to actually shut down towards the side of Market. Aduka, straight in the face there. They got 1 down. It's going 4v5 down to 3. Frost is G and Sube. They're trying to defend in that boathouse, but Kai actually make it in.
Oh, I love it. The teleport, that's actually the one that takes out G by surprise. But it's the first time we see Team Path having the numbers advantage, and they're about to hold this down as we only have Sube last man standing. He's got the clutch earlier, but I don't think he can clutch 1v5. And the amount of respect he's probably going to save. Yes, he will.
Yep, this is the first win. Finally, they're breaking that 8. It's a good start.
Good start, yeah.
Is it really a start now? We're already 9 rounds over.
Okay, They've got 5 people left alive on path. That's hope. Economy wrecks, right?
That's still a big statement, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they can actually just push. They got themselves the tiny momentum. I'm going to say tiny because I don't want to have too much expectation. If not, I'd be really disappointed. But back to the start of path, they're trying to find this one Sube who's still hiding at the spawn.
Boom goes the dynamite. And yeah, I don't think they're going to find him. That's okay. We got 7 points to even reach an equalizer. Don't even talk about getting an overtime. This is a hill and a tough one at fact.
I mean, like, we do know Todak can go super aggressive in the next one, right? And I have a feeling that when it comes to team path, I do prefer them as attackers because their lineup feels like best at attacking, but at the same time, it's so hard for them to see everything being utilized. They do have Nightfall. Maybe with a lockdown, maybe things will work this time.
Oh, they just gotta get their timings right, is all I'm saying. Every utility counts. One scanner, that's gonna catch 2 at least. Yeah, that's fading. Jet being scanned out. The Spike still plays on top mid. That also kind of signifies that they may not commit A just yet.
Here.
A is pretty clear, by the way. Both of them are playing Garden, which is insane.
Yep, they're trying to scout things out first as a Boogie and also sort of Kai try to see if there's any movement coming up from B, but B is heavily guarded. Nothing much going in mid except for that one alarm bot. Feels like Sage figuring out whether he should pick in the mid. Feels like he should go for it. I mean, like, nobody's trying to go for mid so far.
But to be fair, there's an Alarmo bot there, so if it triggers, I guess that's fine because there's no Nano Swarm. But that one flash will push Sube back just a little bit. He's suppressed, but he trusts his aim. And he's so daring. Man of Balls will steal. He's going to push out. Doesn't catch anyone, though. And they're going to make this mad rotation. Aduka is holding it down, but the smoke's going to hinder him. They're back. Aemon clears out. The side is clear. Heaven is not smoked, though.
30 seconds left.
Nightfall didn't mark anybody. They tried to guard on the side of the Haven for Aemon. He needs to actually pick up. He's not looking up. He needs to see up, Aemon. You should look at Haven. Just
Wait, there's 2 lockdowns now, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Lockdown to lockdown action. Ravi's gone. It's going to be 5 versus 3. They're going to go in. And the problem is Aduka to step out and Path once again in a very precarious situation. As Boogie. Then they catch Aduka. It's going to be 1 versus 3. Can he make it big for the team? He does somehow take out Sube. No! But Frosty lying in wait. Gets the headshot. Shuts down Path's dreams to take this round.
That's a very expensive round if you ask me, come from Team Path. Double ultimate being used, a lockdown being replied by the other lockdown on the other side, plus a Nightfall. Didn't actually mark anybody. Now that's a bummer, and I was hoping for Aemon to actually go up the Heaven. You have to secure the Heaven no matter what. And just to cure our disappointment, just see this floating teddy bear for a bit.
Riot, please, I need this merch. Just make it
Do
official.
they have this merch?
I actually am not too sure.
I saw the merch shop in one of the maps. By the way. I think it was Fracture.
There's a merch shop?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's actually.
I'm gonna get that the taxi bear, and then I'm gonna get the penguin, which I forgot this. Oh no, they need a snowman one because they call him Bob. I don't think that's an official name. That is mad push out. Boogie wasn't blinded, but he was concussed somehow. He makes first contact, but gets traded out by G. Equal 4 versus 4, and that's about it. The Spike is still up at top mid. Aduka tried to hold down on 3, but they have got sight once again. And the Spike is coming out towards A. It seems that their previous endeavor was successful towards A. They're going to try to replicate that. But this time right now, no one has the ult except for Sube, which can deny this plan.
Oh, nice.
Don't see
Closing
it
up the
coming out.
doors from the garden. And now Aduka have no choice than just shoot the door down, or just going up from the side of the window, where they already cracked the windows there. And Kai waiting for the smokes to just dissipate. But at the same time, you can't see anybody coming up to us the side of Heaven. And they're being shot down on 9 man as well. You couldn't guard the Heaven anymore. They're down to 2 players just to make sure that they can secure the post plant as long as they can. But no! Oh, lucky no! What is happening?
A lovely cross by Sage and Kai, even though the Hunter's Fury was there to kind of zone them out. And Path lying in wait. A beautiful double for him. They will take this round.
That crossfire position really was crucial for the sort of Kai and also Sage. If not, I feel like Kai would have gone down earlier than that.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm actually pretty surprised. Like, that cross was pretty good because based on the Hunter's Fury timing, the timing that they would jump down from, if they reach Generator, should have actually gotten one. But I guess Sage was just quicker on the trigger with Kai. I love to see that.
Panic kicks in as well. Back to the side of Todak. It's 9-2 now. Can Path hit it up to 3 before we're heading and switch things up between Todak and Path? They need to give all out for the side of Path. They want to right now. This is the time. Here comes rushing into B again for the one last time. But, well, being paranoid all the way, nothing can be seen or been deafening. Here comes another one knocked out by the side of Breach, but it's going to be him being knocked down first. So can they actually retake this B side?
That's the 2 versus 5. I don't know. Path went absolutely ham on this one, and it seems to be paying dividends. As the last round here, they're trying to open up. I think that was a very strange blind towards main, which actually caught one, but it doesn't actually make room for them. Even though the C's catch one, Kai takes out his counterpart, only last man standing. There's nothing much Aduka can do. We got a 9-3, Curse is activated.
Was it over? You want to push in? I don't think so. Unless he switches his gun, maybe there's something you can work with. But 9-3, we talked about this. Will this be a reverse sweep coming from Path? Have to wait and see. But they do look a bit happy for the players right now. Feels like everything's chill, nothing too stressful.
Every round they take is morale boost, I can say. And I mean, they've got the curse. I'm sure they believe in it. Curse commencing.
I heard something like chirping sound, was it?
Come on. You gotta believe in the curse, man.
I mean, like, once upon a time, maybe. Now the curse feels like a 10-2.
You don't have to manifest it, you just gotta believe it. You know what I'm saying? There's like a difference.
That's worse. Okay, 9-3. Right. Now this time it's gonna be Path taking the defender's side. Now can they fare well? But we know Todak, they're not wasting any more time. Going straight in the face. Frosty, he just slides in, not wasting any more time. That's really a bold move. Hit him down to 47, closing the doors in the garden. Now how can they retake for the side of Path? Where are they to come up from behind? It's going to be the side of the Jet of Ayman and also Wrath coming out from the spawn. Here comes Ayman. Shot down by Wrath, coming in around the wine cellar.
Oh, that he is still there. And he's just lying in wait. There's no more utilities to clear him out. Once again, this is a post-one of a situation there where Sube somehow lost that duel, which for some reason, they've already got it well. Everyone on Todak is down. And for the first time, Path actually takes his pistol.
I have to say, they prefer defenders than actually attackers. Than the patient people, if you ask me. It was one person just guarding A at that time. They're coming up from 2 of B, another 2 coming up from the side of the attacker spawn. So quite a long rotation and still managed to retake. That's quite a feat.
Well, 5 more points to equalize this. I think this is extremely doable. There were 4 rounds that were objective wins, I'd say. So far, not a lot of these rounds are just going to pure just gunfire. When Path is now, I hope they're online now. You know, they got their warm-up done. That's the first half, right? So
no more hesitance, hopefully. Still gonna hit it in A main. 1-to-1 trade. Make it double trade on the side of Todak. Still taking on 9-man. You know what? Feels like a bluff just now. Feels like Todak just giving them a bit of a start. Just a head start. Tiny head start. But Boogie on top of the Heaven will try to just go over the side of the cloud. But we have the drone.
The drone never reached heaven. No. That's how short it is now.
No.
Oh gosh.
The value of it? None.
Well, it's tough. It's considering Path won the pistol, it seems that Todak's force buy just might be working out. 4 players left alive to hold this, and I don't think they're gonna make it downside just in time. Yeah, immediately traded out by Kyle once they take out G as Sage.
Judge.
Oh no, there's one hiding underneath Heaven with this beautiful cross. One from main, one from underneath. He's gone.
Still 1-to-1 trade, but nevertheless still going to be Todak win this time. It was an extra bonus for them for this round as well. So back to the side of Path. Feels like they're having very good pistol round now. They have to rethink and reassess the situation, what to be done. Feels like everything not unfolding for them as Todak still heads up with 10-4.
But the thing about here is if let's say you are, Todak, are you concerned that Path has just taken 4? Because they can definitely, close this out anytime they want. It's just a matter of whether, they can catch maybe just 2 members of Path. That's enough. And they are attacking now, so they can actually show their aggression. Let's see how Todak's lineup actually caters for this, because having a Breach and a Neon, that's way scarier than Path on attack.
That's kind of, I mean, like, I do prefer Todak with the Neon attacking with the breach. Feels like we're way faster if you compare it with Path. But at the same time, they're trying to, you know, testing things out in B. They haven't attacked B at all if you compare with the last few rounds for Todak. So this is going to be the first one to going into B side. While looking over the Sova, Subay is coming in very late. They don't have any intel about who's inside of the B side. Feels like a bit too many people inside of A, so there might be a bit of a slow retake if this happens.
They have to back up Frosty's well enough, considering he's going to just fly in a lot and just get those information. Now CT spoke. He hasn't exactly zoomed in just yet, even though Boogie is holding down on site. He's only got this, well, he's got a buck. They are in. Okay, it's a problem because both left and right. He's going to find members of Todak. So site is already free for the taking. 5-on-4.
All down to Wrath actually with 0 point. Can he actually suppress and flush things out here? Straight going for the rush. And also they still have Kai. He did a lot of work there. He can actually just try to teleport somewhere really odd. Just make sure he pulls out the paranoia. Making sure everybody blinded. But I'm trying to get a peek. But at the same time, we heard a couple of Nano Swarm being opened up.
They have to commit here. These are pistol and they have to die for the creds. What's this? They're just waiting and thinking that people are flanking them, but little do they know everyone's on site. Precious seconds have gone to waste, and now the time is running down, and Todak will push out, get 3 members just like this, as Rav is last man standing with absolutely no objective being taken here.
They could have used a paranoia. They could have used the 0 points, just flush, just go and rush in with a jet dash, and with an outbruff to go up to the workshop. They can actually do that. But they were wasting so much time thinking about, is there any lurker? Is there somebody else behind us? There's nobody there.
I don't know about that.
I was hoping for them to, come on guys, just toss it over your utilization of all the skills you have.
It's like I can understand because Todak has Vandals there and Path has like equal weapons, like pistols.
It's nothing to lose.
But yeah, so I was really surprised they were lying in wait to see people picking up from market, from main, although there was nobody there. So my big question was, where was the util? And that is a questionable haunt, but we don't talk about that.
You just talked about it. I mean, like, maybe this is a bit of a slip of the fingers. Back to a sort of A. They're going to go and rush in for Todak. They're going to go for the fast plant. Definitely going back on the generators, but the ones that actually try to defend on the side of A seems like there's too much for them to handle. The rest of the team Path coming in from the side of the garden, maybe going up from the Haven as well for Ayman and also Boogie. But what can Sage do?
Well, I mean, you got one man holding the high ground, and they have man advantage. Again, even though it's a 4 versus 3 situation.
They know exactly where they're staying right now.
But Ayman, we've seen him pop up. He needs to do it again. He's got to coordinate with the team. Who he got? He got Subay just like this. It was a blind shot. There was no scans whatsoever. Turret, it's gone. They are sure that once are playing into main, they're coming in. Frosty is down with G. Todak got 2 for their liking, and Kel makes it an easy clutch again for himself. That's 2, and we have got match point, ladies and gentlemen.
Match point. You asked, should Todak worry? Do you feel like they are worrying over things now?
You know
with
what?
That rush, they don't even think twice. While the side of Path, they're thinking too much.
Frosty's just chilling. Like you said, you know, he's the duelist, he's bottom fragging, but it doesn't really matter.
Taking
He's
the back
chilling.
seat.
He's actually chilling. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, on this side, for the side of Team Path, they definitely have a lot of work to do. At the same time, the economy is not really on their side as well. They're down to only force buyer. I'm not sure how things will fare since they don't have that enough. They didn't save up for any echo rounds, not that much. They're being forced buying all the way here. Definitely not treating them well. Back to the side of Path. They're back to its default. Just waiting for an entry. But at the same time, Todak, they want to scout things first. Nobody trying to push on mid here. Straight going. I feel like they're going to go rush B all the way here. Definitely going to go for the rush.
Because who's up close? That is a judge.
That's one angle difference. There's just one around the corner.
Oh, but he's caught out. That's utility, baby. And he's got to commit. He's got 2 people in there. Some collapse, but not enough damage. Even though Aduka and Frosty is very low. Would this warrant a rush? And I think the answer is yes. Kyle, ready for the paranoia. Doesn't need to catch anyone. He got 1 though in the end, but super trade. Aduka's so damn low. This is a retake that could be possible. Despite just managed to get down like this, but look at that. Subay is pushed out.
no!
Caught an unsuspecting Raph that's coming in. And this just looked like it may be over, as they may not have enough what it takes to get this retake.
He didn't even check the corners for Raph. That was really clumsy if you ask me. Back to a side of Kai. I'm not sure how he's going to do this, but that lockdown, yes, being finished off. He's trying to find one, but he just revealed himself underneath that workshop. This is a clean win and just the easiest win come from Todak. I'm sorry to say, but the 8-0 lead in the first half, that's just really punishing for the side of Team Path.
But I had to agree if you were to say Team Path came online a little bit too late. But when Todak caught wind of that, understandably, they can just heat it up again. And that's exactly what they did. They just let them take out a couple of points in the second half. And then who knows, we're going to just bulldoze them and make it an easy 12.
You know what? Hey, Enigma did it yesterday where they kind of lost it quite hard when it comes to the first round. But when it comes to the second round, they did actually try to match things up. Now, give us that, Team Path. I have a feeling they can actually just, you know, have a bit of a jitter in the first round or first matchup series. So we're going to have to wait and see if they're going to make it better when it comes to their to the Fracture map later on. But when it comes to Fracture is actually a harder map. So, I mean, like, I feel like these days we play more Fracture, Lotus, and also Pearl more. If we match things up, right? So maybe they're going to do better.
Issue here is that Team Path already lost their own map pick, which they should have an advantage a little bit. And considering Todak picks Fracture, I can only hope that, you know, Team Path has practiced enough Fracture for this, because otherwise they would actually ban out Fracture in the case.
Usually it's the map that you pick, you will actually have your worst performance there from what kind of pattern we've seen. But so far, if you compare, it's just really obliterating. Todak taking down Path without any mercy shown. If you look at how many objectives they actually won for Todak, it was non-stop.
Well, that's the way. This is a kind of really dominating lead by Todak in the first game. I won't say this is the deciding factor for the entire series because this is a best of 3 after all. But this is undoubtedly, it shows the difference in experience of a professional team versus a fresh team that just came into the competitive scene.
See your filtering words there.
What?
I can see that coming. But at the same time now, I do want to see if they can, you know, their agent lineup wasn't wrong. Honestly speaking, it was quite okay if you ask me from the side of Team Path. It's just their timing to synchronize their utilities between themselves is just a bit off.
Correct. So it just comes back to timing a little bit. I'm not exactly sure of the strats per se because I'm not a professional analyst per se, but we can see the inexperience of a Team Path. They get context, that's fine, but what are they gonna do with the timing of those angles, those objectives that they take? You know, every angle counts. So the next best thing they could try to do is to burst in with full aggression. That was enough to score them 2 rounds at best up on the side, but then, you know, the rest of them, Todak just finally understood what Path was doing and immediately got the best counter for it.
They just can't actually impromptu figure out a way to get around Todak. You know, they got up another gear. When it comes to them getting that sort of confidence, you can see how they try to go aggressive all the way, not thinking twice. That actually works for them. But they don't have a B plan after that. They're just having that one plan to work things out, and that just really hurt them so much. Hopefully, they kind of get a bit of a taste how the Valorant challenges is like.
Yep.
So we can actually try to expect more from them in the next couple of days.
You know what? MVP here, that's Sube for Todak's side. I 100% agree. His clutch genes were on point today, ending the game with also a 4K for himself. I think that's pretty good. At
first, it was Aduka leading off the chart. But then, you know what, Sube is like, this is competition between ourselves, not even against the enemy. So, I mean, like, the MVP, it's going to be... Well, yeah, we do know. It's already written there.
Yeah, it's got to be over MVP Sube, right? Because every time camera's on him, you know, he's getting these shots, getting these head pops.
Not just that, his recon bot was so precious that it reveals the entire team of Team Path multiple times in the B main.
Exactly.
They couldn't just push through because of that one recon bot.
That the thing about this guy, you know, his information is not just recon. His Hunter's Fury was also like rudimental. Remember, it's such a huge radius. When it forces Team Path into locations where the rest of Todak can actually like just gun them down, it's just beautiful to watch them just perform.
Even though he kind of messed in the last few in the A side, the Hunter's Fury, we saw a collapse, but not too much. But it still works. It still works.
Okay.
Now, speaking of Sova versus Fate, now we definitely saw who's actually more supreme if we compare with the last match. Since the Fate didn't actually gain too much intel, questionable question mark, but it's not over yet because right now they still have one more round to prove for the side of Team Path. We believe they can do it. I want to see they get to do it because next one, Fracture, a bit more room for them to play. If they love Killjoy so much, this is one of the maps that's best with Killjoy. I prefer Viper as well, but we're going to have to wait and see the agent's going to decide later.
Well, with Fracture coming into play, like what you said, we're going to need some time to set that up though, as also we got to give Path the time to gain their composure. But if you're a Todak fan and you're from Todak themselves, I'm sure you're going to feel pretty good about this, but everyone needs a breather, so it's going to be me, Xenoviper and Choo Choo. We'll be back after this break for more Valorant challenges. Malaysia, Singapore split 1, so don't go anywhere.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them has been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for Forsaken. Stop it.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. And I'm Chicho. This is going to be Zeno Viper with me, casting. I'll be your storytellers for today. Just now, we just finished off with the first round of the matchup between none other than Todak versus Team Puff. I'm Team Puff all the way. I'm really looking for the underdogs today.
Well, can be biased. If you're going for Puff, I go for Todak, because if they... Okay, the thing about Todak, you gotta understand, is that like they've always made their name and they always qualify for these the VCTs. But the thing is, they never ever complete their journey. So the thing is, I have to push for them, because we need them to reach the finals, at least represent us, you know. But you know, all the way, just to show you once again the maps that okay, so Ascent pick Path, what? Path pick Ascent, not Ascent pick Path. Path picked Ascent, which they lost their own map pick. So Todak got next, which is Fracture. So this is already in their favor if they were to pick Fracture. So at this point right now, Icebox, you know, the chances of seeing it kind of like just diminish, but still a probability.
Well, and we never seen a BO3 yet. This might be
True,
it.
yes.
I mean, like sometimes some teams having a bit of a late warm-up.
Late bloomers is what they call it, yeah?
Yep. So they might be a bit later into the party. So this is it for Fracture if they want to. Now, I'm not surprised we're looking over Bridge, over Neon again in Fracture's draft for the agents. So we're looking for what they have to offer for both teams. But I definitely want to see Team Path really blooming out there. We need fresh teams to actually have our eyes feast on, to have their plays to wow us. So I have a feeling Team Path haven't shown all of their cards yet towards us.
Well, it doesn't matter, because even though if they lose this series, we will be seeing them again. This is only round robin.
True.
And I'm very sure once they get a taste of the big league experience, and they will definitely
With
step
big
up their
boys.
game. You gotta know. They're funky guys on their Twitter page, so make sure you guys follow them. Follow, honestly, all of them. You know, Todak, there's Bleed, there's X10, Yakiniku. They all have Twitters. You know, just follow all of them.
They have Twitch as well.
They got memes as well. So
Yeah.
you need to be up with those memes. Anyway, we're going to set that up. Fracture, waiting for agent picks. Remember, we kind of just brainstormed and kind of had some slight predictions. I never actually got the score prediction from you, like 2-0, 2-1 kind of thing.
I don't want to do that now.
Don't really do that now. We're already up 1-0 against Todak.
The next series, maybe I mean,
should
like,
be easy.
I feel like this one going to be neck to neck for a bit.
Yeah,
I have a
neck to
feeling
neck.
Team Path haven't shown all their cards. They might be one to test out the water first when it comes to versus Todak in the first round. So this second round definitely will try to push everything they have. And they can't question themselves, they can't doubt themselves for making decisions anymore. They have to go through it, just not double think it twice, because that's what happened. They were hesitating too much in the first round.
Correct. So with that in mind, playing against these professional teams will actually help them test their own limits. Where can they really push and where they need to pull back a little bit. So in that case, the first game against Todak would actually maybe improve their gameplay a little bit in Fracture. But the thing is, we just need to see that icebox. Because while you say you're on Team Path, I'm on Team Todak, but I really think though the score might be 2-1 in favor of Todak. But if Team Path can even take a map from Todak, that's already pretty big.
Yeah, that's very big to fight against one of the best teams out here when it comes to the VALORANT Challenges MYSG. Now, this is going to be the prediction at first, but they definitely have a bit of a quite interesting draft for both teams. Nobody using Bridge, but Neon is always a go for the side of Todak. We saw how they played in Ascent just now. They are not stopping with the Bridge combo.
You got a 2-bridge.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Cypher.
It's just good. No, it's just good. Like, the flashes are insane. The Neon, I'm just very shocked that Path didn't choose Neon. So that's going to be disappointing for me.
No, I'm not surprised. You saw how the combo did so well with the Duelist plus the sort of initiator just blind in. Just how fast can Neon slide? She can slide all day.
No, that's what I'm trying to say, that Neon should be a staple, which Team Path is lacking out if they don't pick this Neon. So if they're going to go with the Raze, which arguably is the next best duelist for Fracture, I want to see how Eamon pops off. Just say.
I'm kind of worried about the single duelist with Raze. I do prefer Raze with a double duelist lineup or team comp when it comes to the side of Team Puff. But I have to wait and see. Maybe they're more comfortable this way. Maybe they have some sort of strat that we haven't known, haven't seen before. So with what they have to offer just now, I'm kind of worried for the side of Team Puff because it just shows that it's really scrappy plays coming up from Todak. Just going to rush in all the way again.
Well, that's the reason why. I don't know how many stages there was back then already when double duelist dropped out, because they realized the second initiator actually provides more util, and that's where we see the rise of like Sova Breach sometimes, and now we got the Fade, which is a beautiful agency. It's just so strong. So both Fades being picked out here. There is absolutely no Sovas because there's way too many tight angles here. Every time a Prowler comes out, it clears out at least 2 important angles, left or right. And that will provide enough time for, let's say, Frosties to just slide in, get control of, you know, either ropes. Let's say if they're playing up on A side. I don't know. There's so many factors that they can do. It's just a 4-entry map at 4 different angles. I still hate Fracture. That's all I'm saying.
Now, they might actually entering A for sort of Todak, take their own sweet time. That Horn will not actually pick up any sort of intel so far, just a couple of them. It comes giving a bit of a greeting for the side of Sage. Got greeted quite well with the Daze. A bit of concussion for both 3 players of Path. Now they are hesitating to actually go for which point. Well, we have on the zipline, it's going to be the spike holder, Wrath, taking it all the way down to the back line. Sage, on the other hand, tried to distract them from the movement. Coming up from him himself. Here comes a Prowler, tried to shut him down, but Kyle can hold the stand by himself. It's just too much for him.
So that's what we want to see. Only sacrificing Sage in the meantime, and that also means they have got sight. They can hold it maybe. Kai with only a classic though, he needs to get a little bit closer. With that 1 extra smoke left, that is huge. Molly to potentially hold host plant if he wants to play a lineup. That's not really a real lineup, you just play for main if that's the case.
Post plant, having extra precaution coming out from the links. Making sure they got the ropes as well, but the drops are not being well guarded here. They come out from the drops. For 2 players coming out. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a Duke taking it down on Kai. Ayman tried to trade things up, but Jeed and the rest of Todak still win this over with the retake. Now, that was really tough for sort of Path, but at the same time, we can see that they're stepping up their match here. They're stepping up their gears by that kind of performance.
That's so lovely to see. The retake, even though they got the man disadvantage, you can see the communications was good. They actually played just in time. With only sacrificing 1 member, usually it's kind of a 1-to-1 trade, but having 2 members alive for Todak in this sense is actually just pretty good. So some of them are opting for the full anti-eco here. Well, Aduka, Sube just gonna chill. 1 Bulldog pick though, so that may also may transition into just being a regular rifle for the next round. We saw the Ascent game where Todak carried on like, what, 3-4 rounds of anti-eco before Path can even recover. We don't want this to happen again to Path because they need to put points on the board early.
And that's what they're trying to do, splitting up into A and B, coming up from the dish side of A, maybe going to drop, while the other side going on arcade. We have 1 player lurking around Boogie into the B3 area right now. Well, they're trying to distract the opening, so Todak's attention to a side of B. They're trying to get into A. Now they have to wait for the push of B first.
They pushed out of A. There is arcade already.
Oh, they made a U-turn.
Oh no, wait,
so
Cypher
clear.
knows. Can we see what's happening there? Oh no, Boogie still manages to take him out, but even though Kyle gets this trade out. But it's in the end, it's still 1-for-1. Sage, he's out, he spots 1 person up on tower, but he will trade it. G somehow is there, gets triple for himself, and Eamon now is ready. That's a quad.
No.
Lost his life, but a beautiful quad nonetheless.
That paint shell taking him the last minute. It was close enough, just seconds away. It's a 2-0 for Todak. Feels like a deja vu now, but this time they fought more with the side of Path. They are more promising, if you ask me, the first few rounds if you compare with the last matchup here. Now they're going to leave the spike open for a bit just to make sure they should have waited for. But they're kind of contemplating too much when you ask me about going A or B. They should have made that U-turn just now because most of them trying to get out from A, but they're pushing away from A just now for side of Todak. But Team Path, can they make it at least 1 point here?
Oh, that is a lot of people up on Arcade side, and Aduka managed to take 2 before he goes down with only a Sheriff. This is the bye round for Path, and they should not be losing these many members. They are already down 3 with 4 members left on Todak to fight against, and this is going to make it look so easy. Todak, dear God. I'm just going to repeat myself. This is not the one for Todak to take this many kills.
It's their bonus run right now. They don't even have to buy that much. They didn't even buy that at all, except for a couple of Vandals. But
no, they were Sheriffs. They were Sheriffs.
That was Sheriff on Aduka, and also Naris, and also a Bulldog coming up from Sube. They didn't even buy that much, only a couple of Vandals.
Absolutely.
It's definitely a bonus round if they actually win this. And the odds are they have better odds there because that Sage trying to retrieve that spike is that's one huge problem. To plant it again, that's another problem to deal with.
We can't circumvent the first problem if you can't even, get
This is almost
get
impossible.
to the spike.
Now, slowly climbing down the rope, going to a speed tunnel, but there's already a lurker there, but clears enough.
30
He
seconds
got one
left.
down.
Oh,
Down
that's
to-
gonna have 3 people facing him, and he's gone. No, it is that fast. Legitimate.
They've only got Sheriff to one-shot everyone just now, like how Aduka did, right?
I know, Aduka got a 2-for-1 that's not supposed to happen. That is
He almost got 3. One collab, if I'm not mistaken now.
That is a hangover bear, which we don't recommend doing it, but he's chilling. It looks like a breach. I mean, it looks like a beach per se, but Fracture has 2.
Wearing a
Fracture has like 2 sides, right? I think it's
bulletproof
like,
vest. You're chilling when you're wearing bulletproof
are you saying
vest.
that military people can't relax? Come
Wow.
on. They serve their
I'm
country.
not even going there, but okay.
Yeah, they serve their country.
Now, are they going for the rush here in B side? Feels like it. They're split it into 2-3. Take a bit of a default here, pushing as slow as they can, but they know exactly where to see. Jeet is guarding towards the side of Arcade. There's no way for them to peek unless they want to try the tunnel.
I don't know about this cross. This cross is perfect because not only you got the turret, because Aduka is playing up on tower, and that is spiked down. 2 members down already from Path to start the round. And understandably, this is kind of like a safe round for Path, but you want to try to get as many kills as you can right now. But every one of Todak is still healthy. Full shields, full armor, and Path is dropping.
Flawless run. It's a good run for Todak. Well, what else can we say? It's 4-0 for now. They're just flawlessly playing multiple times for Todak. They just know the map better. This is their map, by the way, so definitely they should know this better. But at the same time, sort of Path, a bit of not synchronizing of the timing when they try to push, if you ask me sometimes, like, what can they do here?
That's the thing, like, you need to... I won't say synergizing is the point now. Let's just see whether, if any ultimates come in, if they can turn things around.
They do have Neuro Path.
That's just all I'm saying. Todak, I don't remember them launching any ults just yet. Jeet has, Orbital Strike, and that's about it. But in terms of an aggression, we need maybe a Showstopper can open side a little bit quicker. Raph is also 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder, which can open up, A side pretty well. But hey, guess what?
Oh, they got
just
in.
zooped into A. For some reason, it is not defending.
This is great, but at the same time, you saw how Todak can retake, and that's the first one. Actually, around the dash, Boogie being shot down by Kael. Now, they all stacked up in one corner, but nobody actually tried to gut on the side of drop. But at the same time, they just got to play around.
The Picker's advantage actually really helped to get the first kill now, and Frothy is backed up by his team, even though Aduka will help him trade out. They weren't ready for the second shot by Kai. Kai's already got 2. Now it's a 3-on-2. Now it's going to be a man advantage for Path. They can actually do this. Kai with 1 fake, but because they got the orbital strike, they're able to play a little bit more passive, even though CT is still smoked. He spotted out Raph. Raph is pushed backwards, and still he's unable to get this headshot. The Molly is burning down Kai.
Perfect.
And then Molly will seal the deal. This is 1-1. This is 1 now for Path, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's earlier than the previous round, and definitely they kind of get sort of that synergy going with the timing of their utilities. They're not just tossing it out in waste, if you ask me. Now, at the same time, the orbital strike and also that Molotov really, really wins the game just now. All they need to do is just play it a bit patient and just know the timing of when to toss out their utilities. At the same time, for Todak, this is definitely going to switch up their gears into another notch. Because the moment you try to win one round towards Todak, just change your strategy entirely.
To be fair though, A was very open. There was no members of Todak in there. That was how they got the initial
Oh, they're
plan.
pushing! All the way to its back.
Wait a second, that's
Oh.
the main being pushed out, doesn't matter. That is also enough to tell them that everyone's up at A halls, but that orbital strike is going to push them back a little bit. That's fine. Path, they still have 4 members, even though Todak also has the same thing. But if they start pincering, I think Path might be a lot of trouble. But Todak, once again, just like Ascend, they don't really commit to flanks that much. They like to hold down sight, which is exactly what they're doing. Even though we do have a random boogie,
Still got his neural
yeah,
tap.
maybe taking some, taking some arcade control, but I guess Frosty's gonna be up there and he's actually gonna engage there. I feel like Boogie's in a lot of trouble. They spotted each other already, and that's about it. The rest of the members are still playing up on A.
They tried to slowly creeping into it with the smoke in between. They're just waiting for the smoke dissipate. Now dropping another smoke coming out from the side of Kai. Trying to plan out. Drop couldn't be visualized by the side of Todak. Same goes for the side of the shaft all around the ropes and A tower. Now Aduka open up the lockdown. They still... Oh, they got the Rolling Thunder. They can use it now if they want to.
That's a Rolling Thunder onto ropes. I don't know if they called anyone. I didn't really catch that, but in that, the fast lane is in and Frosty already actually gone to the side. Oh, Aduka is probably gonna get this knife. It's gonna be a knife. Yeah, they knew up there. Easy knife for him. Probably the first knife of this tournament and a shotty to end it all. And Aduka was 13 HP. Triple for him.
That knife, it didn't one-shot kill, by the way.
Yeah, because he was looking at him,
It wasn't one-shot kill. It was left with, what, 5% of HP left there. But back to the side of Path, feels like they're being stopped again for their momentum. The moment they set up the tone for the game. But if we looked at what happened, he's trying to cook things up here, but Aduka have to actually stab him twice to get that one.
No, that is a clutch one to remember for sure because the bullets actually connected to him. He was just really lucky to live with 13 health. So, can I say that this is a round stolen by, from Path? I say yes, 100%. Because that one, I felt like Path should have taken it.
But they got 3 ultis right now with the new attack still not being used. Same goes for the Showstopper and the Nightfall. Now, can they gain any intel around the tower first? The tower being scouted out and also in the tunnel. They're being shot down multiple times, 3 of them. 2v4. Frosty is on the ground as well.
The spray control, a little bit questionable, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Because Todak now, once again, they've assumed control of this site. They already hear so much commotion up on B.
They want to walk up to B. Just going to Rolling Thunder away, but lucky enough, Sage
That's
with a Bulldog.
Bulldog kill is good, so 3 on 2 is still 2 above. But you know what? If they don't check that cafeteria, who's coming to come back at you? That is Kyle. With only Boogie left alive. I'm not sure how many dance moves he has left.
Waiting to enter. Now Boogie's really paranoid, but that's going to be another win for the side of Todak. It's just no way in at all for the side of Path here. They try to get A as many times. They try to lurk around using Boogie, but it's not resulting to...
The triple kill up on arcade there was like way too fast.
It's like multiple times, 3 of them down within one person, just fighting one person. Just like how Aduka with the Sheriff earlier around the arcade area, and now around the tower area again.
So all I'm saying is like, while yes, in this game, you do trade to make sure your death is worth something. In this case, most of the time, Todak's trade is of extra value. Sometimes a 2 for 1
Too much value.
Sometimes, so. 6-1. Let's see if this makes a difference because there's the Rolling Thunder. They are ultimates being popped. Another showstopper, but Eamon is somehow stuck up there on sand. Doesn't catch anyone. But Aduka is in, taking advantage of that concuss, and they are running them down up the hall. This is a massacre. Somebody call 911 because we are witnessing an absolute bloodbath.
Aduka almost score himself an ace again, getting himself a quadra kill. But just now, that Rolling Thunder really concussed the entire team of Path, making sure that they cannot see anything that's smoke in between. It's just too hot for them to actually make an advancement. Now they're calling out timeout. This is the time they really need to call out for timeout. One of the many reasons things just not synchronizing so well for them. And when they're moving as a team, the entire team, they just know for Todak, they just know exactly where to drop their utilities.
The thing is that I feel if you play against a defense team and they have a breach, half the time they'll be playing on rope side because it's just the easiest, fault line, and it doesn't help the fact that Todak had the Rolling Thunder going for them. And that's why even though Eamon, he got the Showstopper up and running, he just got absolutely 0 kills and instead got absolutely destroyed himself. Yes, they got Brim Smokes in the way, but 4 kills going on the way of Todak, that just shows something that like they just funneled into this death trap set up by Todak.
That was a perfect angle from the Rolling Thunder, really, just around the rope towards the sliding door just now. But back to its... I mean, like, if only they can actually flash certain corners for the side of the bridge of Team Path. If only Wrath can just open up one flash around the corner, that can be such a big play. But at the same time, they need to synchronize with the team if they want to call out for the rush. They need to do the rush now, or it's going to be really hard catch-up game they're going to play for the next half.
They're going to play... I guess they will play towards arcade side, maybe. I don't know, but it's Frosty pushing out again, even though this is a okay tag team now. But Todak comes out on top again on the trade. Lost Frosties, but I guess that's fine. Where's the spike? They somehow made it onto B. And remember, this is the questionable hot. It only catches onto Kai though, it's Nightfall. But is it enough? Eamon's got to hold it down for his team. There's going to be one flanking G that's coming behind near on the arcade side. This is a good, let's say, that will clear out CT. That's about it.
Luca coming out from Canteen, trying to go from the other way round. But Kyle trying to push in slowly for the retake. Aduka coming out from arcade just to climb up the tower. Never mind, he's trying to push in straight into B main. And Aduka taking on one down. Taking another one, never mind. Sube make sure he actually shut down Zonkai. And it's going to be a successful retake, but at a cost for the side of Toda as they lost 4 man here.
Well, the good thing to say is that like Path hasn't actually left a lot of like members of Todak alive. So when it comes down to the 1 member left, I say that Path always has this chance to always try to close out the round. You know what I'm saying? They're not completely dead with like 3-4 members left alive, just like how I've seen like some other teams. So if you want me to be frank, Path does have a chance, but they just gotta get the gears grinding soon.
They have to be a bit more proactive, if you ask me. It's not just, if you look at over the movement of Todak and Team Path, it's just so aggressive how Todak... Well, this is what I mentioned before. You have Sube to partner up with Frosty's Neon. It's just really fast-paced game all the way. They're going to go for the rush. Even though they are defending, they're going to go for the push. Yep. But the problem with how proactive Team Path going to respond to that?
That's a very good question. That's Hall's aggression again, but really push back. Breach will always be playing Halls.
They're pulling back.
Yep.
That's too much for them. You know what? That's scary.
I mean, with this audio cues, they should know. Todak should know that they're rotating already. And here we go. B's free for the taking. Even though they are firing a couple of fraps from CT, but that's Eamon opening up side. He's back in the towers. Spike could be going down. Could be easy. This is the 5 versus 5 star. I will take that back. I am very sorry. Eamon completely got found out by Frosty, trying to fake it out. He's got the movement, and he also has the overdrive if he wants to use it. And Sage did get one before dying here, and still loses his life to Boogie. Wow. Those are good trades for Path so far.
Yep, that's kind of true. And taking on one for Sube coming up from towards side of B main. Well, G trying to make sure that he's going to clear up the corners of Arcade. Trying to go for the retake. Here it comes. They're coming up from the tower. But there's a bit of a miss on the open. But Aduka doesn't need any much more. It's just going to be a shorty and one more down on the ground. Wrath couldn't hold their post plan. And that operator on Aduka really scares them and gave them so much help.
Trusty turret to get the last kill. No problem at all. He is top fragging now, Aduka.
I'm kind of surprised why Team Path didn't actually try to get the back line of the tower, trying to make sure nobody come up from arcade. Nobody stands there, try to guard everybody coming up from behind. It's a bit too late when they actually realize that nobody guarding behind there, and a lot of them will take it down right on top of the tower from that rope around the arcade. And it was a nice fake by the way by the side of Frosties. Now they try to just fake it away again with Frosties trying to jump over.
Yeah, but they found Kyle even though Sube was there to have this trade. That is actually a kill through the cage. And Path is, somehow got the upper hand here as they'll rotate through. Todak's rotating through CT, that's what I'm trying to say. Once again, A free. I'm actually surprised they got these movements very quickly considering there are attackers. Oh god, coming out from ropes. Remember, there's an operator there. They gotta be careful. Eamon is down. They're gonna have to rush him. 3 kills for G. And Boogie's down here. 1 versus 1 situation. And Aduka comes out on top again.
How did Jeet secure a triple in that angle? They saw him coming. They saw them jump down from the ropes, and definitely they got the intel there.
No
But
way.
it's just...
No way. That should be paths. That should be paths one to take. I can't. Oh, they're letting a lot of rounds slip through their fingers. Of course, I would say, understandably, because they're a new team, they have to learn things on how to hold, you know what I'm saying? But Todak, of course, being the more experienced team, we're going to come up on top of decision making. Yes, sometimes you can have like the angles right. You can have your, your utilities placed well, but sometimes it does come down to intuition as well. Because intuition is the one that, determine what is your critical mistake at the end of the round that you make compared to like a game-changing kill like what Jeet did.
Oh, that's just next level game sense. Or maybe just luck. There's no such thing as luck for the pro players. On the side of A, they try to push on both sides, coming out from the dish and also towards the drop and A main here. Towards the A wall. Trying to just push them back. They are pulled back from the side of T-Pop, but Todak just moving forward. Frosties don't give a care in the world, just lights up front, but Biggie got caught up from behind. Here comes another one. Frost is just fearless. On the side of Sage, he make himself away to his side of A main. All they need to do is just take down on Sube. He's waiting around the corner.
Sage,
You need to check the corners.
Sage, you have utilities! No! Sage,
He
you have
can't use
utilities!
Just toss over the Hunt.
Oh no.
He could have tossed the Hunt or even just scouting out.
Yes, the Nightfall. I'm actually really curious as to why he didn't launch that.
I mean, even a
agree.
Brawler should be enough. A Brawler should be enough for checking the corners.
I don't know if they say they want to carry that forward, but they are way too behind in terms of the scoreline to try to carry that to the next round. Because right now, they are on the verge of being swept 2-0 clean. And I guess all hopes for Icebox just might go down the drain if Path really just wants to let this end.
But it's okay, it's not done and dusted yet. Always something gonna happen here. It's now or never, nothing else to lose. 11-1, a lot of number ones up there. Definitely Todak leading off the chart with only 2 more rounds to close things up. Well, we've seen how Frosty can go really crazy with his slides and the fast lane here. Is he doing it again? Bit cautious on the side of Path.
Oh, that is information, but I'm very, very sure that Todak knows Path does not have creds. So just go for it? Question mark?
They have to grit themselves, just go for it. But at the same time, it's a pistol round, so everybody extra cautious, especially coming up from Path. There has too much to lose there. On the side of Todak, they're not wasting more time. And 1 minute more to go with the fast lane, scouting out around the connectors as well. Trying to guard those coming up from behind. They're just gonna secure B all the way, dominating the map control is just way too much. And Kai couldn't hold on the tower, but finally got one with that daze just now. And Kai with 22 HP, guarding the tower of B. While the other two are making... Yeah, the other two of Todak, Frosties and Kyle, slowly marching up. Just around the canteen area.
4-on-2. Path having the mad advantage. That is a collab for Kyle. You will love to see that. Amen also down. That makes it the last man standing somehow for Kai. Man, the collab amounted to almost...
They know exactly where he's at.
Yeah. I mean... All gone. 12-1 already. Pistol round lost. And Todak is on the verge of series point here now.
I mean, when you're fighting against Todak, even it's 2v4, that man advantage won't buy you as much if it's Todak. Because you know for the fact that they're so experienced, it's like the back of the hand for them to know this map. The fact that they chose this map, they know exactly what to do with it. We have a Guardian this summer, Duka playing with a half buy, but at the same time, a lot of stingers coming out from side of Team Path. Forced to force buy this round. It's make it or break it for Team Path. This is it.
Yeah, they know they have to force buy. With shields for that matter. To even equalize it, you're gonna need 11 flawless rounds with a capital FLA. Flow. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. There's 5 people.
I don't get you.
No one is really flanking per se. They're all just going up towards the A side. I mean,
they're playing as attackers here too.
Yeah.
I mean,
they've got control of Dish already, and they're gonna dive into A. Where are the smokes? I mean, there's Killjoy Utils up on top. That's on level 2. But guess who's up in front? That's Boogie. Now, Frosty gonna come in. He's got the pushes. He's got this A read, and he is laying it down with the rest of his teammates up behind to provide the necessary assist. Fastlane still available. Can he get this headshot? No, with a little bit.
Spike
Sage comes up on top.
But they managed to plant it still, guarding towards their post plant. Sage coming up from main, just tossing out the Haunt this time. But couldn't scan anybody yet, and the last minute still being shot down. Kai taking on Sube. And Duka trading it up. It's gonna be a clean win for Todak with a 2-0.
Damn, 4 HP again onto a Duka. You can't kill this man somehow. Like, something needs to be done. He has clutched out way too many rounds on Fracture already. What an insane show by Todak on this one. I guess it really shows that Path got a long way to go in terms of experience, but this is the first time they've appeared on broadcast. So considering it's round robins, they are not eliminated. I just hope they pick up their pieces and, you know, keep their heads high.
At the same time, it's a good thing of having round robin in the league as well, because why? They can build up their characters and their skills throughout the entire progress of the entire league. So the round robin as the first day is going to be tough as always for most of the team that's quite fresh in the scene. But if you look at this, Todak, give it defenders or attackers, they play aggressive all the way with that neon and also that bridge flashpoint as a combo. I just couldn't say enough of this. This neon, when it comes to in this Frosty's hand, he's just so fearless. He just baited so much and also faking it so well. And this is one of the best.
Yeah.
Aduka always got the triple kill in the row.
Aduka showed up here, and it's also in view with like his teammates having the best utility placements for him, because it's rare that I see just Aduka doing something on his own. You know what I'm saying? Because there are actually people that pop off, you know, get 1-2 kills themselves. This is just one of those examples that Aduka has, you know, had the liberty to get a beautiful knife and also to clutch out the, you know, rounds.
Feels like 100% Aduka highlights just now. If you ask me, that was Aduka all the way. But we saw Kyle with a double shot down just now as well. But it's 31 this time. Well played for both teams. Path is still not the end of your path yet, as you still have more games to go, building it up throughout the entire league. But we do have a lot of first kill on Todak because they are super aggressive. Their post plant was perfect as well.
Well, this is also Todak's first game on this VCL split one NYC that we are seeing them, because we're going to have to see a lot more of these teams battle out against each other. So if Todak can take convincing wins against Path because they are a Sunrise team, now we're going to pitch them against the rest and hopefully Todak can rack up enough points. But to be fair, for Team Path, if they don't even make it to relegation, I think that's a big thing for them. Just make top 6.
Yeah,
you know
it's always baby steps.
Baby steps.
But at the same time, you were mentioning earlier about you want Todak to progress if you compare with the last few seasons right now. If you put Todak next to Bleed right now, can they take him down?
Well, you're putting... I don't think that's a fair comparison to say, because they are against the best, you know.
You have to move forward.
There are a lot more big names that are split into, you know, the likes of Enigma, Kizuna, Louvre, per se. You know,
X10.
X10, let's not forget. Or you just name all 8 teams. You know, why not? So
they are fighting all 8 teams, by the way.
Okay, in this MVP stage though, I do agree for Path it would be Sage, and of course Aduka on Todak's side. You know, for both games, Frosty has been really taking the back seat, even though he's opening up for his team. But I feel that the rest of Todak just stepped up enough for him to be able to just chill.
Yeah, I mean, like Frosty's been playing both game Neon, and at the same time, he's just a lot of he's being the body shield for the rest of the team. He's being advancing quite in the front line. But at the same time, Duka, even though he is a Sentinel, but a Killjoy, I don't think he's a Sentinel at this point.
No, because Aduka's supposed to be playing like a mad duelist, which is, you know, arguably Malaysia's
he's stepping
best
off
cat
that
back
role,
then. Yeah,
but still playing like it.
Chill, you know, chill out. I guess roles don't really matter if you could just kick these frags. So I guess the overall MVP for this one might just be Aduka. Yes, and it is, and a very deserving one at best.
That shot at 18.2%, and util kills quite a number. They're 5.6 with KDA 4.4 and 90 kills in total if you compare all the kills just now. But ACS was 328.0. I have to say, well, you saw how the Killjoy can play as the duelist this day.
Well, all I have to say here is that when, you know, so what less or what more to expect from a team that has 3 years of VCT experience.
That's why, can they fight bleed
Three,
now?
including this year. I mean two, I guess. I'm so sorry. 2021, 2022. Versus like Team Puff, who had just made their debut on this very first VCL with a returning player of Sage from Team Underrank. I say the team has a long way to go, but I won't say that you guys should count them out just yet. For the fact that they played so strong teams and make it towards top 8, it will be insane. So Team Path, I would say keep your heads high because there are a lot of hopes onto you guys as well. No pressure, that's all I'm saying, because we're just proud to see 2 Malaysian teams still in VCL, and that's Todak and Path.
Like Xenoviper mentioned before, it's always baby steps, not too much. If not, it will be too overwhelming for them to actually have too much expectation. But at the same time, we have next match coming up for Enigma Gaming versus Louvre. So this is going to be one of the most exciting match for today. But we have to take a break for a bit, so you guys don't go anywhere. See you guys in a bit.
leads, but Devrion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my god! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has the call for taken.
You are watching the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers for Split 1. My name is Zeno Viper. Join with me once again is Choo Choo after the break that we had from Todak versus Team Path. We have rejuvenated and we are going to the next one real quick, and that's going to be Enigma Gaming and Louvre.
Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup. One of the many reasons we don't have that much fresh blood in here. Definitely there's a couple of roses changes, but a lot of them coming out from a different teams entirely. We're talking about coming from Redco from Alter Ego Celeste before, and there's also Shinsei coming up also from X-Bleed Academy, so that's going to be something. But coming up from Enigma Gaming, now this is going to be an interesting lineup because the Doctor is here back again, even though he used to be in Todak and then changing into Orang Utan as a coach. And we do have Siren coming out from X-Lays, a lot of X-Lays and X-SMG players as well, and no name is coming from San.
There's way too many things. Like if you come from Huatzai, Shiba and the homies, Lays, I'm just gonna lay on the table. It's too confusing to follow because they just move around way too much. But in terms of the standings, we just go over that real quick before we're going back to the players. So because Todak got a clean sweep, that's 2-0 early on, they will earn a clean 1-0, which puts them in the top 3 right now. So can Enigma Gaming or Louvre take the fourth spot? They're all tied, not to say that that's first to fourth place whatsoever, but if you win a best of 3 series, you just get a 1-0.
Yeah.
If you tie or you go to overtime, you just get a 1-1 at best.
Even though it's a best of 3.
I'm so sorry. So per series, you do get 2-0 if you win. Do you? Wait.
I know, that's a big question mark, right?
I'm getting lost here. I apologize. Sorry. Let me refresh. Spit. If you win a series, you get 1 on the W. That's it. But if you L, you get 1-2. I don't exactly know what happens if you go to overtime.
I mean, unless if you're actually going for 2-0 and when you have a clean win, then that's going to be a 2-0. But I don't think there's going to be a tie. So it's going to be best of 3 anyway.
Yeah,
so it's going to be 1-0.
So what happens? Yeah, if you 2-1, it doesn't matter, right? You still get a 1-0.
Yeah, it's going to be 1-0. Just extra work in there.
Okay, so I was right. If you win a series, you get 1 point. Okay, we're back to square one.
Just stop there. Don't add anything more up. But speaking of Enigma Gaming and Louvre, now this is one of the matchup that I feel like we will go into the game 3. Feels like very strong, yeah.
Okay, so what happens here is that because Redco is ex-coach, so you can expect him to be big brains. But will we be able to see him translate that for the rest of his team to be on the same page as him? We might need to find out, but all these prominent players, Bryce is in there, Reverie, things like that. LVR has gone through so many roster reshuffles. Let's just try to see if this one can stand up and withstand the test of time. But Enigma India, before you continue, I need to first point out, we have a player named Zan. Okay, so Zan and the Doctor, both of them are from Malaysia. Okay,
True.
Whereas Tyron, Frey, and Divine, they are from Singapore.
MYSG, I mean
it is actually the true MYSG here. So let's talk about Enigma Gaming first before their player pictures pop up. Zan just turned legal age to compete in VCL.
Welcome to the legal age of a tournament.
He's a January baby, so am I. So he actually makes it in time.
Happy belated, yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But the thing is, you need to know that he was #1 APAC. I'm not sure which season. And being #1 in APAC at the age of I think 14 or 15 years old is crazy. So you can expect his mechanical skills to be insane. Okay.
There's so many good young players these days.
I know.
Recently, I saw a 14 player. We put that aside first. Zan, Divine, Frey, Star, and the Doctor. Now, I do want to know, is Zan going to play the duelist all the way here for the team? Because when it comes to the roles, it kind of mix and match for all the players.
Yeah. You know what? The Doctor is just ripped. I'm sorry. So what was the question again? I just got mesmerized by this man. This absolute unit of a man
That's
there.
a scary doctor.
Yeah,
If you
exactly.
ask me, you should go and see him.
I should
so you
go-
don't walk too much.
I should break my foot again just to see the doctor.
Break a leg.
But for those people who don't know, I actually broke my foot and I'm still recovering. It is very painful to watch.
But he can't sit quietly. I mean, like, you don't look like you're sick at all.
Yeah, I cannot sit still.
But back to some roles here. We're talking about how this guy's so versatile and flexible when it comes to taking any roles they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, comparing the experience with a lot of more other teams on the VCL, MYSG, every one of them, like literally every one of them except Zen has VCT experience. So you can expect to bring that on the table, lay it out and discuss their strategies and make it a very formidable team, even though I'm very surprised to see Enigma Gaming from India as an org make it to MYSG.
Yeah, but now we're talking about Louvre, where we have Shinsei, Reverie, Redco, Maxi, and Bryce. We mentioned earlier, but Redco coming out from Louvre back then, back to his alter ego Celeste and being a coach and returned to Louvre this year. Well, we have also Shinsei, who's quite experienced, coming up from Axbleed Academy. Now, this must speak something, but at the same time, they're also a very flexible team as they are changing roles as well. So very similar when it comes to both teams.
So in terms of role-wise, like we saw a lot of that swap, especially from Todak.
Yeah.
You know, Todak, Aduka taking the backseat. He's just playing. He's no longer the duelist. But in this case, watch out for the likes of like Bryce. He stepped up a lot, especially when he was in No Namers. You know, KP Moon that became very close for a little bit. Shiba and the homies, and then there's a random name that just smashed their head on the keyboard to form a name. They're formidable.
that one.
They are formidable for doing that. There have been two or three teams that they have created by just smashing their heads on their keyboard.
You know
so.
what? I haven't cost that much when it comes to last year, but
Yeah.
thinking about smashing their
RPG,
heads
yeah.
into the keyboard, that's the only thing I remember when it comes to Valorant
Yeah.
and the past VCTs anyway.
That's gotta go down in history because what if you actually make it to Masters and you get those international casters to like just say your name? They'll be like, I mean that's how they say it. The name was BJ, something like that.
It's so hard.
They could just be like that. But you've seen their beautiful faces and they will make their debut on this Valorant Challengers League Split 1 here. I'm excited to see them. They are having a pure Singaporean team going against a mixed MYSG that Zen and Doctor gonna represent. You know, us as one region, MYSG, we gotta just stick close because I think we have got a lot of proof.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we need the best of the best to represent MYSG to go even further because we saw that, well, Paper one of them, definitely. But can we have new team to contend towards Paper X in the future, to have something more, something new towards presenting in the worlds later on international? But when it comes to next, we're going to have the map veto once again. But the thing is, we saw a lot of fractures the past 2 days, definitely one fracture per day.
One fracture per day, and I'm not talking about my foot over here. But in that essence, though, remember Enigma Gaming also has three very seasoned players in terms of like having competitive experience. There's Divine, Frey, and Styron. So shout out to them.
Oh yeah.
They
used to play together.
Yeah, exactly. Both all in Huatzai. Basically, it's the boys. The boys are back, legit. And we're not talking about Shiba and the homies, but Styron was in Shiba and the homies.
And also Styron and Frey used to also play in Gaming Gladiators when it comes to the Apex shows in Stage 2 last year. So they have quite a chemistry, if you ask me, for the side of Enigma Gaming. Very well versed when it comes to their teamwork between themselves. But we do have our first map being banned by the side of Enigma, which is going to be Bind. I have a feeling Bind and Breeze will be because nobody plays them anymore.
Correct. But do you? It's like if you don't ban Bind, would anyone pick it? You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's gonna be a map.
Do you want them to pick?
There's a map that's just left hanging in the air, you know. So it's either you gotta ban it or you have to play it. So I guess because they just don't want to play it, they'll just ban it out. But Icebox to open up. That's amazing.
The first one to go, actually.
Yeah, as the Icebox from the last series, didn't get to see it because it's map 3.
Yeah.
We also didn't get to see Haven today. So wow, we're going through a lovely rotation of maps for this lovely day. I'm just going to be curious as...
They're going to ban
please
Pearl,
don't be Pearl.
maybe?
Please don't be Pearl.
I feel like they're going to ban
I don't want it to be
Pearl.
Pearl. No.
Ascent is going to be banned out first. This is surprising because a lot of teams been playing a lot of Ascent yesterday and double Pearl, if you asked me, yesterday as well. So on the side of Fracture, well...
No, it's Pearl! Oh, no.
This This is
Somebody
interesting.
get me out. I do not like. But okay, that's
I
fine.
like
Hey,
her.
no. That's provided we get to that game 3.
I have
but-
a feeling this will be that matchup series that go in the best of 3.
Yeah, Chu did mention to me that she did kind of like foresee this potentially going to a game 3, considering the firepower of both of these teams. And I do have high hopes, considering we need a game 3 so far. Everything has been a clean 2-0. Like, seriously.
Do you really need a game 3? Do you
Do
want
we
it to
need
be?
a game 3? You know what? For the viewers out there and for the fans, and to keep the nail biting happening, yeah, I'm sure, why not?
And we haven't got any best of 3 as in best of all 3 games being played here. Since yesterday, it has been a lot of clean win of 2-0 so far. Will this be the first team to get into the 3rd game, the first ever? That's a bigger question.
Yep, absolutely. So, since we start with Icebox, Viper's coming in again. Sometimes we see Fade, but a lot of people still prefer the Sova because the Hunter's Fury, there's a lot more like straight angles that benefits having the use of a Hunter's Fury. But Cypher,
This is very
Killjoy
mirror.
might just reach back, you know. Cypher, Killjoy, sorry, my mistake. Killjoy might just be a little bit better. It's just so good for A, and I mean the default plant spots enable the lockdown to be so useful.
The A is great, but it's also usable in B.
Yeah,
if you actually plant it way back in the snowman, you can't actually enter in the side that easy unless you got the Sage to block up the walls.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, in terms of holding post plant, usually for Icebox, I say the 3 classics would be Sova. Back then it was Sova, Chamber, Viper, but since Chamber is not seen play anymore, I guess Killjoy is going to be here. Sage, a little bit of a wildcard sometimes. You can argue that he has a place, she has a place, sorry, gender things. But it's significantly strong, especially in pistols. And I guess there's enough elevation for the walls to get these really weird, cheeky off angles.
No, that's true, especially when it comes to both sides. If you ask me, A and B, both of you know the angle so well. It's just so hard to push things out. But this is where Viper plays and shines the most. With the Viper's pit open up, definitely going to be a big win for them. But it's going to be a mirror agent draft. So I have a feeling whoever knows the map better, whoever knows the utility of the agents better and the timing just perfectly well synced with the team is just going to win the game. Whoever makes the first mistake, that's it.
You know what they say, everything is about timing, and I'm not saying necessarily about the deployment of the utilities. Sometimes it can be just about peaks. You know,
Yeah,
you just pick
especially
away
the picks.
the worst timing possible and someone just pops your head.
The timing of the picks and the timing to swap over your weapons,
Yeah.
you know,
So-
that time is always off sometimes.
So you can be the
can't
best
control it.
player out there and still lose to timing. That's the beauty of Valorant.
Time.
Shout out to people who got sick of competitive just for
I'm
this
one of
reason.
those people. Thank you. Back towards the side, which is going to be rushing towards B. They are committed to it for the side of Enigma. They have to just make sure they hold their line here. We don't have the KJ or Frey to actually go into the B side yet. They think that it might be a bluff. Seems like it. They are pulling back on the side
Oh,
of Louvre.
no.
But Shinsei try to check things out. Maybe have a bit of a pick behind that yellow box. Not sure where to go next, but here comes the wall that's just on timing. And
the
that's
thing
going to be...
is-
Oh, Shinsei got it.
Hey, that's actually an insane amount of trades. It is so fast and it's actually an equal side. 3, oh no, wait. They just lost one more on Enigma.
Yep.
Sorry, there was a little bit of a delay there. And plus, you said LVR was about to fake it, but no, they turned it back and they were ready. One wall even expanded from Divine, right?
I think
so
that
that's
was
400 creds gone.
That was a perfect wall coming up from Divine with a slow op at the same time. So the moment they want to try to push in, but Shinsei still got it. He managed to dash backwards after that. Just going to push it for a bit more, making sure they will pull back. They cancel out the plant just now. But
Oh, wait. They're not ready. 3 people picking from the weirdest angle. Shinsei got a 4K. Almost the ace.
Almost.
I held my breath. And trust me, I think LVR's off to a good start. Their decision making was close to impeccable, even though they got they got some of Enigma Gaming in their way. They held it down, and the problem is Enigma couldn't get on side. They could only play on orange. They couldn't push in, even though they had the Viper's wall available.
they tried to push it, but it's just not too easy. And Shinsei just now, his reaction was that swing, that intuition, that game sense he got himself. Might as well call him sensei here. On the side of Louvre, they are trying to play a bit of a default with 2-on-2 formation. Coming up to check things out, Reiko and Shinsei on the B. They got one down, Frey. They're down to 4 for side Enigma. But do they want to enter? The spike is still on the ground in mid.
Yeah, that means it's default. with, as I mentioned, usually as you're attacking Killjoy, that to watch flank is so good and it will catch Styron trying to push out mid, but he will be deterred. Spike's still not being taken up. So unfortunately, Zen would be the first one to die again. No, sorry, second this time around.
Shinsei shows who's the man of the Jet right now. The spike's still not being picked up. I have a feeling Bryce or even Reverie will actually try to hover around B and move over from mid towards the B side. Well, they're trying to secure if there's anybody else more. But surprisingly, nobody guarding B. This is the perfect time for them to actually go in there. They just can pull up the walls from Viper. But still taking their own sweet time. They're giving a lot of respect to the side of Louvre. A side of Enigma Gaming. And Louvre slowly creeping into with Bryce taking a mid. They will go and plant. Here comes the wall. There goes that.
Yeah, they just rinse and repeating the
space.
same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's actually just rinse and repeat, but it actually helps because Enigma Gaming is down 2 members. And once again, they're having difficulty just pushing. Oh no, Bryce look at it. He just has this trusty turret. And Starman's got 2 angles to look, and Bryce is just toying with this man.
Yeah, he's just trying to buy time. That's it. And that turret's really annoying.
They can't move out. They try to get this double pick, and the doctor coming from behind. The worst possible gun to have at this point. That's the shorty. I mean, gun diff for sure, but damn, if that was a classic, he could have actually just traded out. But all members of LVR being alive would be huge because their armor would be intact, most of it.
Now there's going to be an extra bonus round for the side of Louvre. They got himself quite a win here.
Yeah, Doctor has to die there for the creds.
Yeah.
So.
It's not worth it for him to actually save it. Always a pistol round anyway. Now, they're going to half buy or just going to go for pistol round again. Or maybe this time going to full buy as they got themselves full gears. Still half buy for some of the players, Frey and Divine, because they want to see how this fare for the next round. But this round will be extra bonus for South Louvre. They don't need to actually use anything yet to buy themselves the rifles. Now, will they go for A? Will they rush for A? That's the bigger question. Feels like they want to commit and rush A here with three players.
If they do that, that means they should know they're fighting against rifles, so they have to be careful. Dear Lord, Shinsei already has Blade Storm. Well, I guess it's not really a rush though, because they had to try to take this mid control to prevent 2 flags from coming in from B garage and B main. So with sort of like Tubes under control, they might not look to push A anymore. Maybe even a mid to B, but they still got a lot of time to play, about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yep, taking it on sweet time around Kitchen Tunnel. Now Enigma, on the other hand, trying to just read how the minds of Louvre trying to think about. They saw the setup from the Viper walls come out into B, but at the same time, they couldn't hear any footsteps. So definitely they are committed into B right now, as Bryce from Louvre already got himself behind from Kitchen.
You should hear it. They have no one guarding Kitchen, but they do hear some footsteps coming in though. I just don't know where he's looking. Okay, he hears 2 pairs. 2 pairs of feet just walking up onto Snowman's side. The spike is not even down. Look at the amount of discipline that Alvaro is having. And Bryce pops up from behind, takes out the doctor, and that's your wall down, even though the spike does go down in the meantime.
Now this is going to be tough for the side of Enigma to just retake this, with Bryce already guarding so much, heavily guarding to the side of Snowman. And Kitchen as well. And got... I'm not sure if his turret is already up. Maybe yes, not yet.
Oh my god.
Can just put an alarm bot around the Kitchen, and there goes one.
Bryce, I don't know how he spotted out Styro. He had a double take earlier because he blended in with the background.
He hears a footstep. He definitely hears a footstep. 2 pairs of footsteps behind him just now. He spotted out one.
Yeah, okay, no, the one person playing Snowman, that's really smart. Just play for exit kills. They cannot lose their weapons. But Bryce already with a triple. Shinsei takes out the 4th member, and only Divine is left alive. Oh, the attempts to try to get these exit frags have kind of backfired on them.
I have to give it to Bryce for this round. He bought so much space for the team not to worry a thing when they post plant. And now, how would they fare for Enigma? Will they actually try to heavily guard A again, just like how they did before, just go for default? Because right now it's so hard to read on Louvre strategy or movement, because they can just fake and bluff many times as much as they need.
See, the thing about big brain plays is that sometimes how do you use your
brain?
not just sorry, use the auditory senses to your advantage as well. Like, yes, okay, you're lying in wait, and then you hear footsteps run by, you peek out, and then there's like a second person behind the guy running to pop your head off. So it's like reverse big braining the big brain, if I'm not being clear enough. I'm so sorry.
Are you okay?
While we have a technical pause going here, I just want to point out that Enigma Gaming's acronym, ENGM, sort of weird. Just feels like English master to me. But you know what? I'm not going to complain. We got X10 here from Thailand. And we got Enigma from India. Every other region in the world is just going to start foraying into MYSG once they realize our, you know.
How would you put the acronyms for Enigma Gaming, really?
Um,
AN.
You know, no, EGG, egg.
And that's a different thing entirely. I'm like, okay.
I'm just kidding.
But now we're looking over for Louvre. Their weaponry is basically still in the bonus round.
Yep.
They didn't have to buy anything. They didn't die that as much as we compare with Enigma, who's really broke.
That's
and
right.
their bangs are just...
Yeah.
They don't even have any bangs anymore.
I mean, I think this, okay, this is a technical pause. It's not a tactical pause. So we had to let the production try to figure out what's going on. And also, the players can kind of just take this time to reconvene and discuss about it, especially Enigma Gaming. They kind of need to get something online because they've just lost their buy round. And it's just 3-0 up right now, favor for Louvre.
It's 3-0, not even 2-1.
Yeah.
Now that speaks something for the side of Enigma because we did mention about Louvre still going on their bonus round. They didn't actually swap over with the Spectres just now, double Spectres at that. And back to the side of their draft, it's the same, that's the thing. You can't, like, there's always an excuse for us, like, saying if it's not mirror, oh, it's just, you know, they have better utilities and decide on that side. But in this time, both having the same agents, now what's the excuse?
No. I won't say really excuse per se, it's more like on execution because so far they mostly play default, they play on was it B orb just for a while and always like LVR comes up on top. They always pop 2 before I even realize the 2 people are dead from Enigma Gaming. It's like wondering where did they die? Where were the points that they were trying to get these objectives?
For me, maybe they should wait it up for a bit. They did actually in the first 2 rounds before when they're unsure about where Louvre are when they're trying to rotate. So they took their own sweet time to stay in certain side just to make sure they didn't actually being bluffed about. But the previous ones are a bit too early when they rotate the entire team to his A when they're actually flanking to his or bluffing to his B side. So that giving so much space for the side of Louvre to actually enter to the site and just position themselves strategically, especially with the walls and everything, is just perfect.
But there's also this condition where it might actually factor in. It could actually just be aim diff because I mean half the time a lot of them the gun duels I felt that Enigma Gaming was just slightly too late in terms of getting those frags. I think both rounds, I think was it all rounds they actually got them to spike down and was able to hold post plant. So that is huge. And the economy for Enigma Gaming won't be looking too good if you can't even get a defuse or just win wire frags, you know.
And for the next round that we're waiting right now, they still have to save it up because they have that not as much to actually buy a full equipped gears anyway. They can't buy full armor. They have to buy half buy with a Spectre or with a Stinger or with a Bulldog. That's it. They couldn't go for rifles. And they couldn't afford to do it anyways, even they can actually half buy with the rifles because it's too much to lose.
I agree, but I think before we switched over back to our cameras, I think I saw them on pistols. So you were talking a little bit about the Stingers, but maybe I missed out on that patch, I guess, because I sometimes still feel Sheriff is better in that essence, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes, not all the time. But yeah, we are still in for the technical pause. We do apologize for the long delay. We might be fixing the player cameras because we have seen them. I think they're a little bit messed up, so we do apologize for that.
Yeah, we want the perfect production for you guys, so wait it up for a bit, so we're all going to be happy. But speaking back to the match just now, I think the pause, even though it's a technical pause, it will actually have a bit of a momentum coming up from Louvre.
True, so I was saying if Enigma Gaming can actually take this to their advantage.
Yeah, but they just set up their tone just now, which is pretty decent and pretty great start. But now Enigma, now they have the time to rediscuss and just have a bit of a motivational boost and have a bit of a confidence boost if they need to.
Okay, so what we've also heard so far is that Enigma Gaming India is having an It's actually a PC issue. So
A technical issue on
someone's
their side.
computer is actually having a technical issue in their team. So I'm not too sure on the tech pause as to what the regulations are. Is there like a set time, or do you just wait for the player to come back? I cannot confirm as to which player is having this issue, but all we can do is just wait.
Yep, that's the best thing in the world right now. Wait is the worst thing actually, but also the best thing you can do.
Wait
You
is the
can't do
worst thing.
You can't do anything about it. That's the best thing you can do.
Well-
but that's the worst thing that you have to do.
Well, I guess I can take this time to formally introduce my partner. Not, of course, besides you, I have a sub-partner. His name is Carl. Look, this is my forehead. It's a zit. His name is
comparing
Carl
me to
the
a zit.
Zit. I couldn't get him popped in time.
It's not a mole.
Yeah, you know what? You know he's really good in Valorant though. You know why? Because he pops off. I didn't.
That's so bad, man.
I didn't plan that. I didn't plan that, by the way.
That's just
all
so
I'm
bad,
saying.
man. I don't know how to react to that.
Because I'm sure
Thanks.
some people have noticed this, and it's also bugging me. I hate this. My complexion is just terrible. But yeah, I try to get this off today. But he will be joining me today and possibly even Sunday. Yeah, I will be back on Sunday. So hopefully, hopefully it will be gone by then. But you know what? I could always use a personal companion by
You
my
have
side.
your
all day.
own buddy system. Yeah.
Actual buddy system. He's not even a gun buddy. He's an actual buddy himself to pop off.
It's gonna be his buddy for
Did you-
entire life. I don't know.
Did you get the latest gun buddy, the Lunar New Year rabbit?
Yeah.
If
Did
you don't get it, you're probably goofing
I mean,
yourself.
like, I'm so broke. I don't care for the stores anymore. You know, I'm that broke right now. I'm like, whatever I get, yeah, okay, happy.
The
that's
best
it.
ones was the year of the cow. There was a little like yellow. Is it yellow or orange? I'm colorblind. I'm sorry. Yellow.
Really?
glowing-
Are you really colorblind?
I'm actually colorblind.
Wow,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm red-green defect, slightly above. So we got that cow, and then now you got this. Is it blue or purple rabbit? I don't know, freaking. But you know when it gets angry, when you're like holding it down, your spray. I think it's just so cute. So.
I just love the snow globe. That's it. I'm just gonna see and look over the snows.
Oh,
If
yeah?
I'm that sad, yeah.
So anyway, with that buddy system out of the
We're not done with the buddy system, huh? Okay.
buddy
okay.
system out of the way.
We can't talk too much information since we're just entering round 4.
Yeah.
So far it's still a 0, right, for the side of Enigma Gaming. So that's gonna hurt them quite a lot. While waiting Icebox, this is actually Enigma Gaming's pick for
right.
the map. Now this is
True.
a bit alarming if you ask me, because Enigma, if they pick this map, they're being crushed down quite early on. This is gonna hurt them when it comes to the next series
Ooh.
or next matchup.
You know what? That is very, very true, because we already saw Team Path lose their first map pick, and that's Ascent, right?
Yeah.
We don't want this to be the demotivator, especially for both of these teams, which we consider almost sharing the same level of firepower. So are we holding, do you think we're holding Enigma Gaming to a high on a pedestal, you know?
Or is
are we
it just because of the technical issue with their PC that kind of slows them down just now?
Well, you know
You
what?
did mention about their aiming abilities or aiming
That's highly
efficiency.
possible, because
So,
or like I said, somebody's maybe checking him PC because something is just not normally right now. I don't know if you're up with the memes, but we, believe it or not, us casters, we actually don't know whose PC is having these issues, and I don't think we get to know that.
yeah, we're not in their
just-
house.
We just told to wait. We're not in your house.
We're not in
You
their
can-
house. If only we're gonna be at their house to actually witness their play, it would be great. But no, that's not gonna happen. Oh, it's Zan's PC. It's really important, and then no
Oh.
wonder Zan couldn't actually shoot anything just now.
Okay, what's happening in the PC? I'm not very sure though, but
Oh,
sometimes
do we have to know that in depth? Like, we need to know what happened to
because
PC.
Zan is cracked as on ranked, right?
Yeah.
So maybe somebody is actually checking his PC right now to make sure he's not hacking in this. But hacking is
That's a really heavy accusation.
correct. But it's not an accusation, more like an allegation. But no one says he was hacking. It was just more the memes. You know what I'm saying? Somebody checking him.
Why?
PC
Because
is
he's
just-
too young for this? Come on, guys. Do you know, like, who was it again? I forgot. iShot's, was it iShot's brother that we mentioned
Robert?
earlier? Like 10 years old to actually play it so well in Radiant.
Mhm.
And I think there's one of the youngest Radiant and on the #1 leaderboard recently. I don't know if he's been overtaken or not, but he's 14 years old.
Okay, that
got-
is.
Yeah. I mean, like, the kids, are really taking up the leaderboards,
I'm
and
not-
we are like 20s, 30s. What are we doing still playing Valorant?
I'm really not too sure what the parents are feeding their kids at this young of an age, but there's so
Maybe-
many cracked players coming out. I'm not just talking about Valorant, like any esport
Yeah,
titles out
any
there, right?
games.
But you have to understand for a game like an FPS game, you have to be really mechanically inclined / gifted to be able to be this cracked at such a young age. Because at the age of 12, 13, 14 is where your senses really start to get really honed. And if they get it early, they train up early, they could be one of the biggest players by 17, 18, once they get the competitive experience down.
Now remember, it was Forsaken's brother who actually, in 10 years old, that still can play on Forsaken's ID on Reddit.
Really?
Yeah, I actually saw on his stream. I'm like, this guy is so cute, but he's so adorable. He's 10 years old, but he still can carry.
Yeah.
That's 10 years old, guys.
The first time I saw young kids like these starting to become prodigies was it wasn't even in CSGO, it was like Fortnite or something, where all these young kids just come out. They not only can shoot, they can build really well, and guess what? We got Valorant now, and all these kids are starting to take over. So for us, I'm physically 30 years old, and I am taking the back seat. I am not mechanically gifted, okay? And that is
That's why we're sitting here. That's why we're sitting here. The old is gonna sit here with us.
We didn't come to play. Right?
I love to play, but I'm so bad at FPS games because I get jump scared easily. That's my problem, okay? I'm not that good when it comes. I'm not talented, I'm not gifted, I'm nothing. But at the same time, I love to talk. Like, why not? That's the thing. Why? What are we doing? Because we are that adults, but the kids are taking over. We're like, we can't even achieve what they achieve after years of pushing our ranks or whatsoever. And these guys take it like a week and that's it, they got it. Yeah,
I mean, jokes aside, when you say you want to nurture these kids to come out as well, we actually need a lot of that for MYSG. Because hear me out. Us, compared to a lot of other regions, we have slower growth also because of the lack of opportunities that international orgs are approaching us most of the time. So we're trying to train up the grassroots, the community, build them up, because international orgs, they actually look for active communities in the country before they foray into us. So MYSG, in terms of Valorant, I'm not sure for other games, but for Valorant, I heard that we are lacking. So people, you guys out there, make sure you build up your communities and make sure you guys nurture them very, very well.
Make sure you make kids to
make sure you make kids to nurture them and provide them with the best upbringing, aka teaching them to play Valorant.
I mean, like, it would be really cool if MYSG do actually have the Valorant Academy for ourselves.
Yeah.
I do know for a fact that a lot of the colleges involved with esports or even Valorant these days, but we need to nurture them since the primary schools when they're like 7, 8, 10 years old. But at the same time, they have to learn to balance things out with their academy, their education. So there's quite a pressure for these kids too. I feel like we're having a good talk right now.
This is real, because not just a discussion between ourselves, but we hope to also enrich the people that are watching, especially from the Malaysia-Singapore region, that you can actually really contribute to the growth of esports in our own country just by watching and also sharing. So if you guys haven't shared the Twitch video, I don't know if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch. Every share counts, because the more people we reach and the more exposure we're gonna get. Not especially, you guys need to understand, when Paper Rex took the grand stage, that's where the world's eyes are onto us. So that was our golden opportunity.
I mean, like,
you know what I'm saying?
As a Malaysian ourselves, right? And for myself, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to put him under the bus right now. But Malaysians usually love to take the credit when somebody achieves something. They don't want to take the credit when trying to build up something as starters, They don't want to from scratch. They
love the claim, I'm saying. They're playing the claim game. Right?
Claim game.
No one do that.
Don't claim. But at the same time, why not this time we try to build something from scratch? He got a point by having more exposure. It doesn't mean that we want this to be known just to be known. When people know about this, it just gives so much opportunity for the community in MYSG ourselves to actually have more people to actually try to funnel in as sponsors to build up maybe an academy for Valorant. Maybe one day we will be world-class players.
Possibly. Well, every world-class player starts from, believe it or not, starts from a grassroots tournament. And, speaking of grassroots though, Team Path is here for that. Zan, I don't know if he's considered grassroots, that he's playing in Enigma Gaming right now. I'm not sure if he had a stint in Bleed Academy, but I talked to him for a bit. He said he wasn't, but I played with him before. I'm only unrated because I'm not Radiant. He is Radiant, by the way. So yeah, and he's just cracked. Like that guy has been playing back in this. There was an org called Team Nasi Lemak.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
Yeah,
of
there was a bunch of like just really cracked 14-year-olds. They were all 14. Like, what are you guys doing?
That's so cute.
Yeah, so when we try to foray into academics, I guess trying to bring esports into colleges, into high schools as an extracurricular, that could be a way. It's not that we haven't tried. We did, but only certain orgs in Malaysia has it. I'm not sure for Singapore though, because we haven't really gotten a market survey
Yeah,
for
do
that.
tell us in the chat if there's
Yeah.
any from Singapore because we want to know.
Exactly.
At the same time, you talked about college and stuff like that for extracurricular, right? I did had one that I involved with. I think it was one of the universities. Was it Tar College? Yeah, it was Tar College. They actually make esports as their extracurricular. It's not just being a pro
Oh, really?
player. Yeah.
So it's TAR. Okay.
Yeah. And they actually also involved in the production. So they are pretty much building a whole industry and teach the students a whole industry for it. And there's also one of my partner casting, which was Sir Cloud, who actually involved in that. Solely, he's the one that building up syllabus around it and stuff. But they just, it's just a short-term course. What we want right now is a long-term thing.
Yeah.
What I'm looking forward right now is maybe this is going to be a bit of long shot, right? Imagine if the extracurricular can evolve up to the point where they offer scholarships for players in high schools to play esports in college based on that scholarship in esports. And even though you're being a pro player, the org themselves can actually sponsor you to actually study even further for management and administration to actually manage into the business in the org, and then later make you work for the org in esports, even though you are retired pro player.
Yeah, and the sponsorships can come from both private institutions as well as the government.
Yeah.
But it only matters of where we actually kind of pitch this first, because for the government side, remember, we are only speaking from a Malaysian perspective because we are from Malaysia, not just for Singapore, so we are not repping Singapore. Maybe you guys have a different system in place.
Oh, please tell us.
Yeah,
We
so
want to know.
we are actually interested to know. But in Malaysia though, it's slowly getting traction. Still a little slow though, but we are still grateful for Riot to even extend their VCLs to MYSG, because yes, we do have our Indonesia brothers, our Thai brothers, Vietnam, I'm not sure if Cambodia has one, but yeah, so the local C region, you see Malaysia, Singapore being bundled as a singular region. And that says something, because our regions are so small that we need two countries to represent as one. So when that's said, I don't really think that's too big of a problem, because we share our talents well to the point where now Thailand X10 has already but we have some players that into X10, and Enigma Gaming from India. Who knows? Maybe next year split, we're gonna have maybe 7 teams that are international, maybe one's local. I don't know, but all the players that you see in there are all from like Singapore and Malaysia. That's all I'm saying.
Welcome to the VALORANT Challenges Forum, guys. We're waiting for the players' technical issue to resolve, but at the same time,
Because you're a podcast at this point. I don't
yeah,
care.
we're a podcast.
We're a podcast.
We're just a podcast, and maybe make as well as TED Talk right here. But you know what? We do want to know if you guys happen to be Singaporean and in the chat. I'm not looking over the chat because I'm the one that cannot do multitasking at the same time. I mean, like Zeno is reading out the chat at the same time.
I'm just I'm here looking at notes. Okay, just let you
really?
guys know.
Oh, maybe this is the time we can
Notes.
actually pull up the chat. Because we have.
Oh. So okay,
okay.
I think well, let's just take a while to just show you guys a little bit of the team's video real quick. We'll start with Louvre. Maybe you guys are sick of our voices, but me and Choo Choo, we're just gonna chill and see what the beautiful faces of Louvre have for us today.
Hi guys, I'm from Louvre. My name is Red Cole. And a little bit about our team is we actually participated in VCT like a lot of times actually, and we're always top 3 in SJMY. A little funny story about Louvre is how we got the name. It's actually from a show called Lupin. It's actually a museum name. And I found it quite interesting, so I was like, oh, okay, why not just take the name, you know? And also we're just a friend group, so if anyone wants to sponsor us, you know, like you can hit me up on Twitter, anything lah. All of us are actually still studying and stuff, so we're actually doing this just for fun. Right now we're about to destroy almost every good team in this tournament. I play Flex in my team. Flex basically I play KO, Sky, all those flash agents basically. I was actually a national athlete for table tennis, and I actually moved to esports to play professionally here. I would say I'm like the big brother of the team. I take care of all the kids in my team. So the next person I'm going to introduce is Bryce. Bryce actually plays smokes for our team. So one famous quote that Bryce loves to say during games is "Let me cook." It literally means that he's lurking and he needs time to make a play. So every time he says "Let me cook," then all of us are just Bryce is cooking, Bryce is cooking. Then we all just chill, you know. So the next person I'm going to introduce is like a brother to me. It's Maxi. He plays Senti for our team. He loves Killjoy. He's basically the rat of our team. So the little fun thing about him is in game he's actually quite quiet. He's quite serious. Outside the game, this guy is the biggest wild animal in the clubs when drinking, stuff like that. So the next person I'm going to introduce is our newest addition, Reverie. He plays initiator for our team. He actually destroyed us in a LAN tournament. It was quite tilting to lose to him.
The best moment of my career has to be beating my own team, and then after that I proceed to join them.
He's actually one of the cutest members of our team. So the last person I'm going to introduce is Shinsei. He's the Apex Demon Jet God. He looks like a clown. He literally make us lose, but everyone will just laugh. He's actually like a very cute boy outside of the game, but in game you're going to get destroyed by him, man. Although we're not paid and you guys are paid, we will take your jobs, man. So just be ready for that. People aim for top 6, but we're aiming for top 2. Anything below top 2 will be a disappointment for us.
I'm loving the fact how they subtly just squeeze in, nobody paying us to actually play for this.
Do you know we had a team called You Guys Get Paid? That went against Paper Rex. That was their most memorable run because yes, they got knocked out immediately by Paper Rex, but they got paid just by being top 8. So here, Redcore made a bold statement that says that like we are here to take your jobs. And to be honest, this is their resume. It doesn't matter like how far they got in the tournament. They will look at their individual performances, and who knows, a future orgs might take them. This is their resume.
You know, I'm surprised by how many teams up here who's already in the pro league for quite some time haven't got themselves quite not much of orgs to actually sponsoring or even, you know, be a pro player with a paid salary where they can be a bit stable and just focus on their game.
That's right.
I'm surprised at how little team they are to actually being a full career as pro player.
I just don't. If they are from Louvre and they said they're not being paid, that has to change because Louvre is one of the longest lasting orgs I've known since VCT Stage 1 NYSG 2021, by the way. So orgs out there, you guys gotta pick them. Otherwise, you know, these players are gonna steal other pro players' jobs.
Yeah,
and, we need jobs. So yeah, okay. Anyway, we'll cut that short real quick. Because you've seen Louvre, we would like to introduce you guys to the players of Enigma Gaming India. So here's the video.
Hi guys, I'm from Enigma Gaming. The org is based in India and it's found by Aryaman Wasan. They just recently ventured into the MYSG scene and we're lucky enough to get picked up by them. We will do our best to win the challenges and qualify to Ascension. I'm the doctor from Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for the team. I play the controller for the team. Fun fact about my in-game name, the doctor, I'm actually not a doctor. I got the name from a MotoGP racer which I admired a lot and I've stuck with it since. Although I'm not a doctor, but my aim is as precise as a surgeon. I would like to introduce one of my teammates, Tyron. He's the main initiator of the team. He creates space with his utilities. For me, he's a very smart player. He makes split second decision for the team, which helps us in and out of the game. Next up, I would like to introduce Zen. He is our main duelist of the team. He is our star player. He is very young, very mechanically gifted, but also very disciplined, despite his role of a duelist that needs to open up space for the team. Next up, I would like to introduce Frey. He's the sentinel of our team. He's a very good sentinel because he is very, very good at finding those 1v1s and winning those. He's the jokester of the team because he's very straightforward. Lastly, I would like to introduce Divine. He's the flex player of the team. He is quite a perfectionist in and out of the game. This helps us execute with his flawless utility usage and trading capabilities. Although there are some respectable teams and players out there, we are not afraid of any of them. I want my team to be remembered as one of the greatest that ever touched the game. We would like to thank all the fans around the world especially those from India. We wish that you would continue to support us as we carry the Enigma banner into the MYSG region.
Imagine the first stint for Zan and he immediately gets picked up by an international org
And not
that has
just that,
forayed into MYSG. Think about that.
They got a lot at stake here for side Enigma Gaming to carry that banner all the way into MYSG region and play it out, and they have to perform, and right now they're having a tough start. Now we're gonna wait and see if that's gonna change later on, but hey, the doctor. I'm a doctor, but I don't shoot as precise as a surgeon. I mean, like, you're doing it better than I do.
You know, that's what they call surgical precision. And I like that he highlight all of his teammates and their strengths to the point where, you know, utility makes space. You know, you are the big brainer of the team. There's a jokester in the team per se, and it creates a very positive energy around the team because tills do happen, but it's always one person to try to anchor it down. And I hope it's Frey. You know, so you got powerhouses, man. Talking about Frey for a bit, he was. I don't know if you guys ever remember Reality Rift that became Orgless for a while, but they were XRR per se. Then he was in SMG, Huatzai Lei, so basically the Singapore orgs, to say the least. Whereas the Doctor and Zan being the only two Malaysians in there, we saw his Malaysian flag on his jersey and some great sponsors as well. So I really want to root for this team, not because they're an international org to say, but because a lot of these players came from also different backgrounds.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
But if you compare also singers for Louvre, actually, they're having a very laid-back, sort of a more fun energy. If you compare, you can see Doctor is really sort of a very serious person behind the scene, but at the same time, they have a lot of stakes. So I can't blame him for being a bit too strict with the players or with the kids or with all his members.
Yeah.
But for side of Louvre, it feels like they might show a bit of upfront, very fun person, but for the fact that I have a feeling usually those actually looks fun on the outside or on the screen, they're actually super intense in the game.
That's correct. And since Louvre is the one that has the, I would argue, maybe a little more composure compared to Enigma Gaming right now, and it also doesn't help that also Zan is fresh, right, into VCT. This is his first like big stage, big competitive game. In his career, I say, to be legal. So I hope that you guys will show support no matter which of these teams are. MYSG, we are one region, okay? No hate. And we are finally back, and it seems that we are replaying round number 3.
Yep, we have to. Maybe that's where the technical hits in. But also, Reverie. I love the fact that he used to be the enemies for this guy. It's so sweet. I mean, like, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Literally doing that. But right now, they're going in. It seems like a bit more proactive on the side of Enigma. The Doctor now gonna slowly try to scout things out in the B main, while the rest of Team Louvre try to push it in with the camera coming up from the drone to just spot any intels or any scouts coming up from that side. Still holding their grounds for the side of Enigma. But for Louvre, slowly they are cutting into the corners of B.
We saw Shinsei pop the knives earlier round before he got reset onto A, and this is going to be a B push here. They did this the first round, and they're going to try to repeat it, but guess who's lying in wait? It's the Doctor himself. Not the real Doctor, but see if Divine pushes out, the Doctor comes out, lays down the spray, but it's only good for 1. So the general 2-for-1 trade will enable LVR to get this plant down despite Shinsei being very low.
Feels like a repeat from the last match. Exactly what they're doing with that wall just now. Got themselves quite a great position for post-plant. Now they need to peek out towards the yellow, but it's just so hard for the side of Enigma to actually spot any of them out. That slow up coming up from that Sage of Redco. Making it so hard for him to push forward. Up drop, they're getting one more! What a perfect play from Zan! My goodness me!
That debut, he is back. Computer fix, aim ready, kills down. What a clutch from this man, and they will crack the egg. 1-2 now for Enigma.
Oh, that's definitely different from the past few games we witnessed just now, and this is a good start. Finally, Enigma getting themselves that momentum, but looking at this, Redco knows exactly he's trying to push for Zan, but the slow up is not stopping. The updraft timing was just so perfect.
Not even that. I don't even talk about the updraft. It's the spray control. He was down to 2 grab. So good at transfer, and it wasn't like a real side-by-side. There was a relatively respectable distance between them both, and he was running out of bullets. Last number 2. What a beautiful round. Now, let's not harp too much on that as we see how LVR tries to recover right now.
Now, Louvre still try to push a same sequence. again, they...
I'm just saying this level of his aggression, but guess who is also in competition for that? It's Zen. He plays a mean jet himself, so it's pretty much just a duelist fiesta. Talk about anime fight.
This is interesting. Looking at how Frey taken out with a shotgun, another one, and
That's
triple
Frey.
down to Frey with a bucket. It just creates so much space for the team.
You know what? Call him the joker of the team, but he ain't playing around with that one. Having a triple kill with only, like, you know, it's a 3-for-1 trade. It's definitely in favor for Enigma. And remember, this buy round for LVR. If they lose this, economy going to be destroyed next round. And this is actually Enigma's eco round.
Yeah,
remember that.
with that bucket, it's more than enough to actually create so much space. It's a perfect shotgun round for them as well. Bryce, he got one on to Doctor, and now left with only TV3 here, with also the lockdown open up by the side of Louvre.
The flag, they know that double up drop, takes out his maxi, but Bryce will get one trade, but that's onto Divine. They know Zen is alive, they have to respect him. Now they're going back probably on default. Zen, that maybe. Very, very good smoke to try to cover it up. Now maybe with beautiful headshot. Trusting in that, picks up even though he doesn't even have bullets in that. He trusts his sniper a little better. Picks up, and it's another clutch for Zen!
God, this guy is so good. The more you push him in the corner, the more critical the situation is. He's just way better when in that situation.
Dude, the micro adjustment, we can see like the distance she peeks out, you know, and then like you know the stage is a little bit off from when he picked her up from yellow. It just readjusts.
Just gonna have
to gets it.
We need that replay so much right now. Now, Frey is one of the best shotgun moment, but just now you have to give it to Zen as well.
Correct. We cannot take this highlight away from Frey because Frey opened up so freaking spicy. But why is the highlight not on Zen? Like, come on.
We need another highlight.
Yeah, that's gonna go into the end highlight. I don't care. Okay, we're hyping this man too much right now. Let's just un-overheat.
Oh, like you mentioned, Louvre really hurt the economy just now. But back to the side of Enigma. They are still going for a default here, but this time Louvre is pushing out towards A mostly, with a lot of alarm bots in the turret just to place himself to, you know, be careful about their lurkers and the backstabbers. So we do have one Bryce to gut coming out from B. They actually make it in for A halfway through. It's still not rotating on the side of EG here.
I like how LVR has always been doing this, like, hi, I'm gonna let you know I'm here, my presence, and then they just stop and chill and then explode in. Like, Enigma has been always letting them in, and he got the Hunter's Fury to try to, you know, block any plant, but it seems to be planted for Nest. Zen, hold it for 10. Okay, they're making it in. Screen is clear also. They have to respect the Viper's wall, so that's why. He's finally in, and unfortunately, Redco couldn't get the wall up in time, and he's gone.
They're just gonna plant it default where they were supposed to be, like on the first floor. Back to the side of Louvre, this is a bit of a problem. They've been backstabbed here. They haven't actually realized that yet, but Bryce did notice that with his bots giving away their position.
Okay.
But at the same time, that lockdown will not lock as much as 0 players detained, but the ones coming out from the other end is going to be the Sova. It's going to be Styron, taken down by Bryce again. He's guarding heavily on that side.
Todak, oh no!
They couldn't make it. They have to save this.
Yeah. Well, EG always knows this, and you know they always get the best saves. But the thing is, like, at one point they save, you know, there was a three man left alive and they lost 2. Okay, that's a shot. That is a shot.
You meanie guy.
We take it.
Just gonna hurt them a bit. Not just give it away freely on the side of San. Even though they lost that round, still gonna hurt quite a bit when it comes to economy. They do have a Blade Storm from Shinsei, so he's definitely not gonna buy this round. The same goes for the Doctor. Do have the Viper Spit, didn't actually utilize it in the last round.
Hiko doesn't, even though Shinsei doesn't really need to buy, but LVR did win the last round. So technically Bryce could have bought, but one thing to note about is that Bryce used the lockdown and he's gotten 2 orbs now. So you can imagine that he just needs 5 kills within the next 2 rounds and just get another one up.
I mean, like, maybe they're saving up for ops later on, but it's going to be a timeout from
true.
Enigma Gaming. Maybe just to refresh your brains again. Hopefully nothing happens behind the scene.
Maybe not a PC issue. Nah, that's fine because this is EG's timeout, which means it's a tactical timeout, not a technical one. So nothing's wrong with that PC. They're just stratting.
Hopefully. I'm so scared with timeout these days, especially when it comes to this series.
Oh yeah.
On the other note, well, Redco do have a couple more shots to actually get the resurrection, so maybe it's going to be really aggressive for the side of Louvre for the next round, with a Blade Storm already prepared, and Shinsei definitely will use it as he's not buying any. We do have the Hunter's Fury already up as well. Now, it's all down to Enigma Gaming to retake. I have a feeling they have to play for retake this one, because the Viper's Pit really can use the best potential as it is in the retake session.
Or even just prevent a side push. I don't know. But the recon just making sure no one's on Pipe's area. That's Shinsei once again got Blade Storm. As you mentioned, you know, doesn't really need to buy, but Styron doesn't have a full buy. He spotted both drones being used here. Now he knows that one nano sword being thrown from Ness. So that's some information. Hashi on the fray.
It's slowly pushing in. They don't have alarm bot right on top of where they're pushing. Here comes the dash come out from the side of Shinsei. It was a fast play. Ooh, that precision! That swing is just so perfect around Shinsei. Open up so much space for the side of Louvre. They're planting it, and it's going to be post-plus. Still have 5 men outnumbered on the side of Enigma.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Once again, Shinsei gets a perfect angle for this. And he spots one more. He knows there's a doctor there. He's got the gun. No problem, but that double pick, pretty good. Zan, we've seen him do this, but it's 2-on-4. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let him cook. Let him cook, they say. But unfortunately, can't get the preheat on that oven enough. And this is a quick one, most likely, for LVR. The doctor's probably just gonna get away. I mean, they need the creds. They need the guns.
They definitely will hurt a lot when it comes to economy just now.
Yeah.
So all they can do, at least have one rifle is more than enough, because they have to go for eco half-buy for the next one. It hurt them so much to lose 2 rounds in a row now. On the side of Louvre, they're definitely trying to find the Viper, the doctor. Where is he? And still got the Viper's Pit, by the way. A bit late to retake this now.
Is one thing. Yeah, I agree. Like, Louvre suddenly understood what EG was doing, and then they just circumvented. It's so good. Yeah, adapt. Oh, hi. Tech the bear again.
There's so many bears that we didn't notice because we never get to go to it.
You gotta go to custom and just like enable ghost mode and find the best Easter eggs. Like, you have to. Riot has hidden perfect plushies around there. Yeah.
I never have that time to actually go for ghost mode.
Oh god.
Wow.
It's Zan on Shinsei action and he's down 30. 120 from that Vandal, I guess. He's probably gonna get his heal soon. Shinsei god is gonna be a big problem. And oh my god, Zan comes in and prevents the resurrection from coming onto play.
So close yet so far. They are actually in an acre round with that Sheriff just now been taken off. But back to the side of Styron, the rest of Divine Zan and Enigma. They have to pull back for a bit, or maybe just trying to lurk around to see if they can backstab the 2 players, Maxi and Reverie, from planting. Same time, Styron already have his Hunter's Fury up. 1 more second for the recon bolt. Definitely he tried.
But that's 3 outside of Enigma Gaming. There's no way they should lose. Styron, my man. You will love to see that one drawn up. And knows that Maxi's up close. He's making a run for it. But there is a world that LVR can still clutch this though. But I don't want to jinx this. Yep, probably did. Enigma now will stop LVR in their tracks. This is pretty much
win.
It's almost like a tug of war, but each team gets like 2 points-ish, which is kind of insane because they'll force one team into the eco, and then the team wins the eco for some reason, and then just resets. It's weird.
Feels like when it comes to eco, right, they don't hesitate as much because, you know, they have nothing else to lose. Like, if we lose this game, we lose. But if we actually win this, and we actually a bonus point, and that just goes into their hat. And this time we do have Ops out, which are going to be coming up from Frey, maybe to guard over the side of A or mid by himself. But the thing is, Louvre are committed to go mid and A, and maybe just shift the transition in between. It feels like they're going to commit to A all the way.
I like how they just let Rise walk into mid. No problem. But there's an alarm robot there, so I don't think he can walk anywhere close. Yeah, okay, the alarm robot is destroyed, so they know one's at mid. But does it matter though? They are going to try to pinch them. And that's Zan gone. Another one gone. That Rise is doing so much work. He caught them rotating from orange. And this is probably looking really good for LVR, but still. Beautiful kill from Frey. She's getting another run. 2 for him now. This is an absolute clown fiesta happening here.
But he does, well, he better be that good because right now he doesn't want to lose that AWP, and definitely it will be a big win for the side of Louvre. If they not just win this, get an extra AWP at that, and well, that's going to hurt them quite a bit. Bryce on there, I think you mentioned before, he creates so much space in the mid just now. I think they're going to have to save the AWP, and also the Doctor still not utilize his Viper Spit just to make sure you can save again for this round because they already invested way too much in this particular round.
I'm just very kind of interested to know as to why the operator was not on Zen, but you can argue maybe he's more of an aggressive player. He wants to swing angles, so maybe he's more comfortable on the Vandal in this sense.
I think Frey is just more towards the mid just now, guarding mid with that ops to make sure nobody actually try to breach in the middle, but Bryce make it in. He manages to
I don't know.
wall.
So, I mean, Frey definitely was not on Boiler because otherwise he would have spotted.
Yeah, he was moving all the way. I mean, like, if he actually on top of Broiler, he probably gonna notice on Bryce, maybe because of the smokes just now. There were a couple of smokes being dropped there. This is gonna be the round where Louvre is actually leading on 7-4.
Insane. Last round in the first half already, and we might just see one of the closer halves for today compared to the first series that we had.
Admitted to B this time, but Viper Spit definitely will actually pull back the entire team of Louvre. They're going to go from mid to A or even back to B if they want to, but
Zen?
it's a bit too late.
A little bit of a questionable spray there, but I guess Bryce comes up on top and they will take it. This is a very defensive Viper Spit, which will deter everyone to go to A on the side of LVR. And those footsteps are enough to signal both lockdowns to come in. And that's why the Hunter's Fury was saved for this very, very moment. And for some reason, it takes some time before the defending lockdown was destroyed.
Oh boy. Here comes another Hunter's Fury. Feels like a lot of trading of skills and ults. But Styro managed to take down on Maxi. Here comes Frey with an AWP again from the back. But at the same time, couldn't spot anybody on that spot.
I would say this tag team is actually surprisingly good coming up from Enigma Gaming. Yeah, they're playing off this Hunter's Fury and the swings, and they still get one kill even though losing Zen. Still up to this 4 versus 4. They need to try to make this time count even though it's the end of the first half. And Frey is getting completely shut down by this wall, but still finds one underneath heaven, and the defuse will commence. 4 versus 2 situation here as Doctor will lie in wait for Reverie, and this will mark the end of the first half with a very, very close one.
That lock coming up from Shinsei, just focusing on top of him. Give away the position where they can just headshot him right in the face. Now, 5-7, almost a fair game where we can say almost the same when it comes to the start of the second half. But still, Louvre is leading up 7-5 at just 2 points different. Now, this is going to be really dicey if Enigma couldn't score on the first pistol. They need to score this.
That's very true. Otherwise, it can be a potential 5-9. But that depends, though. It seems that there are more and more players that are willing to anti-eco, even though they've lost the pistol round.
No, the thing is, if you got yourself a good pistol round and you're not the one leading, you know, the more you stretch up the scores and the points here, it feels more demotivating. And you can see it the players start to lose their momentum. It feels like a bit of mistakes here and there where they cannot afford to do so.
True.
So hopefully they can actually come back for this round while they're waiting and just in a default segment for this.
The tag team, I don't know if they were checking. They make so... Oh, he's scanned out. Never mind. He needs to leave. And they leave red code there. He just to run for safety. But he got this pistol. It's so tough. The spray control from Zen is just so good. Frey still has his turret up available, if anything. But after all that happened, I would say LVR is still on top. And they're defending. Everyone's up here.
I love it how Zen just quickly improvised impromptu. But okay, you put a ice wall here. I'm just going to updraft here and look over on the other side. But here comes Maxi.
They already lost 2.
Tyron didn't actually look over the yellow! It's so many of them! My goodness me, Louvre!
I'm surprised.
Such a clean win.
I'm surprised we switched cameras before we saw what happened to that kill, but like that was a world where like
I'm surprised Tyron didn't even try to look over on the yellow side for a bit.
They did check the back of yellow and he's like, "Hi, you see my gun barrel? I'm gonna keep pushing." But the first 2 shots from the classic whiff. So any classic fans out there, you know. That's me. I prefer my right clicks, but you mentioned about the pistol round. EG didn't get it. It's LVR. So how does this translate? EG not going to go for the anti-eco though. Only 2 shares being invested.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see if the sheriff we saw earlier in the previous round will actually translate into this round as well.
The LVR is going to make it super tough for Enigma to even dream of getting onto site though.
And down to 2. Feels like Enigma, he just got the last win. Styron still managed to shut down the operator user. Shinsei is nowhere to be seen. But Styron and Divine finally make a way to get into the plant in B. And they don't have anything to work with, nothing to cover themselves. All they have is just the yellow. Get into B main, just wait it out, hoping to get a couple of frags here and there.
Well, let's see if this commences is enough to start the defuse per se. They're moving in. Styron up on yellow is going to trade it out with Divine. A beautiful hold by Enigma. It's so fast.
That's a clutch. That was a clutch. It was really against them.
Yes.
They don't have the Viper wall since the start. They're down to only 2 men fighting against 4.
4, right? Exactly. What a hold by Enigma Gaming. There could be no other impeccable way to say this. That shouldn't be, the one for Enigma to take. LVR let it slip.
Any utilities to actually play alongside to hold the ground as well. All they have is just the heal or coming out from Divine. That's it.
Correct. I couldn't really dissect what happened there because you had one angle only from the yellow positioning, right? If you had a global view, I wanted to see how he played this 1-2 tag team with Divine, to get this kind of clutch. But let's see if this is another aggressive push that's going to be punished. Yeah,
that was fast.
This was the punish.
That was fast. But at the same time, it's going to be pistol round or echo round from the side of Louvre. So it's nothing to lose for them right now. Definitely 1 round to lose. But when it comes to economy, well, they try their best to contain whatever they have left. Doctor, 1 more shot for his ult. But at the same time, they might not actually need it as they're fighting against 3 Louvre player. They are unsure. Feels like Maxi tried to push a bit in B. But they're taking their own sweet time for Enigma, playing the mind games here, making sure they are a bit insecure for Louvre.
Silence is deafening sometimes, as you only hear the curtains of the Viper's wall coming up.
They're trying to rush. They're going to go for the rush here.
They
don't have enough men for the side of Louvre.
They have to still do their due diligence to get these cans out. So it doesn't really matter. Zen has already opened up for his team to try to come in. Yeah, just walk in, easy clap, and then just play a default post mode. They have only 3 members left alive and sheriffs. You don't disrespect them though, I would say.
Sheriffs.
Yeah. LVR can pull a number on you if they really wanted to, but here we go. That's the startup. Oh, never mind. I guess the round's pretty much over for this. LVR is getting close to being equalized by Enigma Gaming here. I never said sleep on any of these teams, but they are really getting this close. It's gonna be a nail biter to the finish if LVR doesn't close this out quick.
It's push and pull, ping pong away, and tug of war between Enigma Gaming and Louvre. And this is the teams that equalizes the playfield when it comes to skills, their tactical, their strats, and how they utilize based on timing. It's just so perfect. It's one or the other. Who makes the mistakes first? Let's say who gets a duelist down first? It's either Dan or Shinsei down, and it's a bit easier for them. And whoever gets their respective Vipers, it's just a better result to winning. But for the side of Enigma, they want to force the A this time, but the Viper's wall coming up from Maxi, making it a bit harder for them to actually rush it in. Lockdown. Coming up from the side of Enigma. Not going to hit anybody or not going to just stop anybody, but we have a feeling this corner, Prey.
I like how they're committing this drone here just in case, but holy damn, that hold from Prey was so good. We'll take out Shinsei now that's trying to come in from the flank, but this is actually very heavy utility usage because both Viper's Pit and a lockdown is going to be used here.
Yeah, it's a very expensive round. They need to win this for Enigma, definitely. That lockdown already done. And next one, Furies. Coming up from the side of Sova. But they're not done and dusted yet. Even though they're down to 4, it's going to be equal grounds 4v4. But they try to force it in. Frey as the front line, the forefront. Bryce trying to find one. Whoever tried to stuck their barrels in there, they will shut them down instantly. Styron on the other end. They're trying to find those not in the Viper's Pit, giving away his position. Styron being double pick here, but still managed to trade on one-on-one.
No, LVR. How is this happening? They had the number disadvantage earlier, and now EG is probably going to be down last man stand. No, not last man standing. Wait, I'm so sorry. What just happened? It was a literally tug of war. That one point where LVR was getting so close to taking that round, and EG just comes back hot, take those 3 kills.
It's worth
what just happened?
It's worth it for them to drop all the ults just now. That Viper's Pit was so much of a value, making it so hard for the side of Louvre to retake it. It's just impossible for them to know exactly where they're standing. All they wait just now for the side of Enigma inside of Viper's Pit, just taking their barrels out. Whoever tried to cross over is just almost impossible. And also Reverie, nice touch just now, who trying to come up from behind, but didn't manage to do so. Here comes another one. They're going to commit to B fully this time. I'm not sure about Maxi, if he's going to lurk around mid or not.
Another full send. This is Garage again. They love this. Usually we see it more being a common A hit. Here, if Maxi picks out just a little bit more, he just might get his head blown. Oh, that's a good jump pick. Spots out 2, but that's only 2. That's enough to force him back to this one way.
Oh!
It was working, believe it or not, against Maxi's favor as he actually got vulnerable as well. But Shinsei, he picks one, tries to recover, gets the second one. Down on 3 versus 3, Divine making a triple for him. For Shinsei, I'm so sorry, because Divine was down 4 for Shinsei before he lost his life. It's only Frey left. An ace denied for Shinsei.
But at the same time, Reverie do have the recon bolt here. Frey managed to post one, but oh, he got himself way before.
Yeah.
And it's just perfect ending for Reverie. Now, just now, that was a huge opening coming up from the side of the Doctor. He just blew away Maxi from the snake bite.
You can't.
That snake bite making Maxi not movable anymore. He just burned down.
The push from Enigma was like really good. The thing is, I don't exactly know how it happened, but really, it is all Shinsei. You know, that he was holding on yellow.
Yeah.
There was nobody at all that can flush him out. And those Cloudbursts is just doing so much work for his little jiggle peaks here and there. And he just caught Styron at an unfavorable situation. He had to reload.
And his swing didn't even whiff. He tracked so well just now. He just followed his intuition, his game sense to know where to pick at the perfect time. On the side of Enigma, this time they need to win this round. It's always switching off hands on who's leading. But Enigma, they take it a bit slower. They put 2 members. It's going to be Bryce and also never mind. Frey, take it on. Almost trading a one-on-one. Reverie making sure they're not having a loss here. Doctor coming up from behind.
Oh no, he didn't trade it fast enough. I mean, the swing wasn't fast enough. So in the end, it's still a 1 versus 1. But guess what? The spike gain here, it's all the way onto B side. So I guess that is a good fake. Yes.
Yep, making it a bit slow for the side of Louvre to actually go and try to push him. Now they're trying to retake his 4 members here, but the problem will be the Doctor. He's coming up from behind here. Might just backstab them without them realizing it. But we do have Zen already pushing up forward. Going into the cloud of poison already. Doctor trying to buy more space. But Zen, where is he being knocked down? Finish off at Maxi. But like I mentioned, this is just Doctor. Having the Doctor brain.
You're just talking about a Doctor. I'm just talking about Zen. Like, this man holds no bounds. He literally popped his tailwind and walked straight into the orb. Like, okay, dude. You don't care.
You know what? That's the best thing about having very young players. They don't overthink themselves. They just go whatever. Yeah.
I'm sure, like, there was enough information being fed to my dude over here, you know, for it to move in like this. But still, that's balls to the wall. Even though he didn't get those kills, but he opened up for his team.
It's so much. They couldn't plan it without him just now. It was perfect. I mean, like, this is the duelist that we really want to see and we want to have in our team, right?
Yeah, that's
the fearless duelist.
So with that said, there's another drone to open this up. 410, that's very over here. Might get spotted out. But this is equal situation now for LVR because both teams are equalized. But who opens up hot? It's Reverie, as we were talking about. Maybe this Blaze-Storm might just do something. But Shinsei is already very low.
Very locked down from Bryce, trying to shush them away out from the... Definitely they are pulling back for the side of Enigma. There's no way they want to contest towards this lockdown, but they will actually try to re-enter A. While the side of Louvre were thinking, will they actually transition or just rotate the other way? But they know each other best. So some of them will be staying A for a bit more.
Yep.
Enigma, on the other hand, thinking about switching over to B. They already got themselves that killjoy. Bryce already waiting at the perfect corner.
It made LVR overthink because they rushed to B, hurt no one, they went back towards A, and then EG now has the perfect timing to push into B. This is just reverse big brain.
30 seconds left.
As you heard the time, I was about to say, 30 seconds left, and we just might catch Bryce that's rotating a little bit far away, but he still has his crosshair train. Yep, that's one...
Giving away, that's giving us so much away. Look at how fast the other teams come out from Louvre. Just swiftly rotate to SB, not waiting. But Hunter's Fury is open up, Reverie getting on Divine. Bryce trying to just making sure nowhere nearby, but finally another lockdown in B this time by the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, is it just enough time to try to take out this take out anyone who's hiding in the choke points? I don't think so though. They're just trying to fire towards Snowman and finally gets Red Crow. So both Hunter's Fury getting one kill and a couple of people just waiting for the flank, and Reverie is down. It's Shinsei finding a little bit difficult to land those Sheriff shot, but Frey with a beautiful double. It's a 3-on-1 situation, and this one just looking likely. EG running away with this.
Wow, what a lot of cerebral Valorant. Big brain plays. I mean, like the way they bluffed, the way they fake it, the way they just making the decision in the last minute, and plus not too rushed into making decision of using their ults just now. It was so perfect, landing out for Enigma Gaming. Not to utilize too soon for the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. Bought them so much round just now.
This is going to be a serious nail biter. I mean, we called it ever since it was like a 5. What was it actually 5-1? No, I don't think so. It was like 3-3 at one point.
That's never.
Yeah, that was never a 5-1 because we ended the first half with a 5-7. Remember? So this is.
It was starting
a comeback.
off a 0-3.
And they were 5-9. They were 5-9, by the way. Enigma Gaming. So LVR, they gotta close this up right now.
This is still the first match, by the way. Oh my god.
Yeah. You know, I really don't doubt the map 3, but Shinsei lying wait, he will take out Zen. Guess what, guys? I don't know if you guys know, but Shinsei also recently had a lung operation, I guess. Maybe it's a collapsed lung or something, but... yeah, but you need to... He needs to catch his breath sometimes. And he's not really overheating per se. He is the top fragger for the entire game right now, per se. And he's doing it hard.
Oh,
wow.
Styrock!
Wait.
What is that shot coming off?
They might have spotted his gun barrel. That's all I'm saying.
Back to us in the tunnel. Frey finished off by Bryce. Exchanging, trading 1-1. Now have a 5 on Louvre. Definitely, they are having this match, but Divine making it a bit hard for the side of Louvre. Planting on the second floor. But never mind, couldn't plant it by himself. Doesn't have any backups. But speaking of, you know, who did you mention just now again? Was it
Shinsei?
Shinsei. Oh. You guys at home stay safe. Same goes for you.
Yeah, because I
don't think this is a post.
I'm not the only one with a broken body. Park him.
You shouldn't sit in like this if you have a broken body. My God.
Correct. The cameras are not on. Nobody knows what I'm doing.
I know. I worry for you.
Nobody knows.
Okay. I have a feeling we might have an overtime for our first round still.
Yep. You really say, okay, game 3 it's fine, but overtime you are pushing it, but I don't doubt it. That's the catch-22 that I'm facing right now, because you can't have the holy trifecta, you know?
Feels like we might have the holy trifecta here. I'm not sure how many overtime we might actually face, but Shinsei pushing in, never mind, trying to just back up for a bit. They try to pull back, going for default inside of Louvre, taking their own sweet time. But in the meantime, nobody's actually lurking around mid. They might actually want to rethink it. You know what? It's not that safe. We don't have our duelists anymore. Sun is not there. Take it a bit slower by going mid to A or just A entirely, but we're just going to take our own time for the side of Enigma.
Well, I'm just respecting Frey for going operator on attack.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying.
That's true.
But they lost Zen very, very quickly now. So there's going to be another way to try to kind of move in here. Both Vipers are still alive. And the Doctor has somehow walked in already. Reverie finds his head though. Not looking good for Enigma starting in.
I have a feeling they might actually losing this op for this round. Will that be a mistake for them to actually buy the op in this particular round? But the snake bite will actually pull them back for a bit. They have to reconsider this Viper's was really hindering them from getting into the side.
Yeah, but it's down, and man advantage still for LVR. Frey, he found the shoulder, but he couldn't land the shot. He's lucky to be alive though, and Maxi will
the
pay.
cover.
Lovely spray control by Styron, make it a double, and they will equalize the manpower. I take that back instantly. Bryce takes someone, the resurrection, the tables have turned. And this is one for Louvre to take. They will be the first one to be game point.
Oh, will they pick the operator up? Not sure about that. Feels like they won't. Will they?
No, they have to, right? They're defending. They need... Wait.
Do they want to? I think
Do they
kind
not
of...
know they have to operate?
They do know, but I'm not sure if they want to... Yeah, they're trying to find it where, and there you go.
Point.
Now, this is going to be a tough one as the operator switches hand to a side of Redco.
Right here.
It takes him 5 seconds to decide if he wants the operator. And I respect that. I respect that because there are times you want to play close combat. And Shinsei was that. Where is the operator? Oh wait, it's a pause now, so maybe it's on the ground somewhere.
I feel like they might switch hand to it either, I don't know, Shinsei or Bryce. Either one or. So, Enigma, this is like make it or break it. It's so close though. It's just 11. I mean, this is the closest series we ever got.
So the thing is, like, when EG calls this timeout, they're trying to stop the momentum from LVR. In retrospect, they might take this to overtime because of this. And I don't remember seeing a timeout from LVR. It's always been EG so far, I think.
Yeah, they haven't taken any time off.
So LVR is just confident. And to be fair, there was the long technical pause earlier, which LVR probably could have just talked about.
You know what? They don't want any pause because of that. And they are on steamroll right now, even though it's just that close. But this is where Zan have to make the big plays. He got himself the Blade Storm. Can he do what he did in the first few rounds? Being the unexpected, going really chaotic or just bizarre move. And nobody can actually spot him out. Viper's Pit up for a side of Maxi. Hunter's Fury very soon. But other than that, maybe Divine can actually make the game changer as he got himself that resurrection.
I'm sorry, did I hear resurrection?
I don't know.
I love it. I love it. I'm sorry.
I don't know whether I want to say revive or resurrect.
Resurrection. You heard it here first. If you guys want to have Riz,
can you not?
It go be Sage. Otherwise, you're trolling.
Get out of my way.
Styron down. So it's looking pretty good now for LVR suddenly because Viper's Pit also committed already by Maxi's side.
I'm not sure about this. They're really gambling it. Getting into the Viper's Pit of sort of a Maxi. Now this is what a perfect
Device that? This is the
resurrection.
Wait, you gotta let Enigma cook. Let Enigma cook right now. They are heating up, okay? Wait, LVR, one shot the doctor. Now it's equalized again. Zan, oh no, he whips the knives. Shinsei is down, he's only one knife away, but still, it still can go for EG side, but LVR, they're running tight on manpower because they already lost Shinsei.
They need this overtime, but Bryce on the ground. Oh, this is so close. Redco, can he wrap things up for the side of Louvre?
No.
One last member remains.
He needs to defuse and he needs to kill people.
He can try. Overtime, my God. So close.
They cooked, guys. They cooked. And we have dinner served. We are overtime.
This is phenomenal.
The first overtime. I cannot believe my eyes. Like EG giving LVR a run for their money, and LVR is balls to the wall because they have so much on their plate to work with as considered one of like the real players.
They were behind at first.
Exactly.
They were behind up to 12 all
because
right now.
The thing about LVR is you got to feel for them. They were 5'9". You know, they were confident. They'd be like, okay, we got this against Enigma. And then Enigma just crawled the way back up. So this is also a redemption chance for LVR to close this. You could be an EG fan, you could be an LVR fan, but undeniably, you gotta be hyped for this overtime.
You know, if we have a double overtime on this, I have a feeling we might see a lot of Odins out just because.
Oh my God, no.
Here comes Louvre pushing up towards the B side, going to B main. But we do have Shan waiting, so if Shan can actually clutch this again by himself, it's gonna be a big win for the side of Enigma.
Here.
Oh.
I have
He
to
made
check the yellow.
Yeah, they had to check it.
I have to check the
But
yellow.
this time it's not Shinsei behind yellow though, so it's not really the same kind of impact that we had from last round. Okay, but still, Shinsei comes out hot, and LVR gets the first beautiful 2 frags. Make it 3. Sorry, they're just dropping. They don't care. They have no shits to give. As 2 members left alive from EG trying to make this retake possible. Highly doubt so. Looking at their positioning, there's one up orange, but Divine is just trying to hold and see if anyone can come from behind. But it doesn't matter. Doctor opens one up, and there's only Bryce down. 2 versus 4. The timer's ticking down though. They have exactly 10 seconds right now to move in and kill people.
Everywhere's blocked by the Viper's wall. It's super annoying with opposing Cloud as well. Divine, on the other hand, tried to block and defuse, but he was just hoovering the spell of the barrier, making it not possible to switch over the weapon in the last minute. A first win for the overtime and a match point for Louvre. Now, can they wrap things up again? Enigma gonna pull it and just drag it over to the next overtime, where we might see an Odin.
First overtime, fine. Second overtime, mega question mark if you ask me. But you know what? As Enigma Gaming making their debut on screen, I'm not disappointed.
I'm loving this.
I'm entertained. And if you are also an LVR fan, welcome back. LVR, one of the longest standing Valorant teams to keep, you know, qualifying for challenges. I mean, you know, the leagues. You gotta just see every time there's a new face on the block, it's always gonna be showing up.
No, they're committed to A, but the thing is, they haven't waited for Frey to just push into B to distract first. So maybe Frey is just gonna be the one that tried to find the lurkers coming from mid, but they are definitely trying to rush it into A. Broke the ice barrier from the side of Louvre. At the same time, Frey finish off Shinsei. That's going to be a bit of a problem for Louvre. They lost their duelists. He makes so much big plays, but Reverie makes sure he compensates for that.
Siron!
Triple kill!
God, this man comes out, lays down that full phantom shot, making a quad kill for this guy. We got second overtime.
He's a big question mark. Don't say I tell you so now.
Okay, I'll take that question mark to an exclamation point because, man.
How many overtime can we get in this series? Like, really?
Okay, let's not push it because there is the potential game 3 that might happen. So
I wouldn't mind. This is just a great Valorant all around. I haven't seen this much intense
exactly
competition throughout the entire series. It's only been 2 days, but
you know what, guys? Both teams are cooking up hot. I love this.
They're gonna go for they're gonna push it. Styron, Shinsei, Zan, Enigma, Divine. Shinsei getting a 2 down. Well, they are forcing the push. They are not just gonna defend this time around for Enigma. They are forcing to push in.
Okay, the thing about that is that I'm very, very surprised Styron stayed out there alive. Doctor was very shocked to see a random Bryce on his left, but it don't matter. Shinsei this time with a triple kill. And this fight should easily be going down here considering they do have man advantage. Once again, they do have man advantage. They do have man advantage.
No charges left.
4 kills now for Shinsei, and he's very healthy.
Nobody scored an ace yet now. So close, yet almost there with the Blaze Storm free. Being extra careful, he goes straight into the side.
Let him cook, guys. Let him cook. They know it's there. Okay, they don't. It's competition. You have to get the kill when you get it. Fine.
But at the same time, Louvre again with a match point leading up at a 14. Now, can they equalize the grounds again for Enigma?
All right.
Triple time. I mean, like overtime.
Okay. I've seen overtimes where the same team has been getting match point first, never closed out the game, and the second, the opposing team got the first lead in terms of the match series point. They closed it out.
Yeah.
So, is this going to be LVR's time to really close it, or is Enigma going to make this a second overtime? So that is the big question.
Okay. We can see how much we can stretch for overtime. Is this going to be the longest overtime for the history of the Valorant Challenges MYSG 2023? Shinsei trying to push.
Oh my God,
they're really going aggressive this time for Louvre. They want to close things up. You can see the impatience for them to go aggressive, and though they have defenders, but that cost him quite a bit.
What a hold by Enigma first. Maybe they were just trying to time the thing. Oh, never mind. Reiko almost got a double. I had to cut myself short there because that was probably going to be disastrous for EG. And to be fair, LVR is actually the losing end of those trades.
They were
Bryce-
pushing it.
Bryce comes out. Oh gosh, he's down. Once again, very likely might be equalizing. Yeah, no problem, guys.
Overtime.
We're here all night. I am just saying.
I'm happy to be here all night. Maxi and Remy, I can sense the quietness. It's like, I hate you right now, Chu. Yeah, thanks. But here comes from Kitchen. Maxi finish off Frey.
I might have called it too soon because this could be a
30
turnaround
seconds
for LVR. You never count them out when they are 3-2 situation. Never ever do that.
Raver is too low right now to have a peak. Now we have to actually depend on Maxi.
Right here.
Yep.
Scanning ahead.
With this Vipers, it's going to be so huge. Those banners up. Now they know Reverie is on level 2 here. And it is going to be good enough. Divine gets a triple for himself. Second overtime. Third overtime, sorry.
No, this is the first match
Overtime.
of this series, right? We still have another map later on, which is going to be Haven. Oh
Yeah,
my
guys.
god.
I don't know if you guys understand, but we are only on map 1. Yeah.
Since like 6 when we started until now. It's like, how many hours have been on this match only?
Yeah, I want to go to Haven, guys, soon enough. We've seen the overtime. It's time to close out. That's all I'm saying.
If Enigma actually gets a lead in this round, they can close things up because Louvre feels like they're hitting a bit of a plateau here. They are banging their heads on the wall because it feels like they can't get the execution done. A bit impatient in last defending round, but this time Enigma still have the composure. You can see the difference of a marathon play between these two teams. Shinsei trying to push as fast as possible.
Every angle he cleared on 410, he needs to push up because his tailwind is already used. And this wall is actually going to hinder them just a little bit more. Yep, tailwind expires, this is going to be big. Now they're going to have problems pushing into A side. We have one lurk, and that's from Bryce onto B. If he manages to take out the Doctor onto B side, this might look good for LVR.
It's going to pick over to B main, but I don't know, Bryce before this, he was just scouting or just guarding over mid so far, but this time he's pushing it all the way. Got the Doctor. Now can Louvre again leading off with 15-14 this time? Whilst the Doctor Shinsei got on San. That's big coming up from Louvre. But the exchange with Divine, take it down. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate.
Since we're on equalize, it could be still anyone's game here. So want to prompt a quick plan when Frey's playing level 2. This wall is going to prompt him for a bit. He needs to try to lay it down. The spray control is there, but it wasn't enough to take down Redco. Managed to get this heal up. 4-on-3 situation. No outs for either team, so it's going to be a pure dogfight.
Nano Swarm activated. Taking on another Swarm. The yellow Ravi's taking covers on, but the slow up making Frey just a bit hesitant to pick over this Viper's wall. Now they're trying to just defend this as much as they can. In the B main, taking on one Reverie and Redco. What a play!
That reverse swing out from the opposite side of yellow, that is just so good. They have all their attention trained and their crosshairs trained onto main, and they did not expect little Reverie to just pop out from the left side. What a play from this man. Again, LVR, match point.
So many times. It's like every single time you hit with a fake hope, there's going to be hopium all the way.
They say first time's the charm, so yeah, close it, yes.
I don't know, this is Enigma, man.
The worst for VCT I've seen overtimes was, I believe, was 17-19, I believe.
That's the most.
That was the most I've witnessed. For NYSG, for NYSG.
I might as well break the record, right?
No,
San
please.
pushing in with the dash.
Check it.
Right, taking on San. He's trying to do whatever he tried to, like in the first few rounds, but it's not going to work this time. But Doctor taking on Shinsei Reverie. Frey exchanging on Redco. Maxi taking on Frey. And it's down to 2v1 here. Now, can they close things up? As it left with only Styra on the side of Enigma. Oh, one more!
Styra, man of the hour. Can this man literally make it a fourth overtime? Is it four? I don't know. I lost track.
It's going to be the fourth.
He has got to fake it. He's got to fake it. And he does not fake it, so Maxi will end this round in favor for LVR. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude our first round. LVR takes it after a nail biter.
That's beyond nail biter, man. We bit our head off for that.
Okay, is it? Okay, consider nail biter because they always equalize, but let's be real, LVR has always been taking match point first, so they always have like an extra boost of confidence to take fights. So not a single time where
They asked for timeout. Yeah, they didn't
ask
ask
for timeout as well. Yeah, what a play from these guys. Like, I definitely lost my breath most of these plays. You know, both teams really stepped it up, and they were highlights left and right that I can remember from so many different players, you know?
And also San, you have to give it a lot for him as well. He's so fearless, getting into by dashing in mindlessly and giving so much space. But the Doctor also makes some... Every single person plays such a great Valorant here today. If you look for highlights, there's too many highlights for these guys. It's just one of the best corner with a shotgun just now.
Not only that, guys, you have to remember that with all these kills and especially these overtime, you have to remember we got the longest pause of our life. So that we got the long pause and we have an overtime. So this game, this series felt like it has to be over by now, but we do appreciate you guys for sticking around, and I'm pretty sure we should have rewarded you guys with these beautiful highlights, because what a play. Both Shinsei, Zen, you know, Red Core, every Styron, even the Doctor sometimes showing up. This is just crazy plays.
Everybody
from these two
just
teams.
did their part. You can't take away from any of the players. Everybody just do their part so well. We're not talking about just the duelists. Usually they're under the radar. But in this case, look at the bottom. It's like alternating green and reds all around.
It was close to the very end. It was, I would say it's super good for LVR to at least clutch out this game one. But if I was Enigma Gaming, I wouldn't be too disappointed as well, because I think seriously they can really just take this series from LVR in a reverse sweep, if you ask me.
True.
Like, they have that potential.
And the thing that I really that's concerning for me right now is, do they have enough stamina for the next round? That was a really heck of a long round for the entire icebox. This is an even bigger map in Haven.
That's very true. I wouldn't even say just map size in general. I'm just talking about the overall duration the game has been played could be really mentally fatiguing for these teams.
I mean, like, the icebox is pretty much a very compact map as it is. And imagine with the bigger map as Haven. And this guy is really good when it comes to attacking. Even though they are defenders, they're still attacking anyway.
Oh yeah. And we're not ruling out the possibility of Game 3 again. That's if we get to Pearl, which is another big headache. But what's not a headache is the MVP shown in front of us, which is almost a given already. We already know Shinsei is the MVP for LVR, but I'm actually surprised on the side of EG. It's actually Doctor with a higher combat score of 2-1-3. Everyone is so close. Look at that. Zen.
Close.
Zen is 2-11 and
Same goes for
2-11.
Frey, yeah. I think because of the flanks, they're actually playing in the lurks from Doctor and Frey actually played so much, given so much space for the entire team. And Zan, you can't actually blame him for dying way too early. Look at how he dashed like that. He doesn't have a care in the world.
I think in the end, Zen still did his part for his team to just move in. Like, I don't think EG made a ton of mistakes per se. I just think that LVR sometimes just one-up them. When I talk about teams that are usually neck and neck with each other, it will really just come down to that split-second decision-making, you know, who is also better at gun duels, who catches at the wrong timing. And this is the epitome of everything I just compiled. It's LVR and Enigma Gaming. What a game is in. I almost said what a series, but the series is not done. I almost said what a series.
We have one more. It's going to be Haven. Now, I'm not surprised we ended up with a mirror agents again for the next one, because these guys, they have very similar sort of a mindset. Even their play is not that much big of a difference.
That's true. But I would like to defer though, because when it comes to Haven, there's actually a bigger flexibility of agent pool that may come in.
True.
Back in those days where Jing from Paper X just debuted Reina at one point, and even Phoenix could make his comeback. I don't know, he got Breach as well. But we will discuss on that later, because trust me, Choo Choo and I need to take a break. So my name is Viper, that's Choo Choo Gaming. We were set up for game number 2, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hi guys, I'm from Louvre. My name is Red Cole. And a little bit about our team is we actually participated in VCT like a lot of times actually, and we always top 3 in SJMY. A little funny story about Louvre is how we got the name. It's actually from a show called Lupin. It's actually a museum name, and I found it quite interesting, so I was like, oh, okay, why not just take the name, you know? And also we're just a friend group, so if anyone wants to sponsor us, you know, like you can hit me up on Twitter, anything lah. All of us are actually still studying and stuff, so we're actually doing this just for fun. Right now we're about to destroy almost every good team in this tournament. I play Flex in my team. Flex basically I play KO, Sky, all those flash agents basically. I was actually a national athlete for table tennis, and I actually moved to esports to play professionally here. I would say I'm like the big brother of the team. I take care of all the kids in my team. So the next person I'm going to introduce is Bryce. Bryce actually plays smokes for our team. So one famous quote that Bryce loves to say during games is "Let me cook." It literally means that he's lurking and he needs time to make a play. So every time he says "Let me cook," then all of us are just Bryce is cooking, Bryce is cooking. Then we all just chill, you know. So the next person I'm going to introduce is like a brother to me. It's Maxi. He plays Senti for our team. He loves Killjoy. He's basically the rat of our team. So the fun thing about him is in game he's actually quite quiet. He's quite serious. Outside the game, this guy is the biggest wild animal in the clubs when drinking, stuff like that. So the next person I'm going to introduce is our newest addition, Reverie. He plays initiator for our team. He actually destroyed us in a LAN tournament. It was quite tilting to lose to him.
The best moment of my career has to be beating my own team, and then after that I proceed to join them.
He's actually one of the cutest members of our team. So the last person I'm going to introduce is Shinsei. He's the Apex Demon Jet God. He looks like a clown. He literally make us lose, but everyone will just laugh. He's actually like a very cute boy outside of the game, but in game you're going to get destroyed by him, man. Although we're not paid and you guys are paid, we will take your jobs, man. So just be ready for that. People aim for top 6, but we're aiming for top 2. Anything below top 2 will be a disappointment for us.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliate still, but he has the call for taken.
Are we on stream?
Yeah, there you go. Good evening, ladies and gents. Welcome back with us, Chuju and Osus at the Vibe in the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore Split 1 with one of the best series by far for the first 2 days. We're only done with the first match of this series between Louvre and also Enigma Gaming.
To the point where I accidentally almost said, thank you for watching the series or something like this. Like we're only done with game 1. Now we've got Haven. Finally, we can move on to there. That is LVR's map pick, in which to also say that Enigma Gaming has lost their own Icebox pick, which is insane. Today, every first map basically was lost in their own map pick. So, you know, running off you again, if you go to the game 3, it will be Pearl, just to remind you guys again. But I'm just pretty glad we finally got to Haven. We're going to get a reset for both of these teams because everyone was cooking, legit. Everyone was just heating up and they were performing excellent, but only one team could win, right? And it just happened to be LVR. What a team.
And also, when it speaks about these two teams, it's definitely down to their stamina here. We don't doubt about their precisions, their aiming, and also their time of using their utilities, but it's down to whoever tire it out first. Because just now I saw that Enigma kind of, you know, feels a bit off in the last round where they could have got into overtime again, but this time Haven will be a triple overtime again.
Please don't. Okay, no one can force double overtime. But there is this entity known as the Caster's Curse, and I don't want to jinx it because it's true. Like if the 9-3
That's why I'm saying it.
If the 9-3 happens, sometimes you gotta know the Caster's Curse is real. So we won't really manifest that because I can understand from a player standpoint. You know, you get to the game 3, sometimes they just want the game to end fast, and you start to see those strats really just, you know, non-existent. They just bomb rush in, they just take side. It becomes like a ranked game at this point. So I don't know, but it's too soon to even talk about the game 3. Let's talk about Haven first. I just hope to see maybe the breach coming in again. For some reason, smokers are very versatile in this area. Some people really do prefer the Brimstone, whereas both Astra and Omen still has their place in this map. So that's why I said Haven is being one of those very, very flexible map picks, because any duelist works here, any controller works here.
I kind of get the idea why they prefer, like, even Viper's not that bad, but I do prefer Brimstone at this point because of the mole. You can clear out the angles when it comes to certain sites, especially any site actually. A
There's a lot of disgusting lineups for Brim mollies for post plant, but we don't talk about that. Yeah, and also there has been this meta game for double controllers as well sometimes.
Oh
we saw that yesterday. I think that was X10. I don't remember the teams.
It's okay, I'm just gonna flip over.
Yeah, so you do have the statistics for that.
I do have everything. Yeah, I'm such a nerd.
No, we do love someone who can talk stats though, because it's informative for people out there who don't know too much about this team or the games yesterday.
So for X10, they do have, when it comes... What? X10 didn't even
play
Bleed? Haven.
No, not Haven, double controller.
I think it was X10, yeah.
Was it actually X10?
Cypher, Neon, Fade Astra, KG,
Probably not
Cypher,
that.
Neon, Brimstone.
Could have been the Bleed matchup as well, but we'll see. Too early to tell. We're just waiting for this agent picks right now to commence onto Haven, where there's a lot of weight weighing onto Enigma Gaming here, as because they debuted it on stream. Trust me, but they debut with heat. They debut with such force that it really blew our minds away and almost blew our voices, to say the least. So here we go. Probably Jets again for both of our duelists here, Shinsei and Zan. I'll be very surprised to see a Sky that's going to come back here and not the Breach. What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm loving this because Sky is always good when it comes to attacking, but a defending side, not so much, but enough to buy enough time for them to actually hesitate before pushing or rushing into the side. But you mentioned about the double. I'm still trying to find the double controls. I feel like it's going to be Hay because they got the Astra and also the Viper in there. It's not the Accent.
Okay, so let me see here. both gonna be Astra picks? Is it Mirror? It's almost Mirror, just
Almost,
besides
except for the
just
bridge.
besides the Initiator, which is totally fine.
I think they want a bit more survivability if you compare it with that Sky. They do have the healing, but if you compare it with Bridge, it's going to be all-round aggressive.
So I like Sky. I main Sky at one point. I'm just saying that Sky also has a place in the team, depending on their play style. I would say interchangeably, Breach and Sky would be good. Breach, Sky, Sova. So I guess double initiators for both teams and for very good reason. And I'm just surprised, I guess, no Cypher players for both of these teams. I think Frey is known to play a really mean Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it depends on who they're fighting against, possibly. Maybe they study each other out. You know, it's best to actually just mirror them for a bit instead of going for something that's very different.
That is possible, but I already mentioned about the weight, right? Like LVR can kind of chill a little bit knowing that they also took game 1, but not chill too much, you know, because we've seen someone rest on their laurels way too long and then they completely get reverse sweeped. So that was what happened.
I don't think they're going to chill, because if not, they're definitely going to go into game 3 now, because even though they're winning, they're not really win big in the last round.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't that big, correct.
Yeah, that's triple overtime.
The disparity was negligible to say at best, but we got to reset. Let's just see if, you know, Enigma Gaming can take this to a game 3 of LVR going to make this another clean 2-0 for this 2 days of Malaysia-Singapore split 1. No game 3 so far. Seriously.
Are you jinxing it? Or are you not trying to jinx it? I'm trying to read you out here, man.
I am not trying to unjinx myself. Now I want you to catch that, all right?
Okay, now we're having Enigma for the attackers. Now we do know Enigma is a bit more calm and composed compared to the side of Louvre, where they're very aggressive when it comes to attacking straight head on. So taking their own time is the best to play a bit of a mind games against Louvre, who cannot be a bit more patient sometimes. They might just push it out.
Sometimes they do default on round 1. Sometimes it's an A hit. Sometimes it's actually a B rush. But this time, rarely seen this, but it's a mad garage push in where Bryce is holding in and the Prowler actually checks on the wrong way. There's 2 playing garage window and the tag team works out. Zan lost his life for this. And she's going to take out another one of Enigma Gaming. Not starting too good for Enigma already.
But still can clutch this out if they want to. But the long shot coming out from Shinsei in C long definitely bought them a bit more space and time. And down to 2, Styron and Divine. Can they do this? Feels like a bit of a hassle. Managed to take down Rekko and Bravery, almost equal up these spots, and also Divine could heal herself, but there's going to be one more for Shinsei. Taking on 2, but Styron, can he just plant and post-plant by himself?
I don't know. Is there any other adjective to use for this man aside from he's cook?
Oh, he got one more.
Never mind. There is a
Still
one
got the recon ball.
Wait, 1 versus 1 situation.
Very, very low, by the way.
Both of them are low.
13!
Dude, both of them are low, but guess who comes up on top? And not on top, it's also a quad. It's Shinsei. He's cooked. He is cooked.
Already such a close match on the pistol round. I can feel, and I know where this is going.
Well, bet. LVR once again winning the pistol rounds so far.
They always get the lead.
They won all pistol rounds, let's be real, but whether how impactful that's going to translate into the rifle rounds is a bigger question, because sometimes, if, you know, both teams anti-eco. This time round, Enigma Gaming, they were deciding on the anti-eco, and I guess they will commit to this, considering they are, you know, sometimes they just want to be aggressive at the same time.
But it's not much difference. If you compare with Enigma, yeah, they always lost that pistol round, but they always managed to catch up. And the thing is, they're always just half step, not even 1 step behind from Louvre. It's always Louvre taking the lead first, but they're going to stretch it as long as they can. They're trying to go into B and going... they just passed each other!
Oh,
they just passed each other!
Zan, he made it through in here because they didn't see, but Shinsei looking the wrong way. This is sort of, I guess, looking good for EG. This anti-ecos, the Stinger's doing so much work as Reverie finds himself the last man standing. Damn, this is the timing we were talking about. And, you know, making his way into ceiling, opening it hot, and then suddenly, you know, Shinsei was so surprised, turns behind and just looks the wrong way. What a play from Zan.
He's gonna save his Spectre, possibly? No, maybe not. He tried to go for C, but at the same time, he's giving away one! Oh, Frey! Ravi, will he try to clutch it again?
No, this is a 2-on-1 situation.
It's almost important. No, there's gonna be Gravity will pull him in as well. There you go. No way to actually defuse that one.
He knows it. He knows if the gravity as well is up, they don't have to peek. And what a kill from Reverie! He could have clutched it if it was a 1-versus-1 situation. But probably not enough time for the defuse though. Enigma, oh, divine! Okay, he's gone. He's gone.
Okay, 1-all for now. God. Now, looking at this, they were rubbing chicks between those jets. Literally.
Rubbing chicks, yeah. You love to see that. Oh, but Zen lived with 46 HP and got 2 kills for that. Love it. So it's not a, not a clean win because LVR bought last round. They should not have lost that last round. So I guess EG got some free guns.
Got a bit of extra for this round, so it's going to be a bit of safe for Luke.
Did I say EG gets free guns when everyone died? Because Divine died to Spike. So yeah, awkward buys, but Bulldogs and, rifles nonetheless. Random Guardian on Zen.
Oh, that God is so good these days.
It is good.
That Sheriff, though, might be working wonders for Shinsei. We saw he clutched it before in Icebox. He can do it again.
Let's see how impactful this breach gonna make it on this round. He is just holding in case anyone rushes B, but you don't see that. Everyone playing this default. LVR has to respect Enigma here because Enigma has the weaponry. But guess who's gonna start to push out? There's a random Reverie out. Oh god, Bryce can't land the right click. Yeah, that's why you have to main the classics here. See, free for the taking. They're trying to push on in here. Takes out a little bit of time. For some reason, Maxi is alive. That scan is good enough for the wallbang. Phew, I feel. That could have gone very, very wrong for Enigma Gaming.
Oh.
Sweating.
Well, that's the thing about Louvre. They can't wait long. They need to do something about it. And that's where they start to push, and that's where everything goes to shambles. And this is not one of the rounds they really should be proud of, but at least this time they get to buy something. But it's going to hurt them quite a lot if they're not winning this. And Enigma might just take the lead all the way.
Oh, too soon to say, but one can hope, right? Considering how well we see LVR also perform on game number 1.
You don't want to game number 3.
And Enigma performing well, so...
I can tell, but it's just so good.
I gotta jinx it though. You said if I get game 3, maybe we won't get a game 3. That's all I'm saying,
But they're splitting into 2. From 2 it's a long in A. But they do leaving out the Doctor to guard the ones behind. Divine going in with a flash, cancelled it out straight away. They cancelled out and just pull back all the way towards maybe around spawn, just cancelling, maybe going into C. But look at those bots.
Don't think it might be C for now. No one is close. They need to try to get these objectives. Maybe just get garage control and chill there for a bit and try to get
they want to go for
out.
B. Never mind. It's going to be
but there's a lot of Killjoy utils there if they run in onto the left. But Zan's gonna take A lane control. He doesn't flash anyone, which immediately prompts him to move back out. And he lost his life. 3 members down instantly fast from Enigma Gaming, and this is going down south real quick. Styron, last man standing for this man.
They're just gonna got this. There's no way in. Styron is just.
Oi?
He got one with the Sheriff.
This weapon though, they got 3 on him. He still finds one more before he goes down. Wait, did he? No, I don't think so.
That's 5 HP for Max.
145, guys. 145. You will love to see that.
So close.
145 damage from that
angle. The thing about Enigma, they can't rush things out against Louvre because they do know, to bait Louvre out, it's best to actually play it slow for a bit because they're not that patient. But the thing is, when you pick B, that's kind of hard with those lineups placed by the side of Frey. It's just almost impossible to secure that plan in the first place.
Oh, the setup, I mean, he got lucky because they went left and then they caught one, even though Zen went right. It's just unfortunate that the Sky's Hawk didn't catch anyone on the A-Link. If the Hawk was out a little bit further, he would actually commit with the push. But it's okay, that's last round. Let's say Shinsei is out and the Doctor was in an angle that was perfect for him. Now, GG, man advantage. But as I speak that, they still have the man advantage, but Bryce will hold down this C long. They cannot push in.
Yeah, but Bryce is pushing it. So definitely Enigma gonna try to venture out into Garage or even A at this point. They do trading for quite a bit. Well, we have Louvre only down to 3 men, a bit outnumbered, but it's nothing impossible for them. Just gonna build up for a bit in A. They definitely knows that there's nobody in A or B, C or B, so they're just gonna go straight for A. It's just that Bryce is a bit too late.
Oh, they spotted them coming up from CT. This might be troublesome. That's very cool. He's got one, but still,
Spike down
Enigma.
A.
They look to take this one for the round.
Yep, Bryce is just too far, too hard to fight against 1v3 here. Unless he can just use whatever he has. Just work things out. I think he's gonna save it for now. It's not worth trying to force it out anyways.
I mean, he recognizes it.
Yeah, it's not gonna move. He's just gonna wait it out. Unless if they're trying to find him, which I don't think Enigma are gonna just put too much of a gamble. But it might just having a bit of a peeker. Just try to pick things up.
Maybe exit frags if he wants to commit,
Yep.
but I think it's too big of a risk in this case when you have 3 people coming at you. So maybe even if you kill one, you lose your weapon, so it's a bigger loss on your side. Like how much economy damage can you do to Enigma Gaming even for that 1 kill? Because next round, they should be able to still buy, I think. Let me check that.
They still can. I mean, maybe half of them buying.
Oh no, actually EG is suffering a little bit on the economy.
Yeah,
Huh.
half buying for Louvre. But Enigma, well, it's going to be okay for them for a bit. It still feels like not too far off, 2-3. Enigma leading just a tiny bit for now. We do know it's going to be neck to neck all the way till, I don't want to jinx the overtime, but even the start is like this. I mean, come on.
It's close until a team starts to drag ahead. And okay, it also depends on how many members you lose in a round, because it doesn't matter if you get round wins, but if a lot of a member dies, it could be an economic problem because you can't even full buy next round, which will give the opposing team a chance to win.
That's why if they lost it, it might as well not try to force it. Active right, because Shinsei getting on Frey. It's definitely going to help them for the entire team here, since they don't have the ones that actually try to control the post plant. And they're going to force themselves into A.
Yes.
Never mind. They're just going to re-rotate maybe into Garage. I don't know. I don't feel like B is going to be easy for them.
Oh wait, he leaped once. Wait, how does the Trailblazer leap and still be alive? Am I missing something? Maybe, I don't know.
This timer expires.
It's timer? Because when you press Q again, it leaps and then it disappears. So how did it leap? Or is it just a spacebar jump? I don't know, but the audio cues confuse me sometimes. But let's not delve too much on the mechanics. I just want to, point it out again where EG is down. These members. That was a headshot, by the way. Redco is lucky to be alive at that distance.
Yeah, that's true. Now Divine forcing with the flash to go in first, but the drone just going to give away his position. That headshot. Divine is fast, and Redco, that Seeker's just going to blow his position, but lucky enough, still getting on Divine. San just forcing into C, taking on Bryce, but Bryce C first. Louvre winning this with 3-all.
Right, equalize again. Ladies and gents, how is this not precedented if you ask me? It is the same scoreline that we've seen earlier, so we might actually jinx the overtime. I take that back, please, Josh.
We're not jinxing it. They're just that good. We saw earlier just now, but this time they're going to have to force themselves eco round for Enigma Gaming now. The thing is, every time they go for eco round, they have higher chances to win than losing that round.
I've actually seen a series where there was a game. Every single eco round, as in like sheriffs, has won.
Get out of my way.
Really?
I don't know why. So basically that game was back and forth because the rifle holders don't win. So they keep going back. So you know what? Maybe not for this round. We see Zan already in. He's already taken control of sort of this little mid area. And of course on the backside, Redco's alive somehow! That was a big question mark by Zen.
Spike down.
With that
B.
concussion
One
and dazed
enemy
off,
remaining.
the Blaze Storm just whiffed it all day long.
Oh,
But
no.
maybe a bit of panicking moment. Enigma Styron left again with only one person behind. Well, never mind.
I don't know if they knew he was there per se, but if you got 2 crosshairs trained onto the B main, maybe they do. But I also don't exactly know if that was an eco round. There should be, because now they do have the weaponry up again, even though EG did fall a little bit too fast. Zan popped the Blade Storm, and if he actually got the kill onto Redco, I feel like that he could have turned the tide around. So they will call this timeout for a very good reason. They have to discuss what happened earlier and reset from that.
And for Lu, we haven't seen any timeout from them yet. We're all out except for Shinsei, who used Blade Storm earlier. We do have Rolling Toad locked down, even the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury ready to deploy. But EG or Enigma Gaming taking their own time out to reassess the situation. Now, don't forget the operator is being bought here by Shinsei as well. Now, this is perfect if you can guard any long side like C or even A. Feel like he's gonna go for A this time. I don't know.
Mean, the 4 outs is a thing, just considering that, you know, it's also very impactful outs. It's not really like, you know, sometimes you talk about an Omen, it's an Omen out, right? But everything here is useful. Hunter's Fury is zoning. Cosmic Divide is also zoning, gonna say. Maxis is also zoning.
But if they have to drop everything down, that's gonna be super expensive round, by the way.
That is true. So you never you never pop all outs. You stagger them. Sometimes 2, sometimes 1 per round. And if you are, I mean, if you are Enigma, you should know this. Even though you do have 3 outs for yourself. I mean, so far, their forays into side has been fine. It's just an issue of actually holding. Oh my god, Divine survived that. And you're just trying to push him out away. And that's a smoke to make sure he gets back to cover.
Double Nebula smoke and the Cloud smoke, both in the A long. Thing is, so close of clipping the ears on the side of Enigma Gaming. Scares them away, pull them back way back there. Re-entering on the B link towards A. Now they actually go way deeper into A now on the other side. I'm like, how did they even manage to squeeze in there? Cut across B.
What a shot. Is that enough for them to go? I guess not. Oh,
they're gonna go for
yeah,
B,
they're different sides. So this fake really good. And they split up the defenses of LVR just a bit, considering that EG does have the man advantage. Rise coming from behind.
Feels like the Astra have the same mindset, but who's even further? Oh no!
Yeah.
He got doubled down! Divine saw him first, but Doctor can react as fast as he can.
You know what's funny? Redcore even popped the rolling thunder just for good measure, but still coming in hot. Oh, Zan and Styron! They will wipe the floor with the remaining members of LVR and show them they are also here to play.
We know
Feels like I should sit here.
Stick to your roles.
It might take a bit some time. Yeah, because it's going to be 4 and 4, 5 and 5 all the way, just like out the previous match.
That's why I'm sitting down, so why are you out of your chair?
I can't see.
No, I'm just kidding, yeah, same.
I'm too old for this.
The lights are actually really bright here, I'm not just kidding. But
No, I can't see the map. My eyes are not that good anymore. I'm too old for this.
just get bigger glasses, 5 hit. Yeah, same. I need that too. I'm wearing contacts right now, so it helps, but man, the lights...
Drying your eyes up,
I am blinded by the lights, and I'm not talking about, you know...
Oh, this time they're going to go super aggressive with all the defenders pushing in. It's going to be Shinsei taking on 1, but... Oh! The transfer, the swing! It was faster! 2 for 1, take it any day.
No, it's still 2 for 2 in the end. What a beautiful trade. Enigma will not go down and leave the deaths unpunished, for sure. Still. Even after what transpired down on the A lobby, this is considered a full reset for the round to continue. Oh, the timing right now is free. For some reason, gonna back hop into window with style and take out Bryce.
Casually back hop.
Hell yeah, ready, go! Woo! Double tap, that's what I call it. Only 1 member left, Styron. He just single-handedly turned it around. And Styron's gonna equalize it again.
I have the spike.
Down to Maxi versus Styron.
These hypes, guys, like, these are all high-impact frags. I don't know if you understand and can fathom these 2 players. It's obviously going to be a fake. Maxi will take some time to come back in here. Oh, if Styron's a little bit more on the left, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Swing out, protected, and Maxi will clutch it.
He thought he's not there yet. How is this guy so fast? Maybe that's what crossing his mind.
Yeah.
And Maxi, that was such a lock. He was looking the other way.
Timing is everything. I could argue that I would plant from below heaven just to see if someone's coming down from CT, but there's also hindsight. He did fake the plant, however, but that wasn't enough, I think. That was a complete big play.
I think he heard just now that it's coming out from B. So maybe possibly he thinks it's still around the tunnel, around the link. So it's best to actually plant for long. But you know what? He's already way into the side just now. But it was such a match. But still not done yet. 5-4 for now. Down to the 9th round. Into the 10th.
They haven't attempted C for so long, and now they finally come in because of this Cosmic Divide. But Bryce is playing down close. He needs to check. He's going up onto the box already, but Bryce is waiting for the rest of the team to actually come in, and he doesn't catch anyone. But however, the vulnerable onto Divine, it helps him out, but Zen would trade him. Still, Zen is somehow still alive and takes 2 down before going down.
Jinsei!
Yeah.
Now going for the spike guard. Oh, this is almost impossible for Frey. Feels so hard for him, but still got Reverie. Shot him from behind, but that was so blinding. The Cosmic Divide idea was great, but it's just too many things in front. They couldn't see what came through.
Wait, were they on eco weapons? I wasn't sure because there was a stinger onto Frey. So maybe they could have been ecoing. Yeah, it was an eco round.
It was half, I think.
Half
yeah, because you know in eco round you wouldn't drop that much ults anyway. But the Cosmic Divide really kind of.
Did they not have ability to check left though? Even though Bryce didn't really make a lot of impact plays, but it's because that he was there that Divine actually lost his life. So maybe, arguably, there was some world where a drone or a scan could help even more to check left. Maybe.
One of the many reasons you mentioned about did not getting to see that much because this Bryce Astra, just such a nuisance for them to deal with. Feels impossible to cut across unharmed. Might have to rethink where to go from Garage, which I think is a better option here. But they're just going to go for default on the side of Louvre. Feels like they haven't got a clue, but slowly start pushing to A sewer.
All members left alive, 1 minute.
Taking it at time. Maybe taking a 30 seconds rule, you know, when you only have 30 seconds left, then rush into it, that's it.
I mean, yeah, some people actually do wait till that like 45, 30 seconds left to start making this push. But sometimes that 30 seconds ain't enough because remember you have to clear angles. And the moment you let one go,
I mean, like,
there could be a Bryce there.
They got sand. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, okay, they got sand. Well, let's see. If he does anything, let him cook. He's about to fry up. Heating up right now. Bryce being pushed back. Hunter's Fury. Maybe I just catch him down. Yeah, he was nearsighted. And Zen is up. Oh, he gets 1, gets 2 before going down. And that just might be enough. They got the weaponry, they popped the ultimates. And most importantly, they just might get this round here because only Reverie is left alive.
Oh, and that Styron of Hunter's Fury was kind of cool because he got the players got stuck there, couldn't move from away the box, and just perfect for Zen to updraft all the way and finish off with the Blade Storm. Now down to Reverie again. Can he try to do some plays? He got himself Hunter's Fury, but I don't think he's going to use it right now as they are still 4 players alive.
This is like the most open of plans. Like, there's no way you will get out of there unscathed.
That's it.
Last round before the switch.
Well, last round as they mean. And LVR is kind of on a very, very broken buy.
Broken by?
If you think that they will be like
broken by supposed to mean?
that's what it means. It's actually called broken buys because some people can afford a full
broke
buy.
and buy.
Broken.
Broken buy.
It's called a broken buy.
Oh, okay,
so not everyone can afford full shields, and if those that can afford a rifle, they can only get a half shield. So in this case, I guess you know we don't count LVR out because they are cracked just like that. Ooh, but Shinsei immediately shut down. One of your star players gone. Now, would they even commit A is the question because there are stars being placed out.
Got himself a Rolling Thunder for Echo. He can actually stop them from entering or rushing into it. He's forcing it. Now they got themselves concussed, but they can still drop the lockdown. At the same time, Echo couldn't push in because of Astra, but still, they managed to get it on 1. It's 3v3 for now. The lockdown being placed by a side of Killjoy, which is going to be Frey. And Maxi don't have none. Back to the side of Frey, taking on. Whoa, they respond to it straight away.
Going down, Styron going down without a fight. That's double for him already. So is Maxi last man standing. Oh gosh. Now he's going to face on this 1 versus 1 situation. I will still think the LVR 2v1. Sorry.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, the Nano Swarm was.
He baited it perfectly.
Dangerous.
He flushed them out with that Nano Swarm, but close enough, he actually might get a 2 for Maxi.
What a play. And guess what? You're not going to see the 5-7. It's a 6-6. What a game. What a game.
I don't even want to say it.
I don't want to say it, guys. I really don't want to say it. I mean, what? You might say overtime. I might say game 3.
I predicted overtime and game 3. And overtime again.
That's not.
I don't want to jinx it, but that's that's the reality here when it comes to these two teams. But right now, both team back towards a pistol round.
I am unable to can. Sorry, I just need to get that out there.
I feel like Louvre feels like they're always stronger when it comes to pistol rounds, so it's no surprise they've taken the lead here.
Vision.
Well, let's see if EG can break the curse, and I mean the pistol round. So usually B rush it can be fast, but this is Garage, the fast one, and Zen comes in from C main himself to take out Shinsei after all that is happening up on Garage. So guess what? LVR down to 3 members left alive to try to get a spike down even. He gets one flash, a hot one in fact, and Maxi manages to take down Doctor. Trade out again with Zen. Wow. The trades are happening still, but EG with that one up, he's Zen's not gonna get any heals, but it doesn't matter because Frey suddenly got that far range headshot. Good spray control with the frenzy. Bryce, can he even get to a side to plat now is the question.
Feels a bit hot here. A, B, and C all being guarded down. He's trying to just gravity well in on top of a Frey. At the same time, slowly marching into Garage. Oh, he sees he shots a Bryce got Frey. But it's pretty low, down to 1 HP.
Oh wait,
this is gonna work.
He's actually 1 HP.
Yep, that's it.
It's a headshot to close it out too.
But this is the first time I'm looking at Enigma Gaming actually won themselves a pistol round.
We took it. They broke the curse. So three pistol rounds in a row for LVR. It's time to cut it. 3 is all they get for pistols. So let's see if EG continues the roll for their weaponry. We haven't really seen them get a significant enough lead to feel comfortable. That's the issue. So they're always having pressure mounted on top of them, and somehow I always feel that Louvre has more breathing space than EG.
Because they're always one step forward if you compare with Enigma, but this time it's the reverse here when it comes to Haven. So I'm not sure about what to feel at this very moment. Seismic charge getting into A, but at the same time Sewer towards A long as well. There's so many Nebula smokes in between. Nebula smokes is one of the longest smokes. It's just so annoying.
Guess who's pushing in with the stinger, holding up close. That is Shinsei. But Zen came in from behind, and when the alarm robot popped, it's Bryce also popping out the jacket box. Say hi, even though he is traded out. Maxi is getting very low. Will finally be killed out by Frey, and they're coming in. Reverie down after killing Frey. This is really a kill after kill situation in which where EG is still coming up maybe on top here, and just might LVR. They just might steal this away. How many times are they gonna steal this away? And they will not do it. It's Doctor.
This is the biggest lead by Enigma Gaming so far in the past 2 series, or like the past 2 matches.
That's right. So
they never go more than 1 point difference.
True. In terms of lead, imagine saying that 2-point leads is already that big of a difference. Imagine if they need to stretch up to 3 and then 4. So last round, we saw a beautiful 6-9 earlier. That was a 3-point lead in favor for LVR. If EG takes this could be the morale boost that they're looking for.
Well, they do have more stamina, if you ask me, than you compare it with Louvre. But you know what? Louvre is one of those teams that can actually just come back anytime they want. They just play around the palm of their hands by knowing every trick they can actually carry out. But the Doctor guarding around the double door at the Garage have a bit of a sniff about the position of coming out from Louvre, trying to go from Garage and just rotate themselves into A. Being discovered with that drone just now. Bryce trying to secure entering into A long, but the rest of Enigma taking a very slow rotation to actually provide attention on A.
I mean, I guess EG is still respecting LVR despite them being on the eco. Those Cherries can do a lot of work, but once again, Shinsei finds himself already onto site to clear on the back of the truck too. So that is spiked down, which is really good for them, for economy. And all members are still left alive. This can still go to LVR's way, like seriously.
Yeah, they can. They got themselves quite a number of utilities to still toss it around, but Sand don't care! Sand wants more! Sand got triple! Might as well got the 4th, but here comes the last person, Maxi from Louvre! Still managed to take down on Frey, but Divine and Sand just push it in, and Divine got it. Wow, Sand just don't think.
I respect, I forgot who it was, to hold down the spray and then he got one tap by the sheriff. Like he was running down and spraying
It was spray.
Yeah, was it actually spray?
It was
It
spray.
probably is. He's the only one dead. Oh my god. That's
San
hilarious.
is just so unpredictable. He just doesn't have a care in the world. Look at this guy. He's just going, don't care. Because, yeah, get once more. That track is just incredible. Even though it's just different angles entirely.
I think, I mean, I guess he, you know, being on window, he could check, heaven. He checked graffiti was clear, shot was kind of clear, so maybe there was someone down on hell. So the fault line actually concussed too. He just popped down and just got an easy 2 kills. Like, that was
Perfect
great.
timing. That was perfect synchronization between him and his teammates. Duelist with a bridge is just the best. 6-9 for now. This is the biggest lead we had so far. Enigma leading on 9. But Louvre cannot just give it easy for these guys because whenever you try to chill down or chill out, they just take the most advantage of it.
Hey guys, I talk about 6-9, they got it. This is the lead we're talking about. 1-2 trade again, but it's Bulldog into Diviner. You'd love to see that. Bryce, once again, for some reason, he's actually the Queen of C. Every single time.
Queen of C.
The Queen of C. The Ghanaian, is that the right word to say? The Ghanaian princess.
The Ghanaian princess.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if he was defending or attacking, like he just dominates the first frag.
It doesn't make a difference. Oh, the headshot was big from Bryce. He was switching over just now. Still managed to try to push it in. But, oh, Divine, you have to think really through to get from the garage. But Divine is C! The one that coming up from B link to C. Bryce almost got an ace.
They say EG, stop. And that's where they happened. When the moment Bryce went into C and got that 4K, they know. Alright, it's time to stop. So this is also what happened earlier. After that 6-9 scoreline, it was 7-9 and became 9-9. Oh god, this actually is the nail biter, and I am so glad there's only 2 series for today. Otherwise, we're going to the AMs, like 3, 4 AMs even. But let's say if this goes overtime, I promise you guys we won't go too late. It's just that we had a bit of a technical pause earlier on the first game. That's what dragged out the series.
And also because these 2 teams are so good, they got so many
These teams
overtimes.
are good. Nothing taken away from that.
Okay, back to it. With Trailblazer, caught 1 to a Styron. San and the rest of the teams. Sorry, it was actually to his Reverie just now. Divine and the rest of them pull back. They don't want to go too aggressive as Louvre realize.
That's a Killjoy util stack at B. Although no one's gonna come on, but guess who? Frey is actually pushed out already. And he might be joined with a couple of his teammates.
You know, I do love for the fact Enigma, they're not as aggressive as Louvre. They're a bit patient. They don't push all the way, but not sure about this. Trying to force it for a...
Wait, they lost Bryce though. But Styron just hold down from heaven and Maxi takes him out. So this shouldn't happen. Like LVR shouldn't even get onto side is the problem. But EG was trying to make this big wraparound. And guess what? Only 2 people are now flanking with Killjoy left alive. That's Frey. And he's gonna spot the flank.
They definitely know there's more people in ENC just now. Here comes a Rolling Thunder. That's just gonna knock them up so bad. Concuss all the way. But Frey still got the lockdown. He can actually plant it. Got 1, trading on 1. Down to Reverie versus Frey again!
No, Frey probably would have gotten that. Look, Frey was so lucky. He was gonna counter straight back to safety and his 1 random bullet got a collateral. And I really thought that was going into
one
the
freaking
EG.
random bullet.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That was that unfortunate and fortunate thing that happened.
It's always down to 1v1 in the end.
No, guess what? The law of balance of the universe will always even it out. Like always.
It's too deep, bro.
Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
too deep, too late right now.
We do have Astras here. We have to talk about the galaxy. Do you have some time to what?
What?
Oh, no. Hi, do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Astra?
Oh, wait. It feels like they want to go for the push in A, but cancelled out because of the gravity well. Bryce, if I'm not mistaken, stopped them from entering straight on. Well, they're gonna push from behind? Is Frey gonna go for it? Because it's so hard to see Enigma force pushing it when they are the defenders. They're always so disciplined. I do know, but no, never mind, that's why.
With that said, because of the weaponry difference, it's kind of easy to say that LVR should run away with this. And yeah, 9-9 in the I would say on the way, sorry, to becoming a reality here.
Doctor with only one pistol. Oh, there you go. That Sheriff pops only the recon bolt. The Cosmic Divide ready to use for the next one. He's not going to waste it on here. Missed and whiffed it, but it's okay. They were on the eco round, and definitely it's going to be worth the shot for them to actually force the push just now. 9-9.
There we go.
Who's going to take the lead
Another
next?
one. You know, come on. At one point, it was a 10-10, 11-11 on the Icebox game. So
It's going to be 11-11, 12-12,
please
and
don't-
then overtime,
don't
overtime.
It's too early in the year to be talking about 11-11.
You know
That's
what? Even
November.
though Louvre just now was few points behind, around 3, that's the biggest gap in between, right? They never called a timeout.
That's true. And I guess Louvre is just able to communicate on the fly, no matter what kind of things they need to reconvene with each other. Whereas for EG, I mean, you are given a time. Sorry, Enigma Gaming, because EG can't stand for another team.
Yeah.
They have to utilize timeouts. You know, kind of break streaks where LVR is on a 3-win streak now in terms of the rounds, and they need to close it because otherwise they won't see their game 3. They won't have a chance to actually take a point off them.
Hopefully this time actually works well for the side of Enigma Gaming and just cut off the momentum of Louvre, which is going to be a long shot because Louvre will not sway whatever happens to them. Even though they're being left behind for a couple of points just now, they still can make it through.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, the tactical pause is already done up real quick. And
Okay,
I hope they hope that
Enigma Gaming.
it's going to...
But at the same time, it's so hard for Enigma Gaming to force push it all the way. They're so disciplined if you compare it with Louvre.
Yeah, I'm just paying attention to the gameplay. I'm not even looking at abilities and stuff because a lot of things are happening a lot fast real quick. Here we go, fault line clears right very quickly. They should have checked left this time. And this is the where Shinsei will actually pass away greatly, even though Redco did take one. This is some trades happening there on site though, where Styron still has his own Hunter's Fury ready.
Oh, coming up from behind. They're coming up from behind for San and Divine here. Definitely going to just backstab him, but he's looking the other way. But lucky enough, San got a bit scared there, but it's going to be Bryce taken down by Styron. Still going to be Enigma leading off.
Hey, they're lead again. So they broke the equalizer again. This time they're in the lead. Can they actually really force LVR to lose their own map picks as well? Today is gonna be history, okay? Like, we've got overtime. Can we get game 3 at the same time? And also, by the way, this is only day number 2.
Don't say that.
Maps, all different maps. No, come on. I'm pretty tame in this part.
But I mean, like, even in day 2, they can perform, and giving us such a performance. That's just incredible. I hope things are going up instead of down for them, because I do want to see them grow out of this. But here comes Bryce, just going to open up the Cosmic Divide, making sure they can enter into C all the way, going for the rush. Shinsei taking on the Doctor. Oh my god, the nanobot!
He's tanking a little bit of the nanoswarm. Shinsei trying to get a commanding position, but of course the Cosmic Divide is gonna keep some of Enigma Gaming into CT, whereas Dan, Zan's gonna come up. They don't know Shinsei is poised up there, and he makes Zan pay for that peak. This is all 5 members left alive for Louvre. And almost very certain that Enigma can't get on site enough for this retake because Frey is already so low and they don't have the manpower.
They have it now.
Oh wait, it is 3 versus 3. You're right.
Going back in and trying to retake, but well, finally Divine did actually clutch it out with that lockdown coming out from that Maxi, just making it tough for them. It's 10-10. For both teams, who's winning? Nobody.
All part of LVR, of course. They got really fast kills for that because they are holding angles. So anyone that kind of peeks out is going to be in trouble.
Yep.
That's the 10-10 we're talking about. I really don't doubt the overtime, but fingers crossed that map 3 may not happen. May because, you know, we got to feel it for Enigma Gaming. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But if you're LVR, it's just full pressure if this really goes to a game 3, right?
They're going to go for the push in the C-long. Frey taking a bit of a step here, making things a bit unusual for the side of Enigma Gaming. But at the same time, so many footsteps. They got 1, he might got 2! Almost got 3, but bought so much time and space for the rest of the team to re-rotate and take C and defend it. Bryce already inside of a site. Inside of Nebula smoke.
Bryce back on there. Look, talk about collapse. First it was him, now it was Bryce. Bryce with triple already, and Styro comes in behind and didn't catch. There was a random doctor behind there to catch him out. And Bryce still, the ace is really likely to happen here though. Let's not jinx it.
Oh, Reverie. He can do this. Definitely almost got the doctor, and that gives away his position with a recon bolt. But it's 3 HP. I mean, like.
And the ace happened here. Finally.
Bryce.
We had a lot of missed aces over these games today, and we're just glad to see it finally happen.
Finally
after a lot of 4Ks happening. So well-deserving one to say LVR pulls ahead again. Let's see if EG or Enigma Gaming kind of equalize this and try to close it out. This is really, absolutely anybody's game, and I cannot have any good predictions right now because both of these teams are just so good.
Oh boy. Down to the last wire, who makes a mistake in the last minute as well. Shinsei forcing it into a long. Trying to work himself into the Nebula smoke at first. Hoping it to dissipate, waiting for his teammates Bryce smoke. But at the same time, all of them actually in A. Except for Frey. He might be a backstabber lurking around the corners, trying to play for the flank, but they definitely already inside. Now coming into from lane, inside of the tunnel in A. They might just want to push this one out. There goes the flash, right in the face. Cyro makes sure nobody actually can aim him down. There goes another ult being dropped down, but this concuss not working well for the side of the defenders played by Enigma Gaming.
Like, look at this. Now, this is the Cosmic Divide. Can it actually turn it around? They know that lockdown is going to push them all towards this particular spot. But can they look it down? Can they lock it down? And that's Frey already take out one. We'll make it a 2 versus 2 situation. But the Nano Song will actually stop it down real quick. Reverie, Forkit, and the Doctor again. He can actually make it work. Maxi is now 72 HP. And Maxi will actually clutch out once again.
Almost an ace.
Oh my
Almost
god.
a loss.
Maxi,
It's always down to one man.
Don't sleep on this guy. This guy. I almost said this.
What?
Okay, no, because Maxi, he clutched out Icebox. That was the, at the final round after like 4 overtimes.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
So even though this is not an overtime, this is not a, this is not the last round per se.
Question mark, can they rack things up here?
That kill itself was pivotal because Enigma Gaming would have saw a chance again if it was a double 11.
It's crucial. And if they lose this one, it's going to be detrimental because it's going to be dragged for more. Now, they do have a couple of, I think it's going to be Hunter's Fury and also Blaze Storm already ready to go. But Divine got himself the Seekers, which is going to play such a big part to change things up for the side of Enigma Gaming. And the lost 1 man earlier for Bryce, who just got himself almost in there. Actually, the one that actually clutched the last round.
Here.
Back to it where they started. Everybody hold the position for a bit.
They play so slow. Oh
They're
my
just so
god.
cautious about this.
Yeah, they spotted out random Divine. This is just Pika's advantage. So 1 for 1 is the name of the game here.
That's a shame though, because Divine didn't get to use the Seekers yet. If only they already used the Seeker, then he went down like that, then it would be at least a bit more value.
Well, Styron's gone and this is not looking good. Well, let's see Hunter's Fury do anything as Reverie just try to clear out onto side while still Zan takes one, gets traded instantly from Maxi. This is not the time that where you need to get trades. Like EG needs to get clean kills after clean kills. So Frey finally catches one Shinsei, makes it a double, and it's Maxi last man standing again. Can this man show up again? Makes this a double kill easy. He just needs to get one kill first, no matter. Frey will keep the dream alive for Enigma Gaming.
Feels so good just now, and now Divine can actually use the Seeker to have another go again. I think it haven't been... Yep, he still can use it right now. And they do have the lockdown on Maxi with that kind of clutch. Sorry, with the previous round. But at the same time, can they wrap things up? It's always like this for Louvre. Even though it's just a bit of a stretch just now with 2 points in the lead, but Louvre just 1 more point here to finish up with a 2-0. That's not even a big 2-0.
Yeah,
not even a landslide. It's a very tiny difference.
That's why I used the word the nail biter. Because I'm not sure if you guys are on your seat, on the edge of your seats, because I sure am with this potential final round. I said potential because Enigma Gaming can always turn this around, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I should say it's what's Zen is gone.
Oh!
But even though Styron can actually take one, but it's Reverie always ready for the trade. Still 4-on-3, and once again I will repeat what I said. Enigma Gaming needs to take frags without trades and without losing their life in the meantime. It has to be impeccable.
That will drone spot out on Frey. Definitely giving away his position. They will be more than prepared, but is there any lurkers coming out from behind? Nope. Everybody gonna come in from the side of connectors from B to A. Now this might just be it. Feels like if everybody rush into it, one from Haven, another two into the link, it's gonna be a tough call.
Oh well, there's Gravity Well underneath Hell. I'm not even trying to rhyme here, but it just worked out.
Yep.
And guess what else also worked out? It is LVR that will deny the chance of a Game 3 even happening for Enigma Gaming.
Oh, that might be the first in the best of 3 where we played all 3 games. That's the closest we can get.
That is really the closest we've seen so far. And I guess the nail-biter ended sort of a little bit of an anticlimactic moment because I really see it becoming another overtime. But guess what? LVR, they had enough.
You know what? The moment they walk into the B link to its A just now, we can figure out that it's not going to happen because everybody just stares at the connector anyway. So it's just almost impossible for them to get into unscathed.
I agree, but in the sense of like this game, there's a lot of things that did fall very well into LVR's favor in a sense. Like Bryce popped off, you know, Maxi got his time sometimes. Like, it's just a lot of things going well for them. Whereas for EG, remember at one time where Zan actually whiffed his knife at the very crucial moment? That probably was another pivotal point where they could actually get around from them.
You know what surprises me is that Enigma Galaxy, the fact that they are leading quite a lot when it comes to compared to the Icebox in this match. They couldn't put up the long fight that they had in the first match. Are they just draining up for their stamina when it comes to long runs like this? We have to expect this kind of marathon when it comes to the VALORANT challenges, MYSG. These guys are just so good.
Well, as you can see how the teams play together in terms of using their utilities, clearing these angles effectively. And of course, that's something that you guys can learn is definitely effective trades. Because trades don't just mean I kill you after you kill my teammate. No, that's not how it works. It's about the speed in which the trade is given and also the objective, the angle that was taken control of. And there was a lot of times where, you know, EG also showcased how they were dominating in terms of executing those objectives. But of course, LVR retaliated back so evenly. Both teams were neck and neck. And let me just tell you, I really think both of these teams are considered winners here today.
That's true, but the one that I actually notice on, when you have Breach, it's more instant when it comes to the flashpoint, right? If you compare it with the Sky, that needs a bit more time.
So for wind-up,
Yeah, so I think that's one of the disadvantage that actually Enigma Gaming has on their side. They couldn't have that sort of, you know, instant flash. Maybe with a KO, maybe they can actually pull that one out, or even a bridge if they want to. But it's just everybody wins for this match. I mean, like, even though the score didn't actually portray when it comes to the points, but you know what, Louvre is...
Yeah, sometimes we just watch the gameplay, and the gameplay is enough to prove that Enigma Gaming has what it takes to go up with some of these big guns, because those players from LVR are also nothing to be scorned at, per se, right? It's, you know, you got the Red Co up there, Bryce, of course, everyone just showing up.
The combat score.
Who's the MVP here? Who's the real MVP here?
The combat score between the two MVPs is not that far of a difference anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, like, even though Enigma lost this, but you have to give the combat score to its Frey anyhow, right?
Yeah, it's just a given. Even though Frey did get a higher combat score from Bryce, but LVR still takes it. That just goes to show, like, every single player has their place in the team, and they are showing up when they need to, you know what I'm saying? So we don't want to go, you know, no player unchecked or anything. Like, hey, there's this player that's not doing their job. Right?
If you ask me, everybody's an MVP. Everybody played their role so well, up to the point that you're given so much space for these guys to get the frags. And the thing is, you know, they always, the last few people almost the same. Styron, even a Maxi, Reverie, like every single person, when it's down to last wire and last man surviving, they just pull up such a great fight. You don't feel like, he can't clutch. He can actually clutch it. But Bryce.
Who do we have here, ladies and gents? It's the handsome Bryce himself. literally his headshot percentage is 33.3, which means out of 3 bullets, 1 is a headshot. You know what that rate is. That is insane.
And not just that, the second last round, if it's not because of him, they're still in overtime right now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Also because of him. So well deserving that he is the MVP. Okay, not just because he's been fragging out of his mind, but to deny that game 3. So I personally feel that should contribute to him being an overall MVP.
I don't know. I feel like everybody headshot just now was around 33.3% if you compare with the others. Honestly speaking, I haven't prepared myself for Pearl here. Just in case.
I didn't want to see Pearl, to be very honest with you. Not that I don't want to see a game 3. I just didn't want to see Pearl. And guess what? God is real. And I'm so glad we don't see that. 2-0 all the way though, ladies and gentlemen. We got this Valorant challenges Malaysia. Singapore, Split 1 has no game 3 just yet. We have finished 2 days, with no game 3.
Yeah.
Although we did break the egg for an overtime.
Yeah, the longest overtime, triple overtime. And we haven't hit the 4th yet.
Yeah,
the longest you had before in MYG, what was it? 17-19, was it?
Yeah, that's
It was like, what, 5 times overtime? Was it 5 times? I think it's around 5, yeah.
12 is 1, 13 is 2nd, 14 is 3rd, 15 5th, 16 17. So at least
6 times.
6, yeah.
My God. I feel like we might hear that.
I had to math because I'm terrible at it, so don't quote me on that.
We might actually have that at our certain timeline of the Valorant Challengers League here, round robin. Feels like that's gonna happen very soon.
I don't know. Right now, these players they just have to play out of their minds completely to secure top 6. Otherwise, they're out for relegation. And imagine you have to play this much just to get 1 point in round robins. That goes to show the stakes are insanely set for these teams. This is the challengers, guys. There is no way to sugarcoat it. You're gonna bring your A game or you're going down to Z.
You know what? Feels like how do I say this? I feel like I kind of can already predict the top 6 just within 2 days. But at the same time, if they happen to grow, that might be a different story entirely. Because Blade Esports, X10 Esports, and also Todak and Louvre managed to secure the top 4.
Yep.
Enigma Gaming, Team Puff, Heya Kaneko, and Kizuna Esports. I feel like the bottom will swap for a bit.
That's okay. I'm not sure about swap per se, but I feel like maybe like the 3rd and the 6th placing may kind of like interchange with each other. Although I don't foresee any team going like 0-4, 0-5 in the round robins. Like everyone has to take a game at some point because all these teams will face another team. And basically all teams will play each other, is all I'm saying. But we have only witnessed 2 days. There's tomorrow and Sundays though, because the games are going to be stacked. This is only week 1, and insanely we are already seeing the kind of standards that have to be brought to the table.
If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow will be Kizuna, Louvre, I think.
I don't remember the schedule, but I can check on that.
Team Puff as well. But the thing is, why do I say that I kind of predict top 6 in the past 2 days? Because of how they've shown every single team already played once at least. But the thing is how much progress and how much they learn from the past 2 days that matter most when it comes to the entire league. This is the beauty of league. You can build up the characters and your skill along the way. And you know what? When you start off your first day, not so well, but maybe in the middle of the league itself, you can actually prove that how much you can absorb the knowledge.
The thing is that there were 2 very contrasting games today, which is the first game was Todak and Team Puff, whereas Team Puff, of course, the Sunrise team that is coming to learn a little bit. Whereas we have our second series today where 2 arguably veterans in the VCT scene have gone head-to-head and literally brought it to overtime and potentially even game number 3. So what do you take away from this? I feel like it's just unlucky, I guess, for Enigma Gaming. Because
I don't think it's unlucky. I think it's more towards they're exhausted. Feels like they're a bit exhausted, yeah.
Too kind, maybe. But I really think that you don't sleep on Enigma Gaming. I really think they're a force to be reckoned with. They could be easily as a top 4 team. So, well, we haven't seen a couple of other... Wait. So far, we've seen everyone played so far.
Yeah, that's why I said every team played once.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I just took a look again. So, well, tomorrow you will see some returning teams. So pardon us because it is also late. So Chuchu Gaming and me, Xeno Viper, is gonna call it. So don't go too far because the next broadcast tomorrow is actually gonna begin a little earlier, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna actually be 1-2 p.m. because on weekdays
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a bit later.
Yeah, because some players actually have to work. So tomorrow they have off day, hopefully.
Okay,
So-
so it was a Saturday. Yeah.
because some of them are not.
Oh. Right.
But
well,
you know what? Tomorrow is going to be me again. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. But we'll be here still for tomorrow. See you guys in the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. That's it for now. Bye. Good night.
Love my bots. Initiate. Nailed it. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Take this. I'm out of here. Night night.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
One down. Here.
One enemy remaining.
That's done. Finished.
Spike planted.
You will not kill my ally. Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Spike down B.
No charges left.
Down mid. One enemy remaining.
Stay down.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
People make fun of every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh my
God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for second. Stop it.
remaining.